right, cool. Just and then I'll turn off my camera and everything.
And we're live, Nicole.
Great.
Hey, you.
Hi, so good to see you both.
It's been too long. How are you doing?
I know, I'm doing well. Beautiful day here in New York today. Starting to kick off summer, which is really nice. How are you guys?
It's a beautiful morning in LA. And we've always been in summer, so
Although we do have the June gloom, Nicole, as
yeah, we are in
you'll
some June
remember.
gloom.
So
Yeah,
it's a little foggy just to start things off, but it's going to be a great day. And it's so nice to see you, Olean.
I know. I'm so happy.
Yeah.
I get to look at your face for an hour. All right.
All right, students, you want to bring the cameras on? That's great. We're waiting for, let's see, we have a note taker.
What's up, Pauline?
For some reason, my recording it's coming back to me. Let me log
It's you're hearing double.
I'm like hearing the session live back to me. So let me I'm gonna come back.
Yep.
See you. Bye.
Is anyone else hearing that as
No.
well? Okay. Hi, Tina.
Hi, Tina.
Hello.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being here. Okay.
Hi, Joanne.
Hi, sorry, I was on YouTube. I forgot to.
Oh, it's all good.
Oh, that's exciting. This is great. All right, we'll just give Aline a second. Is anyone else hearing double recording? Or is everyone good? Okay,
No,
good.
I wonder if she had something else.
Going on.
Yeah, I wonder if she had earbuds in or something. I don't know.
Okay. So there always has to be a first group to go. Thank you for being that first group.
Here she is. Does that sound any better?
I'm sure it'll be fine. It was just recording the actual Zoom and playing it back to me, which was bizarre. So hopefully it doesn't do that. Maybe I was logged in twice.
Okay. Okay, good. All right. Let's go.
All right. All right. We are going to get started. Hi, everyone who's out there on YouTube, and for students and our guests. Welcome to the 2026 IxD Virtual Grad Show. My name is Luke Johnson, and the projects you see today are part of the Senior Studio class. Before we get started, I wanted to welcome IxD Program Lead Nicole Chan, who will talk about the IxD program, and welcome our guests.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Nicole Chan, and as Luke mentioned, I'm the IXD program lead. So the SMC IXD program is very unique. It's the only interaction design bachelor's program at the moment and in a community college in the United States. And so for those watching on YouTube, the IXD program welcomed its first cohort of students back in the fall of 2016. So one of just 15 bachelor's degree programs launched at California community colleges then. However, this spring, the SMC IXT program welcomed its 11th cohort, a big milestone for us. And next Tuesday, we've got 20 more IXT students that are going to graduate. So this will bring our total number of graduates to 178. So now I'm really excited to introduce our special guests today. So these are the experts who are here with us to provide some feedback insights to our seniors. So Halim and Tina, we're really grateful that you're here to spend time with us today. And would you mind introducing yourself, selves? So I'll go ahead and start with Tina.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Tina Park. I have a healthcare design consultancy in New York called Diagram. And our work is based in conducting human-centered design, patient-centered research, all in service of improving health outcomes and amplifying the voice of the patient. And my background is in design research. I've been in healthcare for about 20 years now. And we work with a variety of different clients to help bring patient-centered insights to help develop products and services for them. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Halim. Nice to see you, Nicole and Luke, again. I actually attended the media design program with Nicole and Luke, I think maybe almost 20 years ago, not really sure. But I've been at Etsy for the last 8 years, leading the brand creative team. And for those who don't know Etsy, it's a marketplace where we fuel 7 million entrepreneurs and sellers. And a lot of my role is working with our sellers and also to communicate, and to understand like what their needs are and how we can help them grow their business, but also on the flip side, to figure out like how we can bring more buyers to them as well. So a lot of, working with our research teams and our product marketing teams to fuel the marketplace.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great. So you're surrounded by art center folks here, students, for better, for worse.
So we're not joking about your network being within your cohort.
Yeah. So each spring, graduating seniors work on an individual design project for 16 weeks. The IxD Virtual Grad Show is an opportunity to share their progress with the community and receive feedback from industry experts like we have here today. Because students work individually, you'll see a variety of different types of projects and presentations, but we've also tried to group them by theme. And so our first theme is around digital health and ethical systems. So the rules of the game are students will present their work for between 5 and 7 minutes, and then the rest of the time will be for feedback from our guests. Helene, we're going to have you start with the feedback, and then there should be time for Tina to fill in anything, and then we'll switch in and out. We're going to start off with Harmony. Good luck. You're going to have fun.
Thank you, Luke. Okay. Hi, I'm Harmony, and today I'm going to share a story with you. But first, a question. How do you store your memories? We almost instinctively reach for photo albums, but the memories that move me aren't found in images. They're found in my dad's baby blue limited edition 1980 Buick Regal. This is a vessel of childhood memories for me. It's layered with crushed velvet, seats, funk music that blasted out the windows, and custom hydraulics that my spine still feels today. And some way or somewhere along the way, I wish I would have been able to capture those memories like butterflies in a jar. But photography, video, and motion capture the image of memory. These tools hold the record, but not the embodiment of memory. And so if touch carries how memory feels, what does it look like when we prioritize it for the way that we remember people after they've passed? So throughout my work, I found gaps in my own intergenerational memories. I sought out ancestry DNA and traded my data, my genetic data, for 50% off to access names, faces, and stories that impact my direct existence. And I learned I wasn't alone. For families shaped by migration and separation, memory didn't just fade away, it was ruptured. So, who else can relate to this? I surveyed 28 participants and conducted 13 interviews across 3 generations specific to the Black diaspora context. And the themes don't lie. The matriarch, the elderly woman of the family, is almost always the one that conducts the laborious work of memory. And when she's no longer here, memory no longer gets recorded. And although gathering is a principle in this community, it's stretched by time, distance, and cost. As a result, people are seeing each other at the funeral to gather and share collective memory. And lastly, 63.2% of the younger participants that I met with felt disconnected to the record of memories in their family archive. This is because context without the matriarch gets erased over time. And when I ask people, what captures the essence of the loved ones that you've had, it was almost always rooted in tactile, sound, and smell objects. But this isn't a new structure. In fact, global history has pointed us to mnemonic devices across time, such as the Lukasa memory board or the Incan Empire's Quipu, devices that store memory and data through touch and presence. So I decided to design for inheritance. Ashe is the Yoruba word for spiritual energy, but it is also a tactile memory vessel, somewhere between an urn and a smart speaker. It allows us to interact with our memories through touch and sound.
age maybe 10, 12. And we just recently moved from Ypsilanti, Michigan to California. So things were tight around the house, and my siblings, my sister was in the kitchen trying to make biscuits, but I guess it didn't turn out right. So brother was like, well, I can make some pancakes. And
Chae is built on the framework of communal memory, presence, and inheritance. It's local, family-owned, and will never face extraction. But all of this just takes me back to the Buick. This image only feels the way that it does because I know how it felt and sound. And someday, my grandchild will hold my voice with 2 hands. Thank you.
All right, Harmony, round of applause. We have 10 minutes for feedback. If Halim, you want to kick us off, and I'll keep some time in the chat just so we know how we're doing.
Yeah, thank you so much, Harmony, for sharing. It was so lovely to, hear the background and story. And I think what was really engaging about your presentation is I really loved how you set up the problem and what your observations were, and bringing forth a personal story that is very important to you, and how ASE is kind of an answer to those observations and the research that you created to learn more. I think what's most interesting, I think, about what you would about ASE is actually a lot of the storytelling elements of it and the stories that you want to attach to these tactile things. So I wonder, as this develops, if you could bring some more of that, even that video footage, I was kind of desiring more. I'm like, I want to hear more stories, and I want to hear about how it relates to those objects and why those objects have meaning. And I think showing more examples of that could be really helpful to ground it in reality. And then the other thing I was thinking about is obviously we have ancestry.com, we have all these different tools, and I wonder in the future, in addition to this being some type of connection tool to your memories, are there other things that can help amplify it? So is this does it connect to ancestry.com or other tools where you can click in a little deeper? So that could be an interesting way to think about it, but really loved how you set up the problem. And I really agree that memories, a lot of it has to do with the smells and the actual physical tactile items of things. And it's not just in your head or in photos. So bringing those two elements together is really lovely. Oh, I think you might be on mute. Oh,
Thank you, Halim. I really appreciate that. And that is also something I am wanting to explore as far as adding more objects. I currently have 3. So for the physical showcase, hopefully you'll be able to see it. But if not, then we will share it somehow with you so that you can witness that as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Tina, do you want to have anything? We have around 7 minutes of time if we need it. And don't feel like you need to use the whole thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Harmony. This is really I have a strong kind of love for narrative, and so I was really excited to hear about your setup. And I loved how some of these things that you identified in terms of the gaps and opportunity spaces with the matriarch and things like that. It was really nice to kind of hear what you found out from the research. I'm curious from that. One of the things that sounded was also a gap, and I think you alluded to this, if not, you might have said it actually outright, is just kind of that there is a string that's broken in the passing on of these stories, especially with the matriarch being lost, if that's the case. And I wonder if you have any thoughts about how do we keep that string not broken, through Ashe or through, the maybe the elements that surround it. How could you see this helping that kind of gap that exists?
Yeah, I feel like through the exploration of Ashe, I arrived to this understanding that, if we cater to technology that feels a bit more like ritual as opposed to automation all of the time, then it may just be this thread that connects others. And I think Ashe is like the physical embodiment of that. Ideally, people would be able to continuously bind memories to these trinkets and doodahs around the home. So whether these items are passed down directly to them, or maybe they just came over to visit a family member. Ashe is sitting there waiting to be, activated and shared. Part of the philosophy of Ashe is to have two-hand activation. And in this demo video, I've had to just use my two hands. But ideally, it would be one hand from each person, and they both activate it so that they can hear that memory playback.
Mm. Yeah, that's the other aspect that I was thinking about is that communal kind of with some of the examples that you provided from other cultures is really nice to have this communal aspect to it. And contribution is certainly communal, I think, and accessing is nice to think about that communal part of it. So it's really good. And then I thought that my other thought was I'm wondering, how can you push this beyond sound? And I think that touch is nice. You're touching an object, of course, like that's always a great thing. But some of the examples that you gave up on your slides, included things that you can smell, things that you can, and I think that, I guess I'm wondering, have you had a thought about how to incorporate those other aspects, like you said about your dad's, car? So much of that is about like how the seats felt, and all of those things in combination with one another is really what invokes that memory. And so, what are your thoughts about, how to create more of a whole sensorial experience?
I think a radical thought is that one day we'll be able to just like touch an object the way that it is and activate a memory. I don't know what it takes to, obtain that sort of technology, but that's what inspires me. Um, so yeah, I think it's just working towards like continuously the research that would be required. I know that, with 6G coming out and the idea of sensing networks, it's definitely plausible. So parts of the work is essentially speculative.
Harmony, we have about 2.5 minutes. Is there any questions that you have that you've been thinking about with this project that you want to pick the brain of Helene or Tina, or any other thoughts?
Something that, well, I guess if you guys would love to answer the question I opened up with, how do you guys store your memories?
I can start. It's funny. I've been journaling a lot of late. I also think that memory is. I've been doing a lot of journaling, not only for myself just to store my memories, but I've created a journal for each of my children where I'm actually documenting my memories and our shared memories, because at some point, if I'm not around or if they may remember it differently. So it's just like it depends on the person who who's remembering it, right? So writing for me has been like a big way to unload my memory. But the other thing I've been doing that was a recommendation from a friend is actually creating voice memos and actually recording like bits and pieces. I haven't done this consistently, but this goes back to my children again. But sometimes when we're just having conversations, recording it, and they're not big conversations, but they're just little, pieces here and there, just to have those for myself as well.
In the 1 minute, I can just share that I'm actually horrible at this. I love the effect of collecting memories, but I don't like the process. And I have a horrible memory, and I lament the fact that I have a horrible memory. And so the short answer is I don't, but I wish that I did. But I honestly have tried a lot of different things. I'm not as regimented as Halim is, for sure. I've tried a lot of different types of ways to do it. And honestly, I've never really found anything super successful. So, but it's certainly something that with kids and things like that, you always think like, this is probably something I should capture. And I don't.
Well, perhaps you're the target market for a Chae in the future, Tina. Big round of applause for Harmony. And Harmony, thank you for going first as well. We're going to transition to another different part of the interaction design spectrum. Joanne, are you ready to go? And Tina, you're going to take the lead for this feedback to begin.
All right. So the answer isn't always in a pill. Sometimes it's in your grocery cart. Hello guys, my name is Joan, and today I'm going to be introducing Gut Mother, a food-first guide to better gut health. So my interest in this topic started with a call to my mom. I was constantly exhausted. She suggested I try iron supplements since they had helped her too. My energy came back almost instantly. But what started with one supplement became a cabinet full of products I barely understood. And the irony is, I hate taking pills. I was searching for answers in supplements instead of food, which led me to ask, why is nutritional knowledge easier to find through pills than real food? While conducting research, I noticed that supplement aisles often had staff members placed there to help people buy pills. But in the real food section, there lacked nutritional guidance. This observation became the foundation to my project. So I realized the problem wasn't that we are lacking motivation, it's that we are lacking food guidance. Gut health is complex, and food literacy can be difficult to navigate. Wellness advice nowadays prioritizes supplements over food. So I designed a real-time grocery guide that turns gut health science into actionable food choices. But why should you care? I've prepared a short clip to emphasize the importance of gut education.
What is healthy?
Why is eating painful?
What changes do I need to do to get healthy? Why is it so hard for me to lose weight?
How do I still not know what's right for my body?
Do I have to spend $100 a month on supplements?
There's a lot of noise thrown at us. And if you just look at the gut, all this gets much easier to understand.
We really just think about our gut as a place where our food comes from.
But it turns out to be the center of a biomedical revolution.
Diseases like anxiety and depression, cancer, autism, Parkinson's are all related to the gut.
The gut is flexible. It really changes when we change the way we eat.
So, from grocery stores to social media, gut health advice often prioritizes supplements over food. In 2025, 79.4% of TikTok shop sales were health and beauty related. People are actively searching for solutions. A quote that shifted my focus from diagnosis to education came from Dr. Julia Andish. She said that the things you can do to have a healthy gut can be done without having an analysis first. So I looked at existing solutions, and I found that most apps focus on tracking, testing, calorie counting, and supplement recommendations. Very few help people understand food itself. This revealed an opportunity to create a tool centered around food literacy rather than data collection. So, meet Gut-Mother, a grocery companion app that helps users make better gut health decisions. By scanning products, users receive simple research-based insights through 3 food identities. The app also highlights culturally familiar foods to make gut health education more accessible. So I translated the research into 3 memorable food identities: gut fuel, which is prebiotic and fiber-rich foods; intestinal protector, which is foods that introduce life culture through fermented and probiotic foods; and lastly, diversity booster, which is foods that support a thriving gut ecosystem. To demonstrate how Gut-Mother works, I would like to introduce 23-year-old Stefan. So Stefan got a kidney stone infection and got prescribed antibiotics. His doctor explained to him that antibiotics affect both harmful and beneficial gut bacteria and suggested to try probiotic foods during his recovery. Stefan asked for an example and the doctor said yogurt. The problem is Stefan hates yogurt. He rarely eats dairy products. A few days later, while experiencing some stomach discomfort at work, he decided to look for alternatives. A coworker saw his pain and suggested he tries this app called Gut-Mother. Smart lady. After downloading the Gut-Mother app, Stefan searched for probiotic foods, discovered options like kimchi and miso, and at the grocery store, he scanned products to learn their benefits, compared alternatives, and made informed decisions. He also got recommendations which boosted his confidence in food decisions. So through user testing, it revealed that people need food photos, clearer explanations, and a greater source transparency. So I integrated Perplexity AI to help retrieve research from trusted sources like the International Institute of Health, Harvard Health, PubMed, and so on. And then Gut-Mother turns that into simple food-first guidance. So for the final design, the experience allows the user to scan or search foods, understand the category they belong to, learn why and how they support the gut, and discover new alternatives. Rather than encouraging restriction, the app encourages exploration, diversity, and confidence. So for my next steps, I want to further do more testing, expand on the recommendations, explore partnerships within the gut health space. So I would like to leave you with one last quote from Dr. Tim Spector. Everyone can be their own pharmacist just by picking the right foods to eat. My goal with Gut-Mother is to make gut health literacy more accessible to anyone that's interested in improving their relationship with food. Thank you so much.
All right, Joanne, nice work. We have around 9 minutes. Tina, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, thanks, Joanne. This is really comprehensive. Really, I like how much work that you put into this kind of almost an end-to-end kind of storytelling in terms of your process and also just where you landed. It seems like you really kind of put a lot of work into each element. That video is great, and the app is looking, really nicely fleshed out. I was wondering if maybe you could start by going back a little bit early in your process. Could you maybe talk a little bit more, maybe I missed it, but about how you arrived at, I know you talked about the conversation you had with your mother, but maybe a little bit more about how you arrived at, the problem area.
Yeah, so this really, it stemmed from my hate for pills. And I've just noticed that a lot of advertisement, there's a lot of noise on social media, not just social media, just online in general. There's a lot of noise around supplements. There's a lot of information that we get about not just gut health, but health in general. And most of the times it's directly into medication. And it's not enough talk about foods and what we can do, like the benefits we can get from just everyday food choices. And the pills and supplements in general are very expensive. I myself got caught up in the purchasing different things because I wanted to feel my very best and to, I don't know, reduce fatigue and not be bloated and all of these fun things that they throw out there online. So as I looked more into it and as I did research and talked to colleagues and friends, I realized that we're all kind of experiencing the same thing. And I saw a need to really create a redirection back to food and teach people that you can buy probiotic supplements, but you can also get this thing through real food without, worrying about side effects or other things that we might not know of. There's a lot of information that's not implied or talked about on the labels of these supplements as well. So yeah, that's.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, did you contemplate why that is? Why is it supplements over food?
Yeah, what I assume is money. I mean, everything comes down to money. Companies are making a lot of money selling supplements. I think that the cheapest supplements go for at least like $10 or maybe $5. I don't know, but you're spending money and you buy pills per they sell them per count, so you have a limited amount of days to finish these supplements and then you have to buy another one. And food is I know food right now is expensive too, but food is much cheaper, and there almost no, well, maybe not as similar side effects from food than it would be from supplements. A lot of supplements also are not FDA approved, something I found out during my research. A lot of them are not FDA approved, so we're taking things that we don't know what is gonna come of it later on, So it was really important for me to teach and show other people that there's a better way to do this. We are just giving money to the big guy, but we can do we can teach ourselves. We can do better for ourselves.
Yeah. So I wonder, as you're moving forward with Gut Mother, which I think is a fruitful area. I would implore you to maybe go back a little bit and talk to some more people, because I suspect you might uncover some other needs outside of profit, especially from the user side. I think ease, access, the ability to kind of not have to really think, the level of effort. There's a lot of these different things, I think, from the user perspective that, might be uncovered that will help to build Gut Mother out, even more. And as we kind of think about how so much shopping is done less in person and more online, and things start to move to, this, immediate gratification, right? Of like, I want something, I get it right away. How that might affect how you move forward going with Gut Mother. And I think that those kinds of things will help to, make it more robust and maybe kind of even more accessible to your audience.
Thank you.
Helene, we have around 3 minutes if you want to.
Okay. Yeah. First of all, I love this topic. I feel so strongly about this. I'm going through my own gut challenges, and I've spoken to a gastroenterologist. I'm going to speak to a nutritionist, like doing all of the things, and our gut is our brain. So it feels culturally really relevant, because right now the vibe is looking for quick fixes, right? Like just in general in culture, it's like whether it's a shot or a pill, rather than trying to get to the root cause of what the problem is. And I think that's what you were trying to spotlight as well. It's like people, and what Tina was saying, like, what is why are people going to the supplements, and trying to kind of like unpack that a bit more too. And like when I think about apps in general as a tool to help, I think there's an app for to see like how toxic certain products are, to understand like, you know, like whether it's like sunscreen or makeup. And it was a very popular app amongst parents because they just didn't know. So I always approach it from the lens of like, okay, how is it going to help me, and is it actually going to change my habits? And so from like just coming from someone who works a lot in marketing, just thinking about like, as you move on to the next phase of this project, thinking about like positioning it as like a tool that really helps you unpack the root cause, and how and what are the questions maybe like leading into just going into like figuring out the foods that you need to eat. Like, are there certain different buckets of like, oh, I'm going to this app because I'm like, I have chronic issues with stomach pain, or I want to get off of the supplements, like understanding your users in that way a bit more. And then I'm also curious to know if there is a point because we're all in on AI, right? Like we're asking ChatGPT, like they're kind of, they've launched like a healthcare app. So like, what is the difference between going on an AI, like an open AI or Claude to ask these questions? And like, will there ever be a point where it connects to a healthcare professional, or it recommends certain nutritionists, or do you imagine this to only stay within like the food space? So something for you to consider as well.
Yeah. Yeah. That would be a dream for sure. And as I explore partnerships, that would be great. That would be great. But in terms of AI, I have integrated Perplexity AI, but the difference between going directly to an AI and just asking all these questions is that Godmother translates all this scientific language into simple, understandable. And not only that, you get recommendation, and you can personalize this recommendation so you know what to buy next, what to put in your next shopping cart. So, yeah.
Thank you, Joanne. Sorry, we're right at time there, but big round of applause. Really nice presentation. Yooji, you're going to be next. And Halim, you'll take the lead on this one as well. These go by quickly, so really nice job, everyone. So we'll have Yooji and then Alexander to wrap things up.
Hi, I'm Yooji. My project is called The Long Walk, a storytelling experience where young adults explore emotions through interaction, not explanation. So before I get into my idea, I want you to think about a feeling. Feeling like bittersweet. It's two things at once, happy and sad. There are so many feelings like the nostalgia, homesick, relief mixed with guilt, anxious excitement. We have words for these, but only just barely. And most of the time, a feeling shows up without any name at all. And that's where a lot of young people live. They feel something, but they cannot work through it because they cannot identify. This matters most in adolescence because emotional awareness is still developing, but emotional intensity is already high. Research from the singers shows imaginative play helps children process emotions through experience, not just language. This is what my tool does, and here's the video of the introduction. Here's how it's built. You start at the home screen. The text appears on its own as you go. And you tap next to move to the next scene. And the choices show up right on the image, so it stays immersive. And there's more underneath, a dialogue and your journey and gallery. The story moves through 4 steps. You notice a whale in the sky that only you can see. You follow it through the city. You choose how to move through the journey. And in the end, you recognize it. The feeling you've been carrying all along was always inside you. So why does this work? James Cross describes emotional regulation as a process. You notice a feeling, then reframe and manage it. Rhetorics uses storytelling and journaling to guide reflection, and Depression Quest lets you experience depression by making choices. Both works at the later steps, but the long walk stays at the very first step, just noticing for young people who are only beginning to. So giving space, unloved feeling can become curiosity, then awareness, the foundation of emotional health. Testing showed a clear signal. People felt emotionally safe. The visual matched the tone. The well-rounded as a feeling. And the moment that stood out most was, I designed it around. 2 things to improve. Some wanted the option to move faster and more built up before the whale appears. I tested the experience with 2 questionnaires, before and after experience. One interesting I found was that people who rarely reflect on their emotion seemed to gain more from this. So the experience may do the most for those who don't reflect so often. The sample was small, but it's something I'd like to explore further. So that's the long walk. It doesn't explain or fix a feeling. It's just first steps into emotional awareness. Thank you.
All right, Yooji. So, Halim, you're going to start. We have around 10 minutes for feedback and questions. Nice work.
Awesome. Thank you, Yooji. Really appreciate the work and also just all the different prototypes and visualization of the tool. I just have a couple of questions actually before providing feedback. Is this more like for someone who is using this, is it more like a game, or it's sort of more like a survey? As you go through the journey, you learn something about yourself after. So I'm just trying to understand like where it fits in within like game versus like, you know, you're taking a survey about yourself to see like what it says.
It's supposed to be like a visual novel game.
Got it. And so is it like when you're entering, like when you start your journey, is it to help, like for example, like I'm a 13-year-old boy and I log into the long walk. Are there different pathways of like, oh, I want, like I don't know what emotional state I'm in, so I'm trying to understand through this journey, like, and to learn about myself. I'm just curious to know, like, what is the kind of like outcome? Is it for someone to process their feelings a bit more, or yeah, I'm just curious to know like what the outcome of the game is.
The outcome is just like developing a foundation of mental health.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering, it's something that just even like thinking about, like as a user for the game, maybe it would be, and maybe you have it somewhere, thinking about like having that at the end of like, oh, like you're going through this journey to help you potentially emotionally regulate or process, and like what is like that, what are the results of like what you've accomplished, or to learn more about yourself. That might be a helpful thing at the end, just thinking through if this is something to help adolescents or to learn more about your emotional awareness.
Yeah, the defining the goal of this product is kind of tricky because like the emotional state really depends on the people's situation and environment. So like one thing I hope like I grew up in like single parent family, and I didn't have any adult to share my emotion in the childhood. So like even though like I grew up and I read a lot of like working book like Artistry by Julian Cameron, like it kind of helpful, but at the same time like I don't have the foundation of the emotional awareness, so it's for me it's just information, not just like yeah.
Tina, did you want to build?
Yeah, I get that, and I feel like it's I wish that I could have seen a little more research to the adolescence and what type of context this appears, because the imagery is stunning. It feels ethereal. There's and it feels artistic, and I'm wondering at what moment is this most relevant for an adolescent? Is it late at night on a computer by myself when I'm stressed about homework? Is it about a museum that I'm on a school trip for? Is it about playing with my friends? I'm just that's where I'm a little bit at a loss. And so I wish I could have seen maybe a little bit more of that aspect of adolescence, of when is the right opportunity for this to come in. I heard about the mental moment for opportunity, which I agree, it's like this noticing part of it is key, but I'm just trying to figure out what is the entry point for that. And I think that it would have been great to see a bit more about that.
Yeah, thank you. That's so helpful note. I was thinking about some of entry point, but I just like I assume like nowadays almost all children have their smartphone, and it's a web-based app, so they don't need to download any app, and giving the parents don't need to give them the permission to download the app, so it's easier to access maybe.
Yes, I would.
Go ahead,
Sorry.
Tina. Sorry, go
I
ahead.
just a last thought. So I would think about just like then how do they find out? I think that there is a lot of this like emotional just trying to understand like oh gosh, the M word always escapes me, but when you're thinking about social emotional behaviors, but is just trying to figure out like, is it through school social emotional awareness? Is it through parental education, whatever it might be? I think just trying to get to those types of details just helps to flush out the idea a bit further. And so those are great ads.
Yeah, I don't have any detailed situation right now, so yeah, I have to figure out. the point.
Sorry, one other thing. I also think it could be interesting because just to get really clear on your goals of what the problem is that you're trying to solve, right? So is it to solve that, you know, a kid needs to be able to emotionally express themselves and this is a tool for them to do it? Is it that, or they don't want to feel alone? Like, what is that like kind of customer problem that you're trying to solve with this, and having that being kind of like a beat across the whole journey may be helpful as well.
The problem I'm trying to solve is make the kids less feeling alone. Like there are other people who feels like something same way, but not exactly, but it's kind of same way to feel it. So it's okay to have like these emotions.
So not feeling alone about the emotions that they're
Yeah.
feeling. Got it.
Yooji, we have about a minute and a half. Is there anything else that you wanted to ask our experts about, or any other last thoughts?
Yeah, like have you get confused with like any kind of feeling or emotions?
Have I ever felt confused about feelings or emotion myself?
Yes.
Sure. I mean, I think that happens fairly regularly for me. Like sometimes I'm trying to figure out if I'm angry about something or I'm just conflicted about something, or, you know, I think we also have a very limited vocabulary. I know that there's like a lot of work out there in terms of like a feelings wheel and all these kinds of things. I've tried to even apply it to my kid, but you know, sometimes I get out to the outer edges and I'm like, this is not a feeling. I don't understand, you know, so I think like even the words around feelings are limited. So I think it's easy to get confused about feelings.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about your project, Yuju, is like naming it is such a big part of it, right? Naming the emotions and trying to unpack and understand kind of like the why behind it. So even within like the journey that someone is going through, I think the more, and I wasn't able to like read all the words and in the prototype, but like making it really clear if like someone is clicking on that journey, explaining kind of like, oh, this is the thing and the why, maybe also really helpful for an adolescent that has like limited vocabulary. They're like, I'm mad, I'm angry, and that's pretty much it. Whereas, or happy, whereas there's so many shades to those emotions and why they may feel that way. So maybe this can be a tool to help kind of like develop that that language for adolescents. Whereas like I think adults, they do a lot of reading on it and kind of like unpacking their trauma and going to therapy. So thinking about like what makes sense for the audience and like how they receive this information versus maybe like a 35-year-old adult.
Great. Great comments, great conversation. Round of applause for Yooji. All right, Alex, last but not least, to round out our panel on digital health and ethical systems.
All right, thanks for being here. This is Nori, empowering T1D health literacy. Nori is a system using a characterized Lancet device and a storybook titled Just Like Nori, where the main character learns to trust the use of her tusk whenever her body sends signals that it is out of balance. Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease where the body mistakenly destroys its own ability to make insulin. Without insulin, sugar builds up in the blood, which can become life-threatening. T1D management, or to manage T1D, it requires checking the blood sugar at least 4 times a day using a lancet, a medical device to pierce the skin and draw a blood sample. That sample goes into a test strip where A glucometer interprets the amount of sugar in the blood. Each reading is paired with a matching insulin injection to manually do the job the pancreas can no longer perform. I'm Alexander Albao, an emergency care partner at a level 1 trauma pediatric emergency department. The last 5 years have been spent bedside with nurses and doctors in a 46-bed unit that serves the city of LA from cat bites and low pulses to chronic illnesses and newly diagnosed children. I often experience life-altering news being delivered to families in our department, and this is when health education begins. When I spoke with Dr. Nozomi, an attending doctor at the Center of Endocrinology at Children's Hospital, Los Angeles, she said our newly diagnosed patients and families go through pretty extensive education up front. Households that experience T1D must quickly adapt and adjust their lifestyle at home. Caregivers and patients must educate themselves of the disease, know what symptoms to look out for during a crisis, introduce glucose checks, insulin dosages, carb counting, diet and exercise, navigate financial awareness and social adaptation, and more. So what is health literacy? It is defined as the degree to which individuals have the ability to find, understand, and use information and services to inform health-related decisions and actions for themselves and others. 1 in 4 parents of children with chronic diseases have low health literacy, creating challenges for clinicians and parents in ensuring their child's health. This can lead to frequent emergency visits and clinic follow-ups. Devices in the market, like the Dario, feel sterile and invasive, but are more tactile and portable than ever. And there is innovation in continuous glucose monitoring. However, in America, the barrier to access is dependent on health insurance. Lastly, current storybooks don't come with a companion to aid in the education of building T1D management habits at home. Considering what I've learned, there is an opportunity for Nori to bridge the gap in the market. The Nori system brings value. Caregivers and children can understand symptoms. They begin shared experiences, ask questions together, and feel like partners in their new lifestyle. With improved health literacy, it can help reduce emergency visits and equips families at home with knowledge, experience, and responsibility. So let's transform glucose monitoring into a nurturing habit by creating an experience that empowers children to build trust through storytelling. You might be wondering why narwhal? Not only is it my favorite water creature, but they use their tusks to inform themselves, similar to routines of T1D management. Narwhals can use their tusks to check the salinity of the water, gauge temperature, and as a way to socialize amongst one another. Their tusk is a perfect symbol to a needle, which is reoccurring in managing T1D. Just like Nori is a storybook that adapts the hero's journey story arc, it follows Nori the narwhal through a day where she begins to feel symptoms of T1D and the encouragement of Mama and her friend Ruby. She trusts the use of her tusks to overcome those symptoms. It brings an educational relational approach for children and parents who are new to the diagnosis and hopes to ease the daily management of T1D. I've redesigned the Lancet to bring a friendly approach to the glucose checks at home. It's designed after Nori the narwhal from the storybook, and its tactility is encouraging ritual checking for checking glucose levels. The top compartments hold glucose strips. Nori's tusk is removable to disguise the needle before the puncture. The tail connects to the phone so the blood sample can be read digitally. And the Nori Lancet device is designed as a ritual before every glucose check. I was able to show my project to Chloe, an acute care pediatric nurse practitioner, and she said the systems help close the literacy gap. So moving forward with a $1,000 investment, I could create high fidelity wireframes for the mobile component and create packaging design for using Nori's brand identity. With $10,000, I can continue to work on Lancet specs for manufacturing, especially PLA versus eco-conscious materials, as well as high fidelity illustrations for print and publishing. And with $100,000, that would go toward testing with clinicians and educators and moving Nori to meet market compliance through FDA, CDC, and HIPAA. When I spoke with Chris, who was diagnosed at 14, he said it wasn't until my brother started reading about a frog with T1D I really started to come back to myself. It removed the weight of the diagnosis for long enough that I could accept it. So this is Nori, a lancing device and storybook system designed to empower T1D health literacy. Thank you.
All right, nice job, Alex. Tina, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. Really just adorable product design here. It's great. I think narwhals are a great metaphor for this this type of product. And thank you for walking me through the story. It's clear and really nice to kind of see it from beginning to end. Can you, I'd like to kind of talk a little bit more about, and you have so much frontline experience, it seems. I'd like to talk a little bit more about the overlap between what is the age range that you're seeing is appropriate for Nori? And what is there overlap with the average age range for a type 1 diabetes diagnosis?
Yeah, just from my experience, like I've seen as young as like 2 years old become diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. And so just from my research though, I think for males, it's like around the age, or actually no, I think it's like 14 as a cumulative age. This would be more specific to ages about 5 to 10. And I also thought about like a younger age gap between like newborn and 5 or 2 and 5. And like it would just be a different design to the book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to, in the next iteration of this or in further iterations, is hear a little bit more about what the specific problems are for those age groups. I think that I've done a lot of work in diabetes, not a lot of pediatric diabetes, so admittedly, but I know that oftentimes this diagnosis comes as a surprise, and oftentimes after what you've experienced in the ER, which is like some sort of traumatic event, right? Like something the child gets very sick, and I think that considering exactly that's probably not quite exactly the moment where you're going to read somebody a story about this situation, but exactly when in that journey, in that experience, you're imagining that this can happen, and then understanding exactly when, what the specific challenges might be. Because I think that the way you're approaching it with storytelling and a connected kind of physical object is great. And I think that just ensuring that you're addressing the kind of specific challenges that might exist for a patient and what the cognitive, like whatever it is that they're trying to overcome, just making sure that you're addressing that would be really good.
If I may, sorry, just really quick. In the storybook itself, it talks about kind of the Nori kind of goes through similar symptoms of like feeling T1D. And that's kind of related in the storybook. I could have maybe mentioned that a little bit more in my presentation.
Yeah, I think trying to just understand specifically what the challenges are, maybe not from a healthcare provider perspective of like, okay, there's just low health literacy. What I heard was low health literacy in parents, which can lead to challenges. The challenge of educating a newly diagnosed from a HCP or a healthcare professional's level. And I guess what I'm just missing is like, well, what part of it? Because type 1 diabetes is complex, as you know, right? There's a injection kind of expectation around, what you're doing, and then also a diagnostic of your blood test. So there's just a lot of different aspects to it, and then just even understanding the science behind like what's happening with insulin? What is, all those kinds of things. I just think like trying to understand exactly what the problems are and how you're tackling those, and making sure that it's clear that it's kind of like this is the group that we're talking to, because I think that the way that a 8-year-old, 9-year-old boy might react to a narwhal is definitely going to be different than, let's say, a 6-year-old girl might react to it, and vice versa. So the children's development and the way that they can manage the amounts of information they vary so greatly, even within 6 months of each other. It's nice to kind of be able to hone in on exactly who that group is. And so I think being clear about that would be really helpful.
No, it's very helpful feedback. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. I just want to start with that. I have so much respect for anyone who is trying to tackle healthcare in the healthcare space, and that you've been inspired to bring more health literacy to children. I think that's so important. And I also love the connection to narwhals and their role. I had no idea, like based on the story, all the facts about narwhals. For me, I feel like there's 3 parts. Like the story itself is like super engaging, interesting, and it makes sense for, I think, to Tina's point, potentially like a younger demographic, for children to understand, to learn, and for there to be this connection moment with their parent to go through this journey together. And then there's like the packaging aspect of it, which I think makes it less scary, right? But what I'm curious about is like what happens after. So like, and these are just some probes and for you to consider, and maybe you're already thinking about it. So I like, how does, as the person grows, like, and they're obviously going to continue to have diabetes, like what does that journey look like? Do they outgrow Nori, or like what does that experience look like for them, or are they continuing to learn without Nori involved, so as they age? So that's just something to consider, because I think part of it is like, regardless of the narwhal or the storybook, it's like it is about having more confidence in the decision making of like what you are doing to your body and like learning about it. And so having that as like a part of that customer journey experience might be interesting, where it's like this is like an introduction, but like figuring out how the customer grows along with it, and it's maybe not just for children as well.
Yeah, thank you for asking that. Yeah, I've thought about that. And yeah, I just think that this is like one tool to kind of introduce the management, where I think it just helps inform both the parent and the child to kind of feel more confident. And absolutely, I think there are, they would grow out of this, but I think it's that like initial kind of experience, maybe within that first year, where they're navigating this disease at home, where this product is truly beneficial.
Because I think as like a just Nori in general, it's just to have, it's the idea behind it is health literacy, right? Like that's probably the most important thing. And then from there, it's like targeted towards, position for children, because that's a space that is, it can be really scary. Parents are going through it for the first time. But I can imagine where it's like you have that, but then there is for someone who is experiencing it in the teenage age, like what does that look like? And beyond that as well, where it's, it's like, it's great that you have that for children, but thinking about potentially like adjacent groups as well.
Great. So big round of applause for Alexander. Nice work. So that concludes this round of feedback and presentation. So nice job, everyone. Before we let our guests go, our students are going to be transitioning very soon from academia to the real world. Tina, Halim, do you have any advice based on maybe the presentations you heard today, and or your own experiences in the professional design world that you could impart on our graduating students?
I can start. Wow, that's a lot to give advice on where to go next, but something that I'll bring in what we're talking a lot about at Etsy is just in terms of like all the work that you all are doing. Like we constantly talk about like putting on the customer hat and like what does the customer experience look like, feel like, what problem are we trying to solve, and making sure like we're solving the right types of problems. So it's something that as I evaluate work inside Etsy and all the things that we're doing, I think that can be really helpful in answering some of the questions. And then I think just the other thing is just life in general, just kind of experimenting and trying things and not being afraid to like take those chances and risks and not being so precious about it. I think that's something I learned still a lot in grad school, and I try to carry with me, where it's like you work on a thing for a really long time, you think it's the answer, but sometimes like trying different things leads you to other directions. So being open to those as well.
Yeah, it is really hard to do it. Also, I'm so far away from it. I feel like, you guys are graduating into a wholly completely different world. But given what I just know, and I think just generally having been an entrepreneur for the last I don't know, 10, 12 years, is to be entrepreneurial and in a world where there's so many digital connections and so much of this kind of trying to recreate through false means connections. I would urge you to make a human connection at all times, as much as you can. Your network now is who you'll network with in the future, and to stay in touch and to kind of just keep that humanness about it. Because with all these, the way that people are recruiting, the way that people are going through resumes, and it's not even people anymore. It's AI that's doing it. I just think that the way that you're going to move forward in the world is to just kind of bringing that humanness to it. And so, in as much as you can, as in a comfortable way that you can, when you connect with people, don't just LinkedIn them or or whatever it is, but really try to make that human connection. It's a lot of effort and a lot of work, because it takes mental energy to do that. And if you're not a natural extrovert, which I'm not, you have to kind of force yourself into uncomfortable situations. But really being able to do that and maintain that is the way I think that it's the way that Diagram gets work. I don't do RFPs or anything like that. It's just all through connections that I've made through my experience in this space. And it really does, it just perpetuates itself. And so, I've known Luke and Halim a long time when they were students in the program that I graduated from. So it's like, these kind of connections continue. And so I think it's really important to just not forget that in the world that you're graduating into.
Great advice, both of you. Thank you so much. That's great. Before we end today, I did want to thank three groups of people. And the first is a big thank you to our industry guests today. So big round of applause.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for taking time out of your day to share your expertise with these students. Speaking of which, I'd also like to give a big round of applause for the four of you. You are the first group of students to present your project virtually today. And then in 48 hours of time, you will present the same body of work, but in a physical exhibition. So you are truly interaction designers. And then our last group of people I'd like to thank are the people who are watching out there. I know that behind these students is a wonderful support group, whether it's friends, family, partner, etc. So thank you for watching today and supporting them on their IxD journey. You are part of their success. So that is it for today. Take care of yourself and each other. When we come back at 11:30, we will have our education, AI, and adaptive learning systems group. But that is it for this group. Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Congrats, everyone.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Hey y'all, you're in. I'm gonna have you turn off your cameras until about a couple minutes beforehand.
Okay.
Um, Hi everyone. I know we're gonna start here in a second. You guys are gonna do great. So try to relax and have fun. Hi, Julia.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome.
Very cool. Thank you for being here.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
That's great. And we're waiting for one more guest. There you are. How's it going? What side of the world are you on, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in Asia.
Okay. What time is it now?
2:30 in the morning.
Oh,
Wow, you won a prize. I'm not sure
you
what that is.
you win a lot of prizes for
Thank you.
sure.
I appreciate that, but unfortunately, I do this more often than I probably would like to say. This is a status quo for me.
Oh, man.
Well,
It's
thank you.
lovely to
It's
be here.
so appreciated.
No, of course, of course.
Nicole, what do you want to just get started?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, very cool. We may have a guest joining us in a second. But welcome to the 2026 IxD Virtual Grad Show. Here
Got
is
it.
our next
Yep.
guest. Hey.
Hello, sorry.
Hello. You're good. You're good. We're gonna get started with the introductions and we'll let everyone get settled. But for those of you on YouTube who are just joining us for part two, my name is Luke Johnson. The projects you'll see today are part of the senior studio class. And before we get started, I want to introduce Nicole Chan, who will talk about the IxD program and welcome our guests.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Nicole Chan. And as Luke mentioned, I'm the faculty lead of the Interaction Design program at Santa Monica College. Our program is very unique. It's the only interaction design bachelor's degree program at a community college in the United States, for at least as far as I know at the moment. For those watching on YouTube, the IxD program welcomed its first cohort in the fall of 2016, one of just 15 baccalaureate degrees launched at California community colleges. So this spring, the IxD program welcomed its 11th cohort, which is a big milestone for us. And next Tuesday, we have 20 more IxD students who are going to be graduating. And this will bring our total number of graduates to 178. So I'm really excited to introduce our special guests for today. These are industry experts who are here with us today to provide feedback and insights. So Ray and Julia, would you mind introducing yourselves? Ray, do you want to start?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here. This is my second time. I love this
Yeah.
session. And my name is Eray. I'm an interaction designer. I work at Accenture Song as a design director. And I live at 2 blocks away from Santa Monica Community College.
Julia.
Absolutely. Hi, my name is Julia Tao. I am also an interaction designer by trade, but I've worked across many industries from data to music and fashion to kind of nonprofit sector. including education technology. Currently working on a project with University of California Investments group, which is very much situated in education, but also bringing it kind of into a new hybrid space beyond traditional models. So I'm really happy to be here.
Great, and we are so excited for the both of you to be here. So just a little bit more context. Each spring, graduating seniors work on an individual design project for about 16 weeks. The IxD Virtual Grad Show is an opportunity to share their progress with the community and receive feedback from industry experts like we have here today. Because students worked individually, you'll see a variety of different types of projects and presentations. We've also tried student work around the theme, and the theme for this group is education, AI, and adaptive learning systems. So the rules of the game are students will present their work for around 5 to 7 minutes, and then the moderator will ask, I will ask one of you to lead the presentation, lead the feedback. We use a like, wish, wonder feedback. I'll put that in the chat for the rest of the time, but both of you will have time to give feedback. We're going to start with Aino, and just by happen chance, Aino and Julia got to know each other. So I'm a weekend ago, but so I'm going to have Arai, I'm going to have you lead the feedback for this one, and then Julia will fill in. But Aino, take it away.
Cool. Let me begin sharing my screen. Sound. All right. Let me know if you can see it.
Yep, we can.
All right, perfect. Let's do this. Hi, everybody. I'm Aino, and I'm here to share what the future of learning could look like with neuroadaptive AI. Growing up, I was a very big nerd, and it wasn't until my 20s that I found out I was also very neurodivergent. Growing up, I was unable to physically and mentally function in everyday school, struggling to fit in and blaming myself for it. At 16, in my junior year of high school, I switched into independent study and was finally allowed to work at my own pace. And in a year, I ended up graduating at 16 and starting college that same fall. In my first semester, I failed all my classes because I was right back in the system that didn't work for me. But somehow I didn't give up. And after changing my major 7 times, I finally found the IxD program, where now I'll be graduating as a proud neurodivergent student heading to Harvard this fall. But unfortunately, not everybody gets the same chance as I did. For neurodivergent students, the odds of graduating are barely better than a coin flip. And if we focus on students with ADHD alone, that rate drops down to 15%. So it's no surprise that right now, 89% of students are using AI for school. Because if you're already struggling, would you rather choose to fail or use AI to pass the class? The AI tools students are using only optimize for speed, task completion, and checking boxes just to get the job done. But learning neurologically requires productive struggle to build retention and apply your learning. So, what if we could build an AI system that breaks down learning barriers for ADHD college students? Meet NeuraLearn, a neuroadaptive learning system for every mind. By using a brain-computer interface, we could decode live brain signals to understand the state of a student during learning. This data could then be analyzed by our Socratic AI agent, Sage, who's trained to support students in finding their own answers rather than handing it to them. After analysis, Sage would provide real-time adjustments using Gen AI to fit the student's needs and keep them in a productive learning state. As the student interacts with the work, their engagement serves as a feedback to the support Sage provided, allowing itself to learn which methods worked best and how much support to provide in the future. For my capstone, I created a mixed reality demo in Apple Vision Pro to simulate the support offered to an ADHD student. The student's environment is overstimulating them, preventing them from focusing and getting their homework done. So, Sage offers to adjust the environment and act out the story for them. Let's go through each scene. The demo begins by introducing Sage as a central figure to help ground the student in the space. We see the student's homework, which is directly pulled from their canvas. Since our student has ADHD, they struggle with time blindness and task prioritization. So, Sage keeps track of it all and surfaces the most urgent or time-intensive assignments first. Sage breaks down their reading and reflection homework step by step, helping the student know exactly which tasks are needed to get the homework done. The student is ready to begin their assignment, but the system picks up signals that they're overstimulated. So, Sage offers to immerse the student in a focused environment while acting out the story. Our student agrees. The changes apply in real time, immersing them in a fully wrapped 360 environment. While Sage begins acting out the story, shifting colors to differentiate speakers and their emotions. This adjustment allows our student to stay fully focused and engaged through controlled visual stimulation rather than undirected noise. For testing, I aim to get a mix of perspectives from those with and without ADHD. For my testers without ADHD, the demo was reported to be extremely well received, easy to understand, and a fun, novel way to experience the kind of technology I'm proposing. My ADHD testers, though, had feedback that was completely different and even contradictory to each other. For Matt, many animations in the demo felt distracting and unnecessary, wanting less movement to minimize drift in his attention. Teresa, on the other hand, treated Sage as her body double, which some ADHD people find helpful to keeping them on task. When introducing the homework assignment, Matt reported major cognitive overload due to split view of trying to read Sage's task and the assignment at the same time. Teresa focused more on the executive support this feature demonstrated, noting how useful this system could be to keep her from going from point A to point B rather than jumping to point D. What they both kept returning to, though, was the topic of agency. Matt consistently wanted more freedom to try things before deciding when he needed help. He was very reluctant to have the system decide for him, expressing a need for agency and independence. Teresa, however, wanted Sage to make adjustments without asking her, expressing how life-changing a system could be if it caught her overwhelmed before she even knew it. My preliminary research highlights the key challenge when designing for neurodivergent people. On paper, both Matt and Teresa have ADHD, but they're completely different kinds of ADHD. They're on the different ends of the support they seek and the support that they need. Just by testing with a few people, I've already uncovered research questions I'm excited to take further into my master's at Harvard this fall. My research will be focusing on building AI technology specialized for neurodivergent people, working across neuroscience, design, engineering, and policy to bring change to the systems that have been failing us. At Harvard Charm, I'll be guided by leading AI researchers to build neuro-inclusive technologies. And to make sure my design isn't a one-brain-fits-all solution, I aim to run scientific testing across all neurodivergent groups to see if NeuraLearn can truly make a measurable difference. With NeuraLearn, we can challenge the notion of the average student and create more inclusive learning environments for all. Thank you.
All right, nice work, Aino. So, hey, Ra, you're gonna start with the feedback. I put some suggestions on how to do it, but however you want to give feedback's fine. I'm also going to keep track of time. So we have 9 minutes for both of you to give feedback, but you'll lead. Go ahead.
Yep, I remember the speed and the pace. That's what makes me anxious here. Okay, so I'll start. I loved your storytelling. Great storytelling. I understood very clearly. I was able to follow and very interested in throughout every slide, which is it's a very hard thing to do. So great job storytelling. I like your demo, and I like the fact that you were putting people into a more immersive experience, to spatially fighting against their distractions, right? And removing distractions, and that I think you said Sage was changing the environment based on their reactions. I think that was pretty smart one. I like the fact that you gathered feedback, and you it was interesting to see how you have one group of people you would think with completely different feedback, and it kind of shows how research can sometimes be surprising. I don't know if it was your expectation or not, and also kind of proves the point about you can't test with 2 people, you need to test with more people. But I do understand why you would test with 2 people in your context. That makes sense. I wish you had done one more iteration after you talked to the people, because you were like, okay, this is the ta-da moment. Now you're gonna show me the new version of it, and then you say it's gonna come later. I don't think Harvard is gonna invite me to look at your master thesis, so I'm not gonna see that. All right, thank you. I want to see it next. So I wish you did that iteration even here before going to there. And one little thing, I'm sure that you're gonna work on it. You were saying there's an assignment and the assistant was breaking down the assignment. I personally feel, I'm not an education expert at all, but I personally feel breaking down a big task into smaller tasks is already working on that task. If somebody is doing it for you, in my opinion, you are missing a big step of learning. breaking down. There was an article years ago I read. I think maybe the MIT Media Lab founder guy wrote it, maybe, I don't remember, but it was all about how PowerPoint killed education, because now we're giving very structured instructions as opposed to free-form talking, and students are trying to make sense of it. Similarly, like that, making sense of the assignment, breaking it down is part of the education. That done for you, I think it means, again, big asterisk, I don't know nothing about education. It just feels more right to me, right? And then, and I wonder if there is a version where the learning happening collectively, right? So I kind of feel this is, you put your headset, and headsets kind of like puts us outside our environments in a way. I don't know if it's the right way of saying it, but you are disconnected with people. Although it is AR, you might see people. I wonder if you also explore where learning happen with multiple people through Sage.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah,
And
what did you think?
I think, Herrera, that was all excellent feedback. First of all, I want to second his comment that I really liked your presentation, like the clarity and the narrative that you presented, and the way you took people through, us, through, and kind of brought us into the concept, I think was very, very strong. Just your personal experience is, you know, very appreciated, and just understanding that perspective and how you were personally impacted, and that is kind of like an entry point to the concept, I think was very well delivered and very well received. I really like how clear and how just well presented the concepts were. It was very, very easy to understand, and also very compelling, I would say. I think I wish that potentially there was a little bit more. I think you mentioned like a brain interface, right? That feels like, you know, little near future, mid future sci-fi, like less potentially understand, you know, how quickly or what that technology might look like, or we're making kind of some assumptions there, which is, I think, totally fine, because we're imagining about, you know, future products. But that's kind of one of those things where it's like, oh, like, what is that? What could that look like? There's a lot of implications for that, right? So I think that it's one of those things where it's like, wow, like this is, you know, potentially controversial or kind of new novel technology, right? I think there's some potential impacts for how that might, you know, just impact, like how would, you know, even using a brain interface, you know, impact regular humans or all types of humans, you know, if that makes any sense. I think I wish kind of more broadly, as Elray kind of stated, right, there was kind of one iteration of the concept that was presented, and it feels like, you know, potentially a response to, you know, how the users reacted or interacted would have been really interesting to hear, even just some contemplations about like, well, what could alternate versions of this look like, or other areas of exploration, etc. I think that was something that I was thinking about, just because it did feel really compelling inside of like the actual interface. And I think with that too, it's even some like other representations, right? Because I think aesthetically and also conceptually, it was very, very kind of aligned with this direction with was it Sage, right? Is that the right? Okay, amazing. But just different manifestations for how that might, you know, exist, or, you know, whether it's color palettes or visualizations, you know, just to kind of understand, like, this is one instance, but here are some other ways that might, you know, manifest. And I think I wonder really where and how this can go from a I think, as I already mentioned, I was thinking about this, right? So much of learning is like you had mentioned, right? It's an immersive thing, and there's a lot of back and forth, and there's I don't want to say cycles, but there's a lot of processing that happens, right? And the social aspect of learning is also very, very strong. So for myself personally, I always think about how, and this is just more of a personal note, right? How technology is and can be quite isolating. right? And I think when you're talking about, headsets and putting them on people and having them interact with, just more technology, right? I personally feel like, like my heartstrings get a little tugged because I'm just kind of like, well, I feel like my strongest influences learning wise were potentially not even my coursework, but just my friends getting me to do things that I probably shouldn't be doing, and you learn so much from the act of going through that. So the social aspect of learning, I feel like, is such an important part, which Ellery, I think, also mentions. We were thinking the same thing. So how would that, manifest first, in the kind of, just the mixed reality kind of space, which I think I mean, that's a much bigger conversation because it's obviously a challenge that entire industry is trying to figure out right now. But I think just two, right? It's if you did have that brain interface, is it about removing all distractions potentially, right? I'm not an expert in this by any stretch of imagination, but I wonder, and I'm kind of curious too, right? Like what personally, right? I just wonder what aspects of technology and kind of social interhuman behavior and that interplay could manifest in a product like yours, which is obviously already very, very compelling.
Thank you so much. Can I open it up to conversation, Luke?
Yeah, 30 seconds. So I don't know
All
if
right.
you want to respond or anything that sort of
Yes.
resonated. Go for
Yes. This project was definitely something where so many like societal and like what does the future of a classroom look like, the role of a teacher in the age of AI, things like that. And this is definitely something where I just put my stake in the ground and had to go for it. But I totally agree, and that's why I'm so excited to continue to research it, because I feel like I'm barely putting my toe in the water, the tip of my toe in the water, to this giant just future of what it looks like. So I'm definitely happy and excited that it was compelling enough to get you guys to think about it as well. And I'm excited to keep sharing about it in the future. Thank you.
Great. All right. I know. Big round of applause for I know, by the way, this is all being taped, so you have that a tremendous amount of awesome feedback to go through, because it was great. Alexander's going to be next. Julia, you'll take the lead for this one.
Awesome. So, hello everyone. This is EveryBot. It is an inexpensive, open source robot system for every middle and high school student. I'm Alexander Johnson, an interaction designer working at the intersection of physical and digital products. This project brings both together, using rapid prototyping and systems thinking to create a solution that is tactile. In high school, I competed on a FIRST robotics team and now volunteer as a student mentor for Team 4101, the Vitruvian bots. Through these experiences, I found that learning robotics for middle and high school students was challenging, where a robust robotics program was not offered in the school. Part of the reason why robotics is difficult to get into is the high cost, complex electronics, and knowing where to start. I'm not the only one who felt this way. When I looked at what students and educators were saying online, the same frustrations kept coming up. The community constantly pointed towards Arduino-based systems as the solution. They are inexpensive, beginner-friendly, and are well documented, especially from online stores like Adafruit. The community already knows what it needs. It just doesn't have the platform yet. Before we dive into the robot I made, I want to give a little background on why robotics is important for middle and high school age youth. Robotics teaches coding, mechanical thinking, and teamwork and problem-solving skills. However, it also teaches life skills like being comfortable with failing and learning from it. It teaches critical thinking and resilience, which benefit all students whether they pursue robotics and engineering or not. Now onto the robot I made, which is an inexpensive open source robot system for every middle and high school student. Meet EveryBot. The robot shown is phase 1. Its task is to play a game where it attaches itself to a game piece using magnets and deposits it inside a game goal to score points. For phase 1 of EveryBot, the printed parts and electronics cost $114, which may sound like a lot. However, compared to competitors like Vex Robotics, who charge $800 for a single robot, it's quite inexpensive. With many schools and public libraries also starting to have 3D printers, acquiring the printed components has never been easier. EveryBot centers on 3 ideas: off-the-shelf electronics, 3D printed parts, and universal connectivity. Instead of a closed kit with proprietary components, I wanted to build a foundation that anyone can build on. Every piece of hardware can be ordered from places like Amazon or Adafruit. Nothing proprietary or hard to find. 3D printing is at the heart of this. It allows students to use CAD to design components for their robot, making it easy to test new ideas quickly without spending a lot of money. Swapping out a sensor or repurposing the robot can be done within a day. The mounting system is what makes this possible. It diminishes the need for how something will connect, leaving the student only to figure out how the part will work. While the robot I've built is phase 1, it lays the groundwork for my long-term vision. The long-term vision is building a growing, open-source platform, one where the community contributes new parts, configurations, and ideas. The robot keeps evolving beyond what I could build alone. The first step I've taken in making this robot system available to every student is building a website. Here, 3D print and CAD files can be downloaded, build guides can be followed, and links to electronics can be found. If I had more time to work on this project, I would like to have created a couple more mechanisms that would change the function of the robot, showcasing more versatility. From user testing, I found a need for tiered difficulty levels of robot builds. As students learn, they can keep using the same robot platform. Lastly, I want to create video assembly guides to go alongside the written instructions, making the build process as approachable as possible for students with no prior experience. The videos would serve as a sort of mentor to guide students through the build process. This is EveryBot. Thank you.
All right, nice work. Julia, we have around 10 minutes for feedback. I'll keep that in the chat as well.
Hi. Okay, sorry. I had to get to my Zoom, the button. So I like this a lot. I did my master's thesis and touched upon a bit of robotics. So this is very close to home. This is a very long time ago, so it's exciting to kind of think about how the world has evolved since then. So I really like the concept overall. I think it's such a important area, obviously, in this day and age with AI and just advanced technology, including robotics, right, being so pervasive and increasingly so in every aspect of our lives. So having early exposure, you said for every student, right, is I think a really important part of kind of the future of learning and what future curriculum might look like. I think I also really like the kind of ease of entry when you're speaking to kind of this kind of open source kind of community aspect, off the shelf parts, easy kind of what is it, like downloadable, various assets and kind of community building. I think that's really the foundation and the kind of a pillar for something like this to really kind of build off. I've seen a lot of kind of off the shelf kits, but they feel kind of static, right? It's like you build a thing and then it runs around and that's kind of it. But this notion of being able to, interact with other people who are interested in this topic and continue building kind of on this idea and having that be kind of a dynamic kind of immersion into the space over time is, I think, such an important aspect. So I really like the community component and the kind of living. You mentioned just a website, but it feels like much more of like I was imagining something like the early days of like the Instructables type space, right? Where people can really get into each other's projects and so on and so forth with actual, sharing of assets, right? So I think that same point. I think that I wish, I wish potentially, there was, I don't want to say like examples, but, sample robots or sample, just on a more tangible level, right? And when you talk about difficulty levels, like what might that look like? Or how might somebody actually go through potentially a bit of a like an onboarding and what does their journey kind of look like through this, right? Because I think to your point, right, one of the barriers to entry for this space is that it is highly technical, right? So for someone who is more layman, like how would, if they're interested in getting into this, how would that, like their entry into this world be, right? Because it can be potentially a little bit intimidating, or like, I don't know where to start. And I think to that same point, right, the website, the community aspect of it, or the kind of reveal and the onboard to this kind of world, right, feels like it's a little bit of a leap, right, from just like, I know nothing about robotics and robots, to I'm suddenly building all of these things, right? There's some scaffolding that needs to happen. So I think a little bit of like conceptual thinking around how that might look, because I honestly feel like in some ways that's, I don't want to say the hardest part, but one of the hardest barriers to entry for somebody who is new to the space, if that makes sense. I also wish that potentially there was a little more, because it's, when you talk about every student, right, there's a huge, range of people that potentially would access this, right? Anywhere from young children to grade school to, very advanced, middle school and high school age projects or beyond, right? So what is the focus area? Obviously there's a huge opportunity space across the board, but I wonder if there was, even just from like a brand design standpoint, looking at this, right? It's like, if there was a focus, how would you speak to any specific audience or demographic? Because again, I think the human aspect of this is actually the most important part, getting people into this, comfortable with this space, with this vernacular, and rolling up their sleeves to build. And I'm going to pause there.
You're off. 6 minutes or so.
Okay. I'll try. I did really like how business ready this is. Like, I can see you getting out of the college today and tomorrow opening up, if not already, your LLC and starting to selling these pieces. Like, you thought about the printing part, you thought about all the details, and like that's interesting. So I like how you thought about that. And I liked overall the concept, although I am very not familiar in robotics, except a few Arduino experiments that I did in my interaction design masters when I did that. And it is not necessarily fully robotics, I understand that, but all the things. So I think Julia covered most of the things that I might say, but if I go through them a little bit more, I wish you also shared a few more examples of the uses, like what it does. I saw the goal, pushing something through the goal, etc. But like, what other things that can be done and exploration around it? You mentioned that you talked to a few students, and would have been nice to hear what they told you, how you applied those learnings. That's a good part of the presentation about your final solution. And I was pretty curious about those, what those kids would think about this. And then I think I'm again repeating Julia here a little bit, but you talked about the community around it. You started the whole story with the students, which is very interesting. But this is kind of an I wish, I wonder, is how all of these coming together, right? Is it becoming part of official tool of those competitions somehow, or is it becoming a training? Or how do you think about is there an academy around this? Are you meeting with these kids to play with it? So it's like because you also opened, if I recall correctly, that it is both a technical and the systems thinking about robotics. So you are aware of the system part of it, and I think that system also includes how people get around this, how people use it, in which kind of situations they use. I think that will be I feel you had some exploration, but I don't know if it really came true, right? And the wonder part is that, well, dare I say, even this morning I saw a video. A robot was serving a piece of cake to a person, and it was controlled by AI. Like, I think that's is there AI controlling this? How does it work? I don't know how much you can run local AI models on those small computers, or is it connecting somewhere? That will be a good I wonder and an expansion to this, because like AI and robotics are definitely out. I don't know much about them, but I do hear they are coming.
There is no AI in this. Currently, it's just remote controlled with a controller.
Yeah.
But to your point about competitors, I would love to be a competitor. Like, the community builds enough components for this to be a competitor that's open source. But I feel like that's pretty far off at the moment.
Yeah.
Alex, we have about 2.5 minutes. Is there anything that like struck a chord with you, surprised you, resonated with you that you want to address or ask more about?
So one thing I was curious about when designing a system for education is how do you decide like how much standardization is too much? Like there's a mounting standard, there's a standard to like connect pieces to the robot. But how much is too much when compared to like the freedom of creativity? Do you see?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, right? So that's a real answer. But if I think about Lego example, you can either go buy bulk Lego or you can buy the Star Wars ship. I'm not a Star Wars guy neither. So Lego that you follow the instructions and build. It seems to be people enjoy the both, right? And they have different applications. I guess the choice, even that is a choice, right? Do you go free form or an instruction based kind of thing? I don't know if that's what you mean by the freedom, but I guess they both have different applications. Again, genuine answer is I don't know. But if I was buying this for my daughter, I would want the both. I would want the full free form exploration part and a little bit of guided version of that to learn the basics and practice certain things. Yeah.
I think Lego is an amazing example. And I think that to me personally, and I think to echo, right, like I also don't know, but my instinct is extremely important to have standards and as much interoperability as possible. Especially when you're talking about a space where you're dealing with learners, right? Because they will absolutely need like part A3, not this one bespoke part, and the ability also. And I think this is the website community aspect of it, which I think honestly is one of the most important, most critical parts about this, right? Is that how you get people into this and staying in this and feeling safe in this, right? Which I said earlier. But the ability to also reorder parts, right? Because if I lose this one tiny part, like how do I easily access it? How is it color coded? It's one of those things. By are all wheels orange, right? Are all gears, etc. Like that standard level of standardization, I feel like when you're talking about learners and having people feel like this is a really turnkey, easy to understand, safe space to learn and play feels like a very important aspect of this.
Oh, I have one more one I wonder for you. If you can figure out a way this wouldn't hurt if you step on it in your living room, that would be great, because that's the biggest problems with Lego, right? You always step on it and it really hurts. So find out a way to make it not, steppable and not hurting the feet.
Definitely.
Great. All right. Big
Thank
round
you.
of applause for Alexander.
Yay, Alexander!
It looks like you have some clear next steps into growing your empire. Without further ado, Kaylie is our last presenter in this space. Kaylie? And Ara, you'll take the lead on this one.
All right. Oh, sorry, guys. All right, you can see my screen.
Yep.
Awesome. All right. Hi, guys. I'm Kaylie Barr. My project is called VocalEyes, an AR communication tool that helps nonverbal children communicate by connecting language directly to the objects they're already reaching for. So I've been working with children diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder for the last 3 years. And one of the most important and rewarding things we focus on is communication, starting with simple phrases like, I want this, help, more, stop. And some children are born nonverbal. Some of them are still developing speech, and some lose it due to developmental conditions. In every case, the goal is the same, giving them a reliable way to communicate before speech develops or alongside it. So what is an AAC is like the tools that they get when you are nonverbal. It is augmented alternative communication. At its simplest, it's a tablet full of picture icons. A child will tap the image and the device will speak for them. And many children, this device becomes their voice. But working with these systems, I kept seeing 3 patterns. They require significant training before a child can use them independently. The screens are overwhelming, hundreds of icons, folders, and categories. A child knows what they want, but can't always find the word fast enough. And most critically, the child has to disconnect from the moment and search for the language and then come back. For many autistic children, that break means the moment of communication is gone. So before I continue, I want to give a warning that this next clip is a clip of a distressed child during AAC training. This was posted publicly on TikTok, looking for advice from other parents.
Calm body, calm voice. Good. Calm body, calm voice. All right, now try it. Is she working?
So it wasn't that the parent failed or that the child failed, it's that the tool failed because it wasn't designed for that moment. And when that moment happens enough times, the device goes on a shelf and it stays there. 60% of AAC devices are abandoned within a year, not because families gave up, but because the design was too hard to sustain. But the child still has needs, still has thoughts, still has things it wants. So when there's no tool to express that, frustration has to go somewhere. And research links that communication failure directly to meltdowns, physical aggression, and self-harm. And the sad truth is that it's 40% to 59% of nonverbal children experiencing that. And that burden lands on family. Left unaddressed, it compounds anxiety, depression, and social isolation into adulthood. So that brought me to my question. How can communication feel more immediate, more natural, more connected to what the child is already reaching for? So my product focuses on 3 core steps: see, tap, speak. So first, the child will point the iPad towards something they see, like a toy dinosaur. The app recognizes it, freezes it, and it labels it. Next, the child taps on what they want to say. The app brings up simple options like want, play, help, stop, more. And here the child is tapping play. So play with dinosaur will speak out loud. The child is not just tapping a button, but they're creating a spoken message connected to the real object they're focused on. So for my testing, I was able to test with a nonverbal child who is still waiting to receive an AAC device. And without any instruction, he actually was immediately able to reach for the cookie on the screen. But I also learned other things from my testing. I had my first image blurred and that visual link was broken, so I had to remove it. And for that child, seeing the actual object is that mechanism of understanding. So for design decisions, it's very similar to current AAC products. It is quick to learn, but it reduces visual overload, uses a real human voice, and it works offline. Because communication shouldn't break when Wi-Fi does. So here's a clip of it working.
Help with Play-Doh.
And then for unknown objects, like this Play-Doh creature, the app might not know what it is, but it still needs to give core functions of communication instead of just a dead end. I also was able to share this with somebody who is an adult who uses an AAC device. And he said most AAC apps are overwhelming, but this one is simple and it definitely makes it faster to communicate. So simplicity is not just a feature, it's definitely a requirement. So VocalEyes, instead of asking somebody to search for the language inside of an app, VocalEyes brings language to the world they're already searching for. And then also touched on the right, I have a QR code showing like my next milestones. So like with $10,000 of support, the next phase would be like expanded object recognition, caregiver voice recording, or family testing, and then really would love to do a clinical pilot. Thank you. That's VocalEyes.
All right, nice work. We have 10 minutes for feedback.
Okay, well, first of all, a big thank you. Now I understand what that big sign is about in Douglas Park here in Santa Monica. There is like a big standing sign board with all these icons that's sick. I want like the examples that you show on the tablet, AAC tablets, that those are the same icons in the park. I assume like the kids go and point out to that about something. Now, like I had no idea about the whole thing. And I actually want to ask a question before that I say the things that I like. And well, right now I can say I love your presentation, how you set up the problem, show the examples, your solution, all of this. But I feel like I need to understand a little bit more to have a little bit more opinion on this. So how the people who needs this device, how does it mean it doesn't work, for example, if they just like point on something and say more. Like I know this from I'm trying to teach sign language to my 14-month-old daughter. Like she shows cheese and she does this, right? Like, so why it is a device versus pointing and doing a hand sign? Because is it because they are not able to do that neither, or like?
So some kids can, but they do have limited motor skills sometimes. It just depends on the child themselves.
Yeah.
But I wanted to make something that universally worked because some kids don't know ASL or some just use pointing, and something that also works for parents because some parents aren't really receptive to ASL.
Yeah.
But I also wanted it to be able to work like if you were to scan something that's like high up on a shelf and it freezes, and then you can go show your parents in another room what you're trying to talk about.
Yeah.
Having to like take their hand and point at it and then sign for more.
Okay. And then again, the use case for it to be like being able to communicate what you want to do with the person next to you, right? So that's the use case of these devices. And this is my ignorance about, I didn't know the whole
Oh, no,
thing.
you're good.
Okay, all right. So I got it. So I think I love the simplicity of your product, right? So it's like and it's how it mimics what I would think, like the example I was, can they just point? And it mimics that behavior that I thought that comes to me naturally, but not to everybody. I get that. And it's I love how you reduce the complexity on that part, right? I think one play stop help are coming from your experience. I would be curious, like I wonder if it is really the most tapped icons in the apps that are out there right now. Like is it coming just from your experience, or is it, there's some research backing those are the the core, yeah.
So you're asking if the top 5 icons like shown here are
yeah.
Those are always like the top 5 that kids learn. Play is not one, but I added that one. Like there's like custom icons per object. But want, stop, and help and more are like always the first ones, even for ASL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just so you can get your point across or ask for consent or not.
Right. And the more is probably the kid is customizing maybe the ones that are using more and all those kind of things, right? So it's like okay, great. So I took so much time with my questions, which is supposed to be the other way around, but now I understand better. So I love the concept. I love how it works. I'm not very sure about if it needs to be an iPad, or it could be a very small thing you can point and press on a button, right? And that can be physical buttons, or there can be a very small screen with 5 digital buttons on top of 2 that can be customizable. So I'm saying this also because this general tendency about keeping kids out of iPads these days, right? Can I just like hold it, point it, and then press on it and it speaks out loud, right? Or both, because if there's an iPad at home, maybe it's the dock, so it doesn't have to be a mono-purpose kind of device, but more of those. I'm curious about the implication of those. Like I think it can be very, very, very interesting. And yeah, I'll pause now. Julia, what do you think?
I actually don't know if I was supposed to, but it was on the screen, so I clicked through or scanned the QR code, and looks like you're putting a project together to build this out. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be awesome. That's next steps. So yes.
Very cool, very cool. So I really like that. I think that's a great thing. And congratulations, and hopefully that comes to fruition. It's really exciting to see. I think, as Yuri stated, I'm kind of new to this space, so for me, I don't really know a whole lot, and I really like the way that you set up kind of the overall introduction to the product. But I think I potentially wish that there was a little, like, I think that the TikTok video that you shared was compelling, but I think also just like very clearly outlining some of the things that the struggles, or just having a better understanding of the profile and the specific challenges would be really, really helpful, because I think most of the audience and forgive me too, because I see that you have like an insurance pathway and all of these things. So you're potentially very well versed in this space. But I think that for those that are not, right, who are less exposed or less familiar, having just a little bit more, and potentially I think more of emotional connection, I think could be very, very helpful. Especially when it goes straight into a product demo, and then it goes straight into, like, I think to Yuri's point, like an iPad app, which also, you know, echoing what he was speaking to about how that in this day and age is obviously very accessible and ubiquitous, but also looked at a certain way in parenting and in education kind of as a whole. So I really liked the product. I think that it's I think to your point, right, addressing a need that is very, very critical and important, and the delivery of it through, and I'm sorry for reading ahead too, but insurance pathways feels like it's the right one, right? Because I think that parents really, when going through all of these things for the first time, it's absolutely overwhelming, and there's a lot of, you know, things being sold to you from all sides and directions, and rooting this in an actual healthcare context feels like it's the right move, especially, and again, not familiar, but especially if there's the competitive products that you're kind of speaking to, right, are in the thousands of dollars and not very accessible, and not very you know, clear, right? Because I like you said in the document, it's like it's a design challenge, if that makes sense. So I really like all of those aspects. I wonder, and I think as Ray stated, right, it's like, is an iPad the right delivery method? This is obviously there's a once you get into like developing and building hardware, that becomes a whole nother thing. And I see you're proposing essentially very lightweight kind of product development deployment process. And obviously iPads exist and they are ubiquitous, and you know, there's a low barrier to entry, etc. So that obviously makes a lot of sense. But when you're talking about 2 minutes, when you're talking about this living with a child or a young person on an ongoing kind of companion to their life, right? That they use something they use every day. I wonder about kind of product design and just the overall.
But thankfully, we have a robotics person here. Guys, are you talking to each other?
That's a great point.
You built this in the robotics format, and then she's gonna give you the interaction. You guys have a business now.
But I think it's even just from a storytelling standpoint, right? Because again, to the uninitiated, which Ira and myself are, right? I think that gets into, this is not just another app, right? This is not just, because that's obviously extremely crowded space, but I think there being, you know, I wish potentially, right, from like a narrative development standpoint, there was like more upfront about how this emotional connection, right? Who this audience is, how they really, what they're currently struggling with, their pain points, which I think you touched upon a high level, but connecting it to this current state, how this product is immediately solving that need, and providing a solution, but also kind of transitioning to, and we see this as being, you know, existing for that young person in this way from an ongoing standpoint. So it feels a little bit more potentially aspirational as well, if that makes sense, which I think connects back to the emotional core of this, which is, you know, super functional and super, you know, practical and needed, but it gives people like I guess a reason to believe. And again, this is for the initiate. I'm sure that healthcare providers would see that immediate need for that. But if you're communicating to a broader audience, then I think those are some of the challenges.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great. So we are right at time. Before we go out, because our next group is coming in at 12:30, so just be mindful of that. I did want to ask our esteemed guests if they had any advice for our students who are going to be leaving academia and transitioning to the professional world. If there's anything maybe that you heard today or resonated, or just advice and experience that you've had experienced that you could pass on as these students make their transition.
I'm counting till 7. That's what they told me. Julia, you want to go first?
I'm trying to gather my thoughts. I think you're right. Why don't you go first?
Okay, I'll think as I speak, which I often do, then regret. Well, it's a tough world you are graduating to, right? And I hope this doesn't turn into a commencement speeches that I get booed, right? One of those happened recently. But it's a very from the industry. Things are everybody's confused, everybody's anxious, everybody is don't know, and all those kind of things, right? So one thing that I find very useful is constant exploration and tinkering and building and putting things out there and going to meeting people, going around and meeting people, putting yourself out there. And then if things meant to happen, not in a destiny way, but like whatever, without a destiny way, they happen to happen, right? So I would suggest keep exploring, keep building, keep putting things out there. Not saying that become a content creator of the things, but just like keep exploring, especially when building became very, very easy now. Digital stuff I'm talking about. So yeah, and I don't know. I'm anxious too. I can't tell you don't be anxious because I think everybody's anxious right now in our industry. So just I don't know, go for a walk to try to remediate that. So yeah.
I thank you for answering first. I was a little bit like, oh, how do I? Because there's so much to say, I think, and you've done this before and I haven't, so I really appreciate you kind of leading and running points on that. I think for me, it would be just super simple, right? It's like this is such a time of transition and change, and and we've been in my projects calling it just kind of unstable conditions, right? It's like the ground is shifting beneath our feet. I think and I think all three projects that we looked at today, right, do this really well. It's like the human is at the center of this and needs to be continuously there, right? That's who we're designing for. That's, who is currently inhabiting the world. And I think, whether it's product design for humans and interaction design for humans, but also just the human to human connection and between you guys, right? Like that's the community aspect, and that's really, I think, the most important thing, and almost like the compass for at this whole kind of transitional phase that we're in, is if we can keep that in mind, that's how that's how the world works, right? And hopefully we'll continue in that way. I know Luke through a very human connection. I know we met through Luke and as a very human connection. Like these are the ways in which, the world will continue. Hopefully it's the core, and it always should be.
Yeah. And reach
Wow.
out, right? Please reach out, and I'll promise to do best I can if there is something I can do.
That's awesome. I think you guys had a great panel, great discussion, and a topic I know that's very close to Nicole and I's heart as education. You guys really brought three very interesting and different perspectives to this topic. So first of all, big round of applause for our subject matter experts, whether they were waking up at 2:30 in the morning or down the street. Both of you, thank you for showing up and giving some really insightful perspective. So thank you. Second, to our students, big round of applause for you all. You did a great job. And I know presenting in such quick time is challenging. And then in 48 hours, you're going to have to turn this virtual presentation into a physical exhibition. So you are truly interaction designers. And then my last group, I just always want to give a shout out to those who've been watching online, your friends, family, partners, etc. I know these projects don't happen alone or in a vacuum, and that there's been a lot of support for all of you as you've moved through this. So for those of you who are watching online, thank you. We're gonna have to say goodbye to this group because we have our next group, Interactive and Immersive Systems, coming in 2 minutes and
Coming in hot. Yes.
Yes. So we'll see y'all soon.
Thank
and thank
you.
you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so
Good luck with the
much.
exhibition.
Thank you.
Good
Thanks,
luck.
guys.
All right.
Yeah, let's scroll into the
Let's
next.
keep it going.
I'm gonna bring in.
All right. Fernando.
Hi.
And Sammy.
Did I have to flip the background?
All right, Thang and Jenny.
Did I have to flip the background?
Your background looks good, Sammy, in terms of like I can see it. No, you're looking at something else. Okay. Yay, it's Jenny.
Getting my background set up, but
You're
there's nothing.
good.
You're good.
It's great to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, good to see you.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you. So we're waiting for Joey, yes?
Joey and Marcus. I don't know if y'all want to reach out to him real quick. These presentations are running hot and they're running back to back to back. So we're trying to keep things moving along. Nicole, if you don't mind, maybe shooting Joey an email, but we'll get started just to keep things moving, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so first of all, for those of you who are just tuning in online, my name is Luke Johnson, and welcome to the 2026 IxD Virtual Grad Show. The projects you'll see here today are part of the Senior Studio class. And before we get started, I wanted to let Nicole, our IxD program lead, talk a little bit about the program and then welcome our guests. Go for it, Nicole.
Sorry, I went into a different mode for a second. Yes, hi, I am Nicole Chan. As Luke mentioned, I'm the faculty lead for the Interaction Design program here at Santa Monica College. And our program is very unique. It's the only interaction design bachelor's program at a community college in the United States. For those watching on YouTube, the IxD program welcomed its first cohort of students back in the fall of 2016. One of 15 bachelor programs that launched in California community colleges that year. This spring, the SMC IxD program is welcoming this fall, the SMC IxD program is welcoming its 11th cohort, a big milestone for us. And next Tuesday, 20 more IxD students are going to graduate, and this will bring our program's total number of graduates to 178. So now I'm really excited to introduce our amazing guests. These are the industry experts who are here with us to provide some feedback and insights to our lovely presentations. So Jenny and Joey, if you guys wouldn't mind introducing yourselves. Jenny, do you want to start?
Sure. Hello. Thank you so much for having me back. I'm Jenny. I work at Riot. I'm a senior game producer on the League of Legends team. I think I've been a guest reviewer since 2020. So I'm really excited to be back and to see everyone's projects. It's always one of the highlights of my year, getting to hear from you all, and I'm always so impressed.
Yeah. Joey. Hi.
Hey, sorry. Should I go? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
Hey, I'm Joey. I am the creative director at Transfer, which is a company that makes virtual reality training simulations. And I am an alumni, and I sat where you guys sat 3, 4, I don't even know how long ago, but a few years ago.
I don't know either.
Yeah, this is great. Great panel. And we're really excited to have you today. So Each spring, our graduating seniors work on an individual project for 16 weeks. Goes by quick. The IxD Virtual Grad Show is an opportunity to share their progress with the community and receive feedback from these esteemed industry experts that we have here today. Because students are working individually, you're going to see a lot of different variety and different types of projects, which is always very exciting, but we try to group them by theme. And the theme for this group is interactive and immersive systems. The rules of the game are students will present from around 5 to 7 minutes, and then the rest of the time will be for feedback, and both of you should be able to have time to give feedback. Joey, you're going to go first, as Marcus is going to kick things off, and I will put some feedback rules in the chat for y'all, and then I'll keep time in the chat for y'all as well. All right, Marcus, you are up.
Thank you so much. Let me get this thing queued up. Okay. All right. How are we doing? Are we able to see my screen?
We are.
Lovely. All righty. Well, welcome to Feeling the Fastlane. Today, I'll be showing how VR's potential for embodied education can be maximized by using haptics and narrative. To demonstrate this, users step into the exciting world of Formula One and their pit crews. So, my name is Marcus. I'm a Valley Boy and interaction designer with a passion for XR and game design. I'm in the business of crafting products and experiences that touch, move, and inspire. And I've been orbiting XR for quite a long time at this point, from Gear VR and Vive demo days to projection mapping and interning at Snap Inc., building AR experiences. I've seen XR go through multiple boom-bust cycles, but the reason I still believe in it is consistent. XR is uniquely good at embodied practice. I've worked a lot of different jobs and I've worn a lot of different hats. So I've always been fascinated by how VR can let someone try on an experience before fully committing to it. And when you can rehearse that with your body and get feedback in real time, especially with haptic feedback, you can build procedural confidence faster than observation alone. So this becomes my question for this project. Where does embodied practice matter most? And how do we prove XR belongs in education? Over the past few years, I've been focusing on XR's potential beyond entertainment, especially in job training. XR training is still undervalued, even though the tech is now mature enough to make practice repeatable and meaningful, which is key here. This capstone is me taking this opportunity seriously, exploring how VR could teach time-critical skills through embodied practice and tell a compelling story. There's numerous examples on screen here, from operating rooms and construction sites, maritime wind farms, and workplace emergency scenarios. They all share the same constraint though. People need reps in environments that are expensive, risky, and inaccessible. Compared to building a full mock-up space or pulling trainees onto real job sites, a headset can offer a much cheaper way to get more reps and to train outside the workplace or trade school. So why pit crews in the first place? From the outside, pit crews stops kind of look like speed, spectacle, and pressure, but that's what makes them exciting in the first place. Now, underneath that spectacle, though, is systems. Roles, sequence, timing, and feedback. Every person has a responsibility, every action happens in order, and small mistakes affect the whole outcome. That's why pit crews are such a strong case study for this project. They let me use the emotional pull of F1 to explore something bigger, how VR can teach coordinated procedures through story, haptics, and embodied practice. And my mission here is to turn that procedural work, pit stops in this case, into something you can practice, not just observe. Instead of needing access to a track or professional training environment, the learner can begin procedural confidence through embodied practice. So this is my vision video.
Stops, hands move, seconds vanish. Through, it's not chaos. It's a language. Roles, sequence, timing, feedback. Feeling the Fastlane asks what happens when VR lets you learn that language from the inside, not by watching, by reaching, adjusting, confirming, and feeling when the action lands. At the wheel, A coaching character guides your first task. Find the right angle, feel the cue, and understand what correct feels like. Then the card moves on, because one task completed becomes next person's starting point. The tire gun becomes tool control, front wing becomes system adjustment, and electronics resets become procedural competence. And the pattern moves beyond racing to technical science and engineering spaces where repetitive practice is difficult, operating rooms, high-risk job sites, emergency teams, and even wind farms. Story gives the task meaning, haptics make it physical, and repetition helps people carry confidence into the real world. The actual VR flow follows that same rhythm. Video, interaction, building up to a recap. The videos don't just decorate the experience, they frame why this next skill matters. The interactions let the player practice. The outro reframes that why they learned is beyond the pit lane. Now, this is where the project becomes bigger than F1. The specific tasks are motorsport based, yes, but the learning patterns are much broader. Tool control can become surgical instruments training or field repair. System adjustment could apply to machine calibration or wind turbine maintenance. Procedural verification could apply to diagnostics, emergency tech checklists, or safety protocols. The content changes, but the training rhythm stays the same. Context, guided action, haptic feedback, and reflection. So what are the next steps from here? To be totally straight up, I don't expect this to be one flow and make somebody a pit crew pro. This prototype is a keystone. It's a way to prove the learning loop. Story, guided action, haptic feedback, and recap. I know you're probably tired of me saying those things, but it's important for this thing. The next step is expanding that into a VR education curriculum. Multiple roles, progressive modules, skill levels, and performance history. Through my time in the IxD program, I've explored a lot of education design, so this is something that I really want to explore very quickly. But the future for this specific is synchronized multiplayer training, where each person owns a role. Communication becomes a part of the lesson, and the debrief becomes team-based. That's where the thesis gets strongest. Not just teaching one person a procedure, but helping teams practice coordinated work together. Thank you.
All right, Marcus. So we've got around 8 minutes of feedback. I'll keep time in the chat for folks, but Joe, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, so this is awesome. This whole idea of VR training is something that I've been, that's basically been my life for the last 4 years. So I really appreciate a lot of the work you did. And so the first question we always ask is, why is this in VR? And you answer that question amazingly, right? So because it's practice, it is procedural confidence, it is, embodied practice. It's putting someone in a place that's expensive, that's rare, so that they could build muscle memory in practice. And I think that all that's really great, and that's amazing. And so I guess I had a question for you: is how much of this have you actually built in VR? Like, can I try this, or is it just sort of concept videos?
Yeah, so these are basically getting debugged live. These are a back and forth thing with the developer. We will have a playable demo at the exhibition showcase on Thursday,
Cool. I'll be
along
there.
with a projection map experience, so you're not kind of staring at someone flail around. So that's something I'm really excited for. This is something that is in production, but a couple days of debug, you know how it goes, end of the semester.
No, that's amazing. I'll be there on Thursday, so I'm really looking to try it. So, one thing I want you to think about is the idea between training and assessment, right? So training, you could do something where you show them how to do the thing, right? Like this is how you change the wheel. And then you could also, once they know how to do it, then you can get into assessment where you can time them, see how long it takes, and put them in different scenarios. Hey, what happens if the wheel is off, or if the gun jams, or things like that? And then you could put them in different scenarios where they go. And so those are two different things, because in training you sort of walk them step by step. There's a coach that maybe you could use different feedback methods, like, hey, this is where you put the gun, this is what you do next. And that way you build muscle memory initially. And then in practice or assessment, you could put them in different scenarios. And I think that could be really interesting.
Absolutely.
One other thing I could wonder about is consequence, right? And so one thing that we found from a lot of research is that the most effective thing for VR training is user choice and having consequences for wrong choices. Because what that does when a user makes a mistake in VR, what it does is it takes semantic memory or semantic learning, something that you need to know, and makes it an episodic memory. Oh, I screwed that up, and so now I remember why. And so that's a really, really effective thing that when it comes to VR training, and I think you should really lean on that here. And so, like, you know, you screw up something, maybe you don't pull it out in time, and the whole car explodes because you pull it out. Maybe there's oil there, and then something like that, or the wheel falls off. And so, really using the immersiveness of VR to create sort of a visceral consequence to a mistake you make is probably one of the most powerful learning things that you can do in VR. Another thing to think about is physical tools, right? And so what the Apple Vision Pro does now with XR, with the, what is it, mixed reality toolkit, whatever their thing is, it allows you to scan a real world object and then have that tracked in VR, and then you could add stuff to it. So you can do things like make paper mock-ups of a drill or 3D printed drill, maybe 3D print a wheel, and now you're talking about like this really amazing mixed reality experience where you have the physical feedback and that's also another really powerful use of mixed reality. So yeah, really cool. I'd love to try this on Thursday. So I hope you can get it up and working.
Yeah, thank you so much for the feedback. That was incredible. You kind of blew my mind there. I'm very excited to keep going down this route.
Jenny, go for it. 5 minutes.
Wonderful. Yes. So I do not have a lot of VR, XR exposure, either as professionally or as a game player myself. So I will have a different perspective than Joey, but what I really liked was hearing why XR for you right away, since I don't have that familiarity. I'm like, okay, why? So that helped prime me for the rest of the presentation for something I was not as familiar with. But it did also make me wonder how you determined tech maturity. So I don't know if that would be the best thing to spend time on in this presentation, but I was wondering that as someone who doesn't have that familiarity. The last time I personally tried VR, it made me super motion sick. So I'm like, oh, what's changed since then that you're like, this is a better tool now? And you joked about repeating it a lot with the haptic feedback. But I did like that point of repetition. If I think about the ways that I learn and the way that people around me learn, it's usually not by like listening to a lecture and taking notes. That helps, but I really learn it once I actually do it. And so that it just makes intuitive sense to me as an educational tool for a lower consequence way to actually try the actions. But like Joey said, that reinforcement of what those consequences would be in a safe, low pressure where like nobody actually gets hurt way would be really, really valuable. And my last note, I do wish in the slide deck there was a little more of the actual demo, because it did feel more like concept. But hearing that you are planning on doing the demo in person, like, okay, maybe that would shore up the end of it. But if this is my only exposure, I like the idea, so I want to actually see a little bit more of it.
Of course. Thank you so much, Jenny. Really, really good feedback.
Marcus, we have 3 minutes. So is there anything that sort of like stood out to you? Anything that you want to follow up on? We have the time.
Just regarding feedback or just in general with the project?
Some of the feedback you heard, is there anything that you want to respond to or follow up with or anything?
Yeah. I'll work backwards. So Jenny, definitely, like, I really appreciate you talking about the haptic and how it resonated for you. I'm very much the same. I did a lot of blue collar jobs before I kind of found my way back to school. So like I very much had to be like in the physical space to do the thing. So it was really fun trying haptic gloves for this particular project. So actually feeling a physical feedback and confirmation of the actions was really exciting about this project. Plenty to learn, but like I'm happy that that resonated with you. And also Joey, I found it really interesting you bringing up the mixed reality concept, particularly about scanning the physical object. I've been 3D printing a whole bunch of stuff lately, so it's been really interesting seeing how I can bring mixed reality into things, especially since I've worked doing internship at Snapchat, and having that first exposure with that kind of tech was very exciting, but I hadn't really revisited it since then. So this is something that I'm very interested in, like looking deeper into, especially with regards to education and VR.
Yeah, I mean, if you do 3D printing, man, like 3D print a drill around a controller, right? And then that way, like, you know, you can have all that haptic feedback. And then, like, it's really one of the most effective things. And Jenny had mentioned something about motion sickness. When you're in mixed reality, there's far less motion sickness because you're not sort of embedded in that full thing. And, you know, you could do some really cool stuff with, like, you know, put a wheel out there. And so, like, you know, it makes the training a lot more physical and real. And then you can add enhancements, either instruction or scenarios or on that stuff in the VR headset. So, like, that's a really powerful use of mixed reality.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I like that there's another evangelist for this technology when it feels like there's a little bit of a lull, but it always feels like there's something happening during that, you know, which keeps me around. It's very exciting.
We select our guest on purpose, and we'll see that a little bit later on with a few of you as well. So big round of applause for Marcus. Nice job, Marcus. Chang,
Hi.
you'll go next, Jenny?
Yes.
We'll take the lead.
I'm hearing duplicate sound. Anybody else?
Yes.
Is that me?
I think it might be you.
Oh.
You have it somewhere else?
Is it better now?
Nope.
Oh, maybe is my give me 1 second.
So it doesn't happen when you speak. It happens when we speak.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Maybe is I put like higher performance. Give me.
Maybe you could just mute it while we give feedback.
Is it better now?
Yes.
It is.
Perfect.
That's a first, though.
Thank you.
So congratulations. Good job.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thanks for fixing that.
Hi. You guys see my full screen? Hi. My name is Tang, and I am a digital designer. And as designer, we are trained to understand other people, of what they feel, what they need, and how to help them express themselves through design. Somewhere along the way, I realized I had stopped asking the same question about myself of what do I feel, what would I create if I design for me? So I did what designers do. I asked myself a question, what would my emotion look like if I could see them? And Recto Verso perhaps is my answer. It's an interactive art installation that translates brainwave activity into real-time visual, allow you to witness a reflection of your inner experience as it happened. At the center of the installation is a Muse to EEG headband. If EEG news to you, think of it as a microphone for brain. Your brain is constantly producing electrical activities. When your emotional state change, those patterns change too. And emotion and brainwave activity have two-way relationships. Feelings such as grief, comfort, tension, or reflection leave subtle traces in the brain, creating a distinct pattern of neuron activities. And for this installation, I use music as a doorway to introduce those emotions. So the EEG isn't listening to your song, it's listening to your response. Then the visual emerge from those changing patterns, transform an interactive experience into the visual. And my intention for the UI was to remove the keyboard, the mouse, and use a hand to control. I want the body itself to become the interface. Now let's try a quick demo with me. First, we have to put on the headband. And the song I choose is Em Đau, which is translated from a Vietnamese as I'm hurting. It's a song about understanding and living with grief. So the visual aren't here to show that the pain. They are here to sit with it, to soften it. In this visualization, the beta brainwave appear as a purple, represent a moment of active thought and mental activities, while alpha brainwave emerge as a blue tone, often associated with calmness and reflection. At this signal shift and blend together, the visual move between tension and stillness is create a portrait of what's happening beneath the surface. So the visual aren't illustrating the song, They are responding to what's happening inside you as you listen. And that is one of the experience. But as I continue building the project, I keep wondering what would happen if all 5 brainwave channels could contribute at the same time. And that is where the stream diffusion coming from. It's a real-time AI image generation system driven by a brain activity, create an imagery that involve alongside with your inner experience. So instead of translate into brainwave into color and emotion, it generates entirely every image in real time. So every frame is a create live, nothing is pre-recorded, and nothing is repeated. So, and what's really interests me is that like whether the AI can accurately represent an emotion. And what really excited me is just not about like this our installation today, but where it could go. So imagine like you in a meditation room that transform from each visitor for the Muse 2 headband. Each of them had its own Muse 2. It will create an immersive experience or a space where a stage environment that respond to a performance in real time, or just a space to experience those emotions that are difficult to put into word, like grief, healing, rest, or just simply sitting with a feeling before it has a name. My project doesn't know what you're feeling. It doesn't try to define your emotion. It simply listens to a signal. And from that signal, something new is created. And that is what Recto Verso is, the space between what's happening inside us and what appear outside. Both sides are real, but we just don't always get to see them at the same time. Thank you.
All right, nice work. We have 10 minutes for feedback. Jenny, if you don't mind kicking us off.
Absolutely. By the way, if you see me looking down, I'm taking notes. So for my first thought was just like, oh, that's really cool. I really like that. I really like the bounds of not defining, like merely mirroring the emotion. I like having those bounds defined up front. And I would wonder how different visuals would be from person to person. That would be something I'd be really curious to see, just like how different people are responding to the same songs. Are the brainwaves typically quite similar? Are there some outliers, or is everybody pretty different? My main wish was, I wish I knew more about the AI part of it. Like, how are you training it? What model are you using? How is it coming up with these visuals? Like, did you vibe code this, or is this something you invested a lot of personal time in? I would be particularly, interested in knowing more about that before I use something like this myself. Like, what is the AI ultimately going to do with my brainwaves once it has those? Now, like you said, it's not actually extracting your thoughts and writing them down or something like that, but I would still want to know more about the AI and what the long-term storage of that would be. Do you expect the model to evolve over the course of an exhibition? Because that is both a risk and like a really cool potential to see, like, here's what it looked like when, I'm imagining like a long-term installation. Here's what it looked like at the end of April after a bunch of people tried it versus how May looked, whatever.
Yeah.
But I think this is cool, and I like it as an experiential art piece very much.
Thank you. Should I answer, or should we moving on with the?
Yeah, you can answer if you want.
Please.
Yeah,
Thanks.
so to answer the pipeline of the AI, I use like a local AI model as a stream diffusion from Touch Designer. So I feed each prompt from the first demo of the second demo that I did, like each prompt like for one brainwave signal. So just say if you're relaxing, then the flowers appear, and then when you happy, or when you like unfocused, then like the more like an echo, like how to say, like a neuron system appear. So each of the system, each of the brainwave has its own signal, and when I sing it to Touch Designer, it's kind of spreading out each data. So that's why it has like a lot of like constantly like images like feeding with the music.
Cool. So you pre-identified to the AI, like a set number of emotions and a set range of brainwaves associated with that emotion, and then told it, yeah, like
Yes,
if
yeah,
they're
because
within this range, this would be flower-like. Cool.
yes, because the challenge with the Muse headband was that like it's not accurate enough. So I think that's why I have to go each of I have to go on feed with music and then kind of make it the brainwave more chaotic. With that way is create like a wave of it. Yeah, but I will have this on installation too. As part of the second question that you asked, each person gonna have like I believe each person gonna have its own kind of wave because I tried it on like my friend or my sister and like everyone has like kind of a different input. Like I have a lot of purple, but then my sister have a lot of like blue. So it's very interesting to see
Cool.
each person have like a different response to the song.
Yeah, that's very cool. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is very cool. I love the creativity. I like how you're just making sort of like an art piece. I think, a lot of the times we always start with like, why are you making this? What's the problem? What's the problem you're solving? But like maybe not everything has to solve a problem. Maybe something could just be beautiful art, and I appreciate that. I would also say that, yeah, like the presentation was also beautiful, like the graphics, the way you composed everything. You're a very talented graphic designer, and that shows in the deck. Um, what I would say is I wish that you had maybe more info about the brainwaves and how you sort of translated them, and especially with how it connected to the AI visuals, because I think the biggest thing that I found with working with AI is context, right? What context do you feed it so that it takes the brainwaves and go and creates the visuals you did? And so like how I think I would have been more I would have been very interested in that process of like, okay, like I see those 5 different waves I think that you have. Like what did you prompt AI to make that interpretation? Because like with any algorithm, it's all about the people who write it. And so like I would have been very interested in your process of like how you trained the AI to produce something, really interesting in
Yeah.
what you did. I would yeah, go ahead.
I was very struggling with it at first, and then I think that like because the brainwave that usually we have is very slow, so that's why for the stream diffusion in Touch Designer we have something called like seed. So every time we crank up the seed, just say I sing with the song. So every time the bass going up, I sing with it. So that's why the images go very fast with like each of it. And like I mentioned with Jenny, that like each brainwave I put like a different input for the prompt. So to say when you happier, then the output of the data will go really high and the other prompt will like kind of disappear. So it really depend on like how you feeling at that depend on how you feel. I don't know if that really answer your question.
No, yeah, it's very interesting. So like what I got from that is that you actually like made this and tested it, right?
Yes, I made it and tested, and I tested a couple of people too.
So that's really interesting, and I think I would have loved to see something from those user tests, right? I think, your deck was so polished and so slick that it kind of feels like, hey, did he just like AI generate everything? Like how much of this project was actually, used in it? And so like it would have been interesting for, to hear about like, okay, I put it on different people and these are the different outputs I got. And then from there sort of, you know, began to understand like how this thing works. And so, I think that was sort of my next wonder. I was like, if I tried this, would I sort of feel some sort of personal connection to something that I created with my brainwaves? And I think that's something that you should do with, the question you should ask when as you sort of um, user test this, because I think there is something very personal about your art, right? And so like, does this rise to that level? Like, does this rise to the level of you create, like, do I feel like I've created that thing, or am I just watching sort of brainwaves with no, I don't know, connection? Because I think that's what you're really trying to do here is to like make that connection between your feelings and the visuals, right? And I think I would have been very interested to see like how much of a personal connection people felt with the output based on their user testing.
I think that's a great test that I think I will do in the exhibition this Thursday. I think that's such a great question. Thank you.
We have around 3 minutes. Tang, is there anything else that like you want to address, that you want to talk about, that you're curious about learning more? You can also say I'm good. It's whatever.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm very happy with what I made, and I'm very I really appreciate that everyone really enjoyed So I don't think I have any more questions.
Okay, all right. Well, big round of applause for you. Nice work. Sammy, you're next. We're gonna break a little bit tradition here. And Jenny, I'm gonna ask you to lead again. And part of it is because of Sammy's project, and we talked about sort of special guests for special folks. So that, and then Joey, you'll lead the last one for Fernando. But Sammy, you've got a game that you want to share.
Okay, I don't know. It gave me a password to share audio. Let's see. Give me 1 second, sorry.
You're good. We saw your video. We saw that. Well, we saw the screen just as an FYI. There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. I'm Sammy Schreier, and this is Life Flashes By, a video game designed by combining the DualSense controller with empathetic storytelling. Video games have come a long way from what limitations we once had. Technology has advanced, and the DualSense controller is a byproduct of that. It's capable of various haptic feedback, directional audio, and adaptive triggers that push the boundaries of immersion to its players. Games are a strong way in, by the default, they push for interactive storytelling. I myself, who is a huge gaming nerd, fell in love and connected with games because of their stories. I like to think back to my experience playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth for the first time. There's a story segment where the main character, Cloud, is injured crawling through his burning hometown. Fueled by revenge, he starts heading towards the perpetrator, and the player starts pulling the triggers and inching closer and closer to him. And the buttons get harder and harder to press. And as Cloud gets near the villain, the tension between his injured body and his anger can be felt through the controller as he gives one final push to reach him. Moments like these are what video games are best at, connecting the player decisions through a physical and emotional connection that creates interactive empathy. This, however, is only one of a few examples that I can give of the controller being utilized this way. A majority of the use case of the DualSense controller are gimmicky. They range from a rumble walking on a texture or tension when firing a weapon. Studios are not utilizing the capabilities of the controller in storytelling, and the DualSense controller has the potential to become a tool that pushes emotional immersion, which I believe is what's the strongest point when playing video games. And that leaves us to Life Flashes By. It's a video game focused on storytelling, a very empathetic story with the DualSense controller. And here's a small preview. The game follows Lou, a 15-year-old celebrating her birthday, but caught in a struggle between conflicting family traditions and expectations. When her abuelita gives her an old Polaroid camera, Lou discovers after taking a photo that she can see a glimpse of the future. However, in this future, she sees herself crying during her own party. Threatened by her very near misery, Lou visits the guests around her party and takes photos with them to get more clues on the upcoming future and reveal what's in store for all of them. Lou is a very expressive kid. She has a wide range of thoughts and emotions, but keeps it all bottled up to protect herself. The controller acts as a key to her internalized feelings, letting you connect with her headspace. She takes photos with families and friends. You can cycle through poses trying to match the conversation beforehand, with every pose leading to a different result. To confirm your choice, you can press and feel the tension in the adaptive triggers, just like when Lou feels tension when her aunt complains about her not being able to speak Spanish. Her thoughts need an outlet from her mind. When her mom reassures her that she is worthy enough to be part of the family, Lou internally thinks otherwise, which you can hear be spoken out loud through the controller.
It sure doesn't feel that way sometimes. It feels like I have to be one or the other.
Lastly, she encounters her crush Amora, a small love that she doesn't want to admit out loud, but inside her heart beats fast. You can feel the controller rumble when Lou's heart skips a beat. By combining the DualSense controller's features and story beats, the game and the physical world are connected more closely. So currently this game exists as a demo that I'm going to have in my exhibition. The script is all planned out and development is pushing forward. To take it to full release, I have plans to take it to a Kickstarter with a $5,000 budget goal in mind to hire additional developers and artists, and the timeline should take about 2 to 3 more months of development. This is a story I wanted to tell as I believe in very powerful storytelling and the capability of video games. Mirroring an experience I had in my life growing up, I wanted players to find a way to connect to my story in an interactive way. Thank you.
All right, Sammy. And it's nice to see this presentation, how far it's come along. Really nice work. We have around 10 or so minutes, so we've got time. Jenny, take us off.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I think the reason why you want to be the lead on this one is because I have gotten stuck on ludonarrative resonance or dissonance in the past. And so I was really excited to see, I don't even know if ludonarrative resonance is the right term, but I hear dissonance all the time. Anyway, I was really excited to see that. I do think it's underutilized in games. I agree. Although I like a rumble. I don't know if that's a given, but I think I really liked hearing your how inspiring Final Fantasy VII to you was in that moment. I also think about in Metal Gear Solid 1 or 2, where you had to unplug the controller and plug it into a different slot, or your opponent would like read your moves. I think that sort of lateral out of the box thinking is really, really cool and is something that's really special to games and unique to games as a medium. And I am excited to hear more people try and take advantage of that. I also really liked the visuals. I thought they were really charming. I liked hearing about your future plans and seeing your demo. This is a very project manager focused, I wish, but I wonder how you estimated your timeline and budget needs. And I would have liked to hear those things. That might not be as fun in a pitch deck, but if you mention having Kickstarter plans and a specific budget, immediately my mind goes to, oh, how did you estimate that? How did you determine that? Like how big of a staff do you think you can have for $5,000? What are your secrets? I want that. So I got very excited both hearing about the game itself and then very curious about your future plans. Yeah, I'll pause there for a sec since we have time. Is there anything you wanted to respond to?
Yeah, I can answer a few of those questions. So I was the dev behind it all. I hired a few contractors to do all the arts and assets, also voice acting. So most of the budget would be going towards that and maybe hiring a developer too, or at least one more, since this was a pretty quick time span to get it to where it is right now.
Cool. And so you think, like, based on your past velocity, that's how you came up with the estimate of the next couple months?
Pretty much. It's just me, so the money wouldn't really go to me. It would just really go to the game and its quality.
Yeah, it is easier when you have one developer, it is easier to estimate. That's great. I'm also excited to hear, I think AI has a lot of good places in games, but in a games like yours, specifically where you're talking about a very personal story and the emotional connection, I'm glad to hear that it's human-made assets and human-made voice acting. I think that is important to make this feel like authentic and special. So I like hearing that choice that you made. There are other games where like Gen AI assets might be totally fine, but I think that would undercut some of the specialness and personalness.
I agree. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. So I really like how you sort of look at it from the DualSense controller. I remember playing Astrobots, and I think that game more than anything, like they made to showcase a lot of the features of so the sort of underutilized features of the Sense controller. And I think, most games don't actually like utilize a lot of what that controller can do. I just remember in the walkie-talkie in Last of Us was coming from the controller, and so it sounded more like a walkie-talkie. And there's a lot of really creative things that are sort of underutilized with like what is essentially a very expensive controller, right? And like, so I like how you had like the haptic feedback and how it pushed back. So I think for my wish, I wish you had sort of given more comprehensive list of some of those maybe underutilized features of the DualSense controller for people who may not be quite as familiar with it, right? Because you have like slide controllers and things like that. And then from there, once you sort of have that list of like, hey, these are all the possibilities, maybe you could begin to map that to different creative gameplay or different emotions as you did it. And then from there, you sort of have a toolkit of different things that you can do with this controller to sort of, and how they translate to gameplay to gameplay. Because I think it's a really interesting idea. And I think, yeah, like it's really cool how you sort of identified sort of an underutilized asset for a PS5 controller, which everyone has, you know, and like I think that that's the strength of your game. So you could really like push into that technically. And so that makes me wonder, like, what other creative uses could you have for this controller, right? Like you have a slide, you can move things, and like, you know, what other interesting gameplay mechanics that would serve your narrative could you do? And I think that could be really fun because if you give people like novel mechanics for, you know, for that sense control, and you really lean into that, that could sort of be your differentiator out of, you know, versus like other casual first-person shooter games. So I really like how you sort of identified and built things out of the opportunities from an underutilized like tool set from the controller.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Kind of like to piggyback off of that, I'm getting nerdy about this. The DualSense controller, there's a lot of things to do, but I found out through making the game that a lot of things are hard locked or hardwired out unless you have a PS5 dev kit, which I guess this goes to future plans too, to maybe potentially take it into the with the dev kit. Yeah, just wanted to shout out to that.
No, totally. That makes a lot of sense. That I think, you know, if you're gonna make this game built around a DualSense controller, you know, like it, you know, it would be great if you could find a way to access all the toys. You know, I feel that way with my Apple Vision Pro. Like I can't get the camera feed, I can't get a lot of the stuff, you know, as sort of an indie developer. But yeah, very cool. I appreciate sort of how you started with the DualSense controller and built from there.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
May I piggyback a little off of that?
Sure.
Joey is so right about like having a list of the potential of what the controller could do. It reminded me that there's a microphone function. And like that could be fun to try and put in the game. As you mentioned about not being able to speak Spanish. Like I don't speak Spanish very well either. So if somebody tried to get me to poorly speak Spanish into a mic, that would be, you know, I think that would tie in and be a really empathetic experience. What you said about not having access to a dev kit also highlights to me another potential opportunity, which is perhaps we're seeing such underutilization because indie developers don't have access to something like that. And so if you wanted a really big scope project, trying to make that more broadly accessible to indie developers could be a really exciting future thing. And that goes beyond just your game, but to seeing other people get to do the same and tell their stories more fully.
Thank you. That is a really great point. Thank you.
Sammy, we've got 3 minutes, so use it or lose it. Do you any other questions, any other thoughts, anything that you're curious about, or are you good?
Conveniently, I do have questions.
There we go. I set you up.
So I do have a list of questions. I guess just to summarize what I'm interested in is why aren't these big studios who have dev kits, who have these resources, aren't utilizing this technology in a certain way with video games? Or how can you see any barriers if being in the industry?
For me,
For Jenny, sorry.
Yeah, I work on League of Legends, which is a PC game. While there are some Riot games that are available on PlayStation, for my experience personally, I have never done a lick of PlayStation development. So I have no idea. Unfortunately, we don't have Rumble keyboards, or maybe fortunately.
That's fair. I guess just more from like an indie game standpoint. A lot of my questions were answered in what I could do more with the DualSense controller itself. But what barriers do you see in this industry that can cause the DualSense controller to be underutilized?
I think the dev kit access that you called out really stands out to me. It could also be just like general education and familiarity. If you haven't played Astrobot and seen just what like a PlayStation first party studio can do with that, you might not even be aware of what you're missing out on. Joey, if you have any answers to either of these questions, please just hop in. as
So
well.
I don't, right? Like I don't work in games like you do, but what I could suggest, Sammy, is like you take this and try to reach out to people who work on Sony games, and like really like these are really interesting and important questions for you. And so like now that you sort of have this game and like this proposal, like people like talking to students and like sharing interesting problems, especially for people who are going deep into that. And so like find out someone who designed something for Astrobot. I'm sure they'd love to talk about like how they utilize the game sense controller, right? And just like don't be afraid to put yourself out there and ask these questions because yeah, I don't have the answers to it, and
Yeah.
Jenny's like having not the PlayStation, right? Probably doesn't, but this could be an opening for you to get real answers with people who are, doing this type of work.
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. If I were to get if someone were to pop up on LinkedIn and ask me a question like this, I don't know the answer, but that's the sort of question I like getting. You get a lot of like generic, like, how do I break into the industry? And it's like, well, what do you want to do? That's a meaty answer. But if somebody pops up with a really specific, like, hey, I'm looking into DualSense controllers. Do you know anything about that? My answer is probably going to be no, but I have a couple coworkers who do. Let me see if they'd be willing to give you their email. People, like Joey said, people like talking about problems that they're interested in. You certainly don't need to already be in the industry to be able to ask thoughtful questions like that. That's a piece of advice for anybody in the room real quick is like, just reach out to people, just do it with specific things rather than the general, like, how can I work at your company? That's a much harder question to answer versus like, do you have experience with the DualSense? What do you think about the microphone?
I think that's great advice. And again, Sammy, you've done the hard work, right? So now you have something that you can point to and share and start a conversation. So big round of applause for Sammy. Nice work. Reminds me a little bit, Joey, of your own work a few years back. Fernando, take us home.
Hello. Thank you, Jenny, and thank you, Joey, for being here. Today, I'd like to introduce you to Dimo, a web companion for Blender learners who want to understand how to model and not just follow along.
Real quick, are we supposed to be seeing something now?
Yes.
All I see is a white screen. Is it just me?
No, it was just a completely blank white screen, Fernando.
You're a hero for saying something, Joey.
I thought something was gonna happen.
It was
I would have paused you eventually. I'm not gonna let you.
You've got food
Good
on
job,
your
Joey. You got Fernando's back.
Thank you,
I've
Joey.
been there.
Oh my God.
You got this, Fernando.
This will happen for the rest of your career, by the way.
Yeah, it's totally true. It never fails to make my heart beat faster, though, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, I'm feeling it.
Although I did go through a whole class once online and nobody told me they couldn't see my deck till the end.
whole class.
I was like, it was like, it was just a short little lecture. It was maybe like 20 minutes, but I was like, dude, help me out. Here we go. We're in.
Yeah, we see Dimo. Thank you.
Yes, it's okay. Thank you, guys.
Right.
Appreciate it. So yeah, this is a web companion for Blender learners who want to understand how to model and not just follow along. I'm Fernando, a product designer and a 3D hobbyist. I've been learning Blender, a free open source modeling tool, for the past 4 years as a creative outlet. Throughout the years, I've been creating abstract art, robots, and products in Blender, and one of my favorite things is getting to share my work with others. But I'm always hearing this commonality with what they say. They always ask me, what did I use to create these art pieces? And I tell them Blender, and they respond back with, oh, I tried Blender once. It was too hard. I gave up. And I've been hearing it for some time, and so I did a little bit of research, and I heard that there was a lot of people that felt the same way. About 85% of people who download Blender quit in their first few attempts. This amounts to around 1.7 million users who have opened Blender and have never returned. So where are people going to learn Blender? And no surprise, majority of them go to YouTube. It has hundreds of thousands of videos, and it's free and accessible to anyone. And it does its job of introducing people to Blender and to get started. But when a user finds themselves doing a tutorial, there is a consistent sentiment at the end of a video. They feel like they've invested hours into Blender, but at the end feel like they can't remember anything. And why is that? It's because the issue is within that a time frame of 10 to 20 minutes, a beginner gets thrown into a dozen of complex systems at once. And every one of these play a crucial part in building an understanding of Blender's toolset. Video tutorials aren't necessarily useless. They're generally good at introducing Blender, but when it comes to mastery, there are gaps. The first gap being density. Within 10 minutes, so many systems can be introduced that it induces cognitive load. Second is mimicking. All a beginner can do is really copy along and follow what the expert is doing, but this gives a false sense of learning. Take out the video and they wouldn't know how to start. And third is structure. So much is being provided and not enough structure is being provided to the user to hold on to whatever they're being introduced. This affects their working memory. So I built Dimo to tackle these gaps. It's a web companion for Blender learners who want to understand how to model and not just follow along passively. In practice, the user runs Blender and Dimo side by side. Blender's where they'll be modeling and Dimo is the guide next to it. At the heart of Dimo is its structure. When a user chooses a tutorial through Dimo, it gives them a clear path on how to model. The process is segmented into distinct operations, laid out as a timeline. That keeps the user focused on one operation at a time before they move on. Here's a quick look at a tutorial in Dimo. On the left, you'll notice a 3D viewport with a 3D model. This is a visual aid for the learner to ground themselves with what they're building and what changes are being made. On the right is the step panel, which is constantly updating based on the operation they are in, providing tips and techniques towards the model. Let's take a closer look to these features. The step panel introduces the learner to Blender's toolset with short clips of showcasing worked examples of how to do an operation, providing everything they'll need to know to start modeling at each stage. The learner gets to use the 3D viewport to see how the model evolves from a basic shape to its final form in the viewport, showcasing visual cues that highlight what's changed at each operation as they progress in the tutorial. And the third would be quizzes. After completing a tutorial, the learner is offered the option to rebuild a model on their own, using what they've been learning throughout the previous tutorial. This is a low-stakes practice to sharpen their grasp of Blender's toolkit. For user testing, I got the chance to demo with a few people. The biggest takeaway was the ease of use. They grasped the format of going between Blender and Dimo right away and were able to comfortably move between them. Next is that the structure that Dimo was providing was supporting. Their attention and their modeling process was focused on trying to problem solve their way through it and not try to figure out what tools they need to use. Everything was already there and they were using it. And then thirdly, there's still an option for a light intro into Blender's interface. For novice and like first-time users, Blender doesn't really have the best feedback loop with their UI system. So Dimo has an opportunity to help support that challenge. Overall, there's still opportunity to continue testing and gauging out how I rank a beginner-friendly tutorial versus something that would be considered intermediate. Yeah. For next steps, right now, every tutorial that you've seen or you saw was hand-built by me. So I'm continuing to build an add-on that's in Blender and trying to improve it, and that hopefully I can get it to other creatives to see how they are documenting their process and workflow and potentially getting this into Dimo as well. And then secondly would be to exploring other formats. I started Dimo as a modeling teaching tool, but there's an opportunity to take this to other formats, such as node systems, which are becoming a popular format across technical software. With Dimo, I believe systems like shader nodes can become more approachable for new users in understanding how they work in a more interactive format. That's Dimo. 85% of Blender users never return, missing their chance to become a 3D artist. I built Dimo to help the many who've struggled and hopefully reaching that goal. Thank you.
All right, we have around 9 minutes for feedback. Joey, lead the way.
So this is awesome. I'm going to age myself, but I used to be a 3D artist before I got into VR. And I did that for a long time. And so learning new tools is a huge part of the job. The first time I picked up 3D Max, it was 3D Max 6, and this was before YouTube. And what my work gave me was a 3D Max Bible, and it was this freaking thick, and that was the only tutorial you had. And then you basically go into the index, and trying to find each thing. And that's like really old school. YouTube definitely helped a lot, but like, you put out the problems really well, right? Like, what is the right thing? What's the right tutorial? What's the right tutorial for me? What's the right tutorial for what I'm trying to do? And so, just trying to figure out how to get through that glut of things to find the right tutorial for what you want to do is a real problem. And you validate it with numbers, which I really appreciate. And so like you're really clearly stating the problem, and it's one that I like absolutely feel as a former 3D artist. Like a lot of your job is how to relearn new software as they update, right? And so so this is really cool. I think I wish there was more stuff about being a first-time modeler versus someone trying to transition, because those are very different people. Like I've been using 3D Max, but I'm trying to learn Blender now, right? And so like figuring out the right way to do things, or once you finish that donut tutorial, right? Like what's next to really do the stuff I have. And so the use case and the user flow for someone that's a first-time 3D modeler user is very different from from someone transitioning from a different program or someone with prior experience. So that's really interesting that you call that out. What I really liked is that you had sort of this idea of like modular lessons that you could do. And so what I wonder is if you could sort of begin to integrate AI into this, where I can put in a problem with Dimo, where it's like, hey, this is what I want to do. And then it gives you the lessons for that workflow so that you could follow along. Because I think what is a workflow in 3D really, other than like modular steps based on what you need? And so if you create sort of the lessons modular enough to do, it's like, okay, first you got to model, then you got to UV, then you got to, so using AI to sort of break down the problems and then pick and choose from the different modular lessons that you have and then creating into one workflow could be something super interesting. I know you started doing that and that with that flowcharts and stuff like that, and that is cool. And so, getting more understanding on the process of learning, how different people learn, those are all interesting things. But I think especially if you sort of have this library, it's really about finding the right lesson for what you need. And so there's a way to sort of, use Demo to, this is my problem, help me break it down. These are the lessons you have to take. I feel like that's something really powerful there, and you're solving a real problem.
Yeah, I agree. One of the things I wish I could have done is because AI is becoming super powerful and like it's been able to get into like 3D software now. And I even was using this to help me come up with developing it. And its ability to like dissect and analyze your 3D scene and describe it to you back, it surprised me a lot. And I feel like the more like I work on this, there would be an opportunity for when it comes to troubleshooting, because that's one of the big issues with technical software is troubleshooting and getting away from like, solving like errors that is not like you spend like 20 minutes on a simple error and those 20 minutes wasn't even on modeling. And so I agree that AI is a huge benefactor for trying to learn a technical software, and also just like onboarding you and providing a set structure that will benefit you in the long run and make your time more efficient in learning a technical software. So I agree.
Totally. And like last thing before I kick it off to Jenny, like you this is something you brought up as well, is like what happens after the tutorial? All right, like I know, like, okay, I did something in the tutorial, but things kind of went left or right, or my situation's a little bit different. Like, how do I do that? And like, having sort of this on-demand help of like, okay, Demo says that like this is has assessed that this is the problem. Watch this tutorial to fix it. That is something really helpful, because like once you get past that problem, then you move on. I think a lot of time with a new software is wasted, as you said, with an error that you just don't know how to solve, or you can't find the right resource to solve that particular problem.
Yeah, that like gave me like an idea of just like there's so much information out there already, and it's like the AI can just like create a funnel and like it has an aggregation of all this content. It can funnel the solution to you. So yeah, I'm in agreement. Thank you. That's awesome.
Amazing. Okay, thank you so much. I really liked how clear your mission was with this. I thought this was a really good deck in explaining the problem space and how you were addressing it. I also really liked how varied your portfolio was, to kind of, if someone is less familiar with Blender, they can see like, oh, those look very different. There's a lot I can do in Blender. I had no idea, whatever. I think that's great. I also really like seeing stats again to back up your like mission statement and your problem. It was like a very strong educational deck. The main wonder for me was I wondered how rigid the structure was for tutorials. So you showed those great demos of like, it's hard when you have 15 overlapping systems that you're trying to learn at the same time. So here is my graph of learning one system at a time. That makes a lot of sense for learning and retaining information. But my immediate wonder is like, well, if I'm trying to learn Blender and I care way more about one thing right now than I care about another thing, am I really locked into this exact tutorial structure? It's kind of a double-edged sword then. It's if you let people pick and choose, they're going to miss information, they're going to get themselves tangled up into knots. If you keep it super rigid and make them wait, 4 tutorials in to get to the system they care about, there's a risk of bouncing off there. So ideally you'd have both, but that's really expensive. And speaking of expensive, I would also wonder at how to scale this. Like you mentioned a little bit about like perhaps other user-generated tutorials, and then that opens up a bunch of questions about quality control for me. And I think long-term, a tool like that could probably be most useful with multiple contributors. But if you just open it up to the general internet, not everyone can make a good tutorial. Not everyone knows what they're doing, but a lot of people have opinions on things. So I would wonder at a moderation structure. My main wish was actually pretty small, which is just that when you went in to measure, test it with people and see how it was going, I wish I knew what your exact hypotheses were going in. Like your assumption, I assume people will retain more information or whatever. You had great reports on what actually happened, but I'd love to know how that lined up with what you thought was working, if anything was mismatched, if there was something that wasn't as successful that you hoped you were, because seeing that connection between your hypothesis and the results tells me how you handle iteration. And I'm assuming, as Blender keeps evolving, this would be more of like a live service tool, not a once and done.
Yeah. To touch on your first, I'll work from how you started. So for scale, that's not something I have really thought of, but it's a very intimidating perspective just with when it comes to models, they can get very dense and the size, having that on the cloud or a website becomes very expensive. So for me, it possibly there had some technicality would have to work in the back end to make it work. But I do want to get from a few friends that do 3D modeling in the industry, I'd want to get their eyes on it and see how would they want to, because they have their own workflows that they teach their juniors. And so I'm curious, is this a tool that they could then use to pass it over? I wonder if they're still using the Bible that Joey mentioned. Do they have a simple, no. But yeah, that's my best case scenario is probably getting this within the industry or having this be low fidelity for first time users. And then your second question was on hypothesis. I did have a hypothesis with split attention because they're going between 2 screens and how well they're recalling information. But when it came to split attention, they did pretty well because their attention was focused on one operation at a time and the screen was static and the model was static. So they were just bouncing between 1 and 2. And then when it came to recalling, I didn't mention it here, but they did, after 20 minutes of modeling and coming back, they were able to get around 75% done of the entire tutorial on their own, albeit it was a beginner. And I was there's 5 steps they needed to do, but they remembered the keybinds, which is a huge workflow within Blender. So there's a lot of good and then a lot of a bit of bad when it comes to terminology and also Blender's horrible feedback loop system that I hope AI could fix with an integration of it, because there are just errors that were coming up that was not providing feedback to the user. So I had to step in. And then what was your wish?
Yeah, finish up in a couple seconds, but go ahead real quick.
Yeah, those were great. My other main wonder was just how rigid the structure was. But that is okay. We don't need to spend extra time on that.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you, Jenny. And thank you, Joey.
Thank you.
Great work. All right, Fernando, big round of applause. Nice work, everyone. Really fascinating discussions today, and thank you so much. Guess you're not off the hook yet. One of the things we've been ending with is some advice that you'd like to pass on to students. They're going to be transitioning right from academia to the professional space in the next couple weeks, if they're not there already, because I know we've got a few people who are doing side hustles and stuff on the side. But you've been, living and working in that space now. Is there any advice or anything that you might share as they began that transition?
I'll go first if that's okay, Joey. One of the changes from a couple of years ago when I first started doing this review program is we were in a hiring boom in like 21, 22, 23. And it was sort of an arms race of salaries. Everything was going up, up, up. And we're not in that space right now. So I think I don't think that'll be forever. I think the pendulum swings back and forth. And right now we're in a belt tightening phase. And so my main piece of advice was like, put yourself out there, apply for things. If it doesn't work the first time or the second time or the third time, you need to decide how many times you want to try, but things could be very different in a year, in 2 years, in 3 years. And I know right now it's harder to get in with less experience than I think it would have been a couple of years ago. It also depends a bit on where you set your sights. So I have kind of conflicting advice there of either being very specific about what you want to do and building yourself towards that and like becoming an expert in it, or in being really flexible about what is actually open to you. And I think either path can be successful, but I would recommend like picking an extreme for now and trying that and see what happens. But I think the things that I look for when I'm interviewing candidates, the number one thing that I really care about is that deep critical thinking. And I think every single presentation here today really demonstrated like why they chose the project that they chose, what mattered about it, what opportunities they saw, what they see in the future. And those are the sort of things that I really, really care about. Anything else can be taught if you start from that foundation. So don't give up, please.
Yeah, I mean, what Jenny says is true. And, I think we all feel that. I think my advice is, I have two. The first one is be adaptable, right? Like be able to, especially now with AI coming in and with like the world's forever going to change. And right now it's moving faster than, I've ever seen it. And so being able to look for opportunities to keep creating work with the new tools you have and being able to adapt your workflows, the things you learn, your thought processes based on what's out there is really important. I think there was a time when I thought like, hey, like I know 3ds Max 6, like I think I'm good for the next 10 years, right? And then like 2 years later, it's a new tool you have to learn, right? And like you've decided to make your living off technology is ever changing, and so always being adaptable, always seeing what's out there, and being able to find design opportunities, your core design expertise, finding design opportunities to keep building things. And that's that would be my second piece of advice. Never stop building things, never stop creating, never stop working on your craft. And because every time you do something, you learn something new, you build new tools, and those tools will eventually help you when you do get a job or for your next project. You guys are sort of at the very beginning of your journeys, and each new thing you do will build on top of that and build on top of that. And you'll be surprised at how much better you get when just by engaging in problems and by building things. And so that's what I say, be adaptable and continue building things with passion and curiosity.
All right. Well, that's some great advice. So before we wrap up, I just wanted to thank 3 groups of people. So first, our guests, big round of applause. Thank you so much for sharing your time and your expertise. Jenny, it made my day when you said you've been a guest since 2020. I feel like you could put that on your LinkedIn or resume. But it really means a lot that you keep coming back and keep, sharing your wisdom, especially with our emerging game crew. And then Joey, like being an alumni and coming back, it really means a lot. And, you've always been so open to all these opportunities, but it was great having you both here today. So big round of applause for that. In addition, I'd like to thank the 4 students in this group. You guys did an awesome job, and I really appreciate all the hard work, and it's been great to see how your presentations evolve. So big round of applause for yourself, because this is no easy feat. And, again, it's a virtual presentation. And then we heard a lot today how these presentations are going to be physical exhibitions in a couple weeks. So that's truly interaction design, that ability to toggle between all those different platforms. And then our last group I want to thank are those people who are watching online. I know that a lot of folks, there's a lot of love and a lot of caring behind the work that you saw today. So for the, friends, family, partners that have supported you along the way, thank you for all the work that you've done to get students to this point in the program. We will be taking a short break at 2 o'clock. Community and public interaction systems will be going, but thank you everyone for your time and congratulations.
Hi, thanks everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Good job.
you.
Good job, crew.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi, how's it
Hi.
going?
How are you doing? Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Great. Thanks for being here. And thanks for being early and on time. Hi, Z. How are you doing? Good. Okay, cool. Um, I'm gonna I'm gonna I'm gonna turn off my camera and my audio for the next 3 minutes. Just I've got to do some stuff to sort of clean up. We are streaming, so I just wanted to give everyone a note that people can probably hear your voices. So if it's all right, maybe we'll start back up like in 3 to 5 minutes, just a bit closer to time. But I just didn't want you guys waiting outside for an extended period of time. So I'll be right back. And you guys feel free to turn off microphones and cameras if you want. And we'll be back in a second. Hey, Nicole.
Hey, what's up?
We got everyone in the room. We're just missing one student.
Cool.
So we should be good to go right at 2.
All right. Sounds good. Oh, there we go. Is this who we're missing?
Yeah, we got everyone here.
All right, cool. Wow, people are on time or early.
And Nate, actually, Nate, our other guest, maybe joining us.
Okay.
So, hi, Ashley. How you doing?
One minute.
I had my audio option was covered up, so I had to move a few things and
Oh.
unmute myself. I'm doing well. How are you all? Hi, Nicole. How is life?
So good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't go very far. I just stayed in my chair.
I know, but sometimes it's a mental challenge or distance to make for some of these things. So I appreciate you doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
And then hi, Nate. How are you doing?
Hey, doing great. Great to see you all.
Good,
Nate,
good.
good to see you.
It's great. And then Elizabeth is here as well. So we've got a star a star crew here
Yeah.
for these presentations. So, and everyone showed up on time, which is always
Before time,
which is always like you guys get bonus points or something like that because
we're not
we're always
causing your anxiety.
yeah. So this is great. So we have some great projects today. And we'll move from our I know
Oh,
everyone
sorry.
can hear us, yeah, but
I
there we
forgot.
are. Hey, there's this very cool. All right. So we are going to get started as soon as it hits 2 o'clock. By the way, I'm going to repeat this, but I keep a pretty tight time. I'm going to put time in the chat so you can all see as we get to that point and as we're giving feedback to students, just to make sure that we're moving along in our schedule. So with that, I think we can get started. So welcome to the 2026 IxD Virtual Grad Show. For those of you who have just joined us on YouTube, my name is Luke Johnson, and the projects you'll see today are part of the Senior Studio class. Before we get started, I want to welcome IxD Program Lead Nicole Chan, who will talk about the IxD program, and then welcome our guests.
Yep. Hi, everyone. My name is Nicole Chan, as Luke mentioned. I am the IxD lead. The SMC IxD program is very unique. It's the only interaction design bachelor's program at a community college in the US. And for those watching on YouTube, the IxD program welcomed its first cohort of students back in the fall of 2016 as one of just 15 baccalaureate degrees launched at California community colleges. However, this fall, we have welcomed and our 11th cohort will start, which is a big milestone for us. And next Tuesday, 20 more students are going to graduate, and this will bring our total number of graduates to 178. So I'm really excited to introduce our special guests today. So these are the industry experts who are here with us to provide feedback and insights. So Nate, Ashley, Elizabeth, would you mind introducing yourself? And Ashley, I'll have you start.
Hi, everyone. I am Ashley Carr. I was invited here by Nicole. We've known each other for a very long time, and I actually was her husband's instructor at General Assembly over a decade ago, which is crazy. And I have a background in human factors engineering. I was born in LA. I'm originally from LA. My undergrad is from UCLA. My master's is Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. And I have worked in tech for close to 20 years now. I have worked at companies like Oracle, JP Morgan Chase, Apple, T-Mobile, and I stepped away from corporate and I'm actually now running my own company, focusing on fraud prevention, because for the last 8 years, I've worked in fraud prevention adjacent roles. And as most of you know, if you don't even pay attention to the news, fraud and scams are at epidemic levels. And I am using all of my skills as a product designer and human factors engineer to help address the problem for individuals, families, business owners, and large organizations. And I'm actually starting teaching at the end of this month with a company called Learn Formula, which does continuing education training for certified legal and financial professionals in highly regulated environments like accounting and law. So I'll leave it at that. I probably talked too long. I apologize, and we'll pass it to someone else.
Yeah, Nate, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, of course. Hey everyone, I'm Nate Smith. I currently work as a designer at Adobe. I work on iOS apps like Acrobat and Lightroom and Photoshop. I'm on like design system work, so I tend to flow between different teams. Most closely recently, I've been working with the Premiere team actually on their new iOS app. Yeah, I've been in touch with this program for the last few years, and I've really loved like every time I've had the chance to come and hang out with you guys. I think that I was with this group in their junior year in one of the classes for some app feedback, which was really fun. So I'm really excited to see what you all have to show today. And thanks so much for having me, Nicole and Luke.
Yes, and Elizabeth.
Hi, I'm Elisabeth, and I'm from Iceland, but did my education in Denmark, mostly in sustainable fashion design. And I have done my career in Sweden for a company called Fjällräven, and now I'm currently at Patagonia. I've had the privilege to work with companies that are doing incredibly well on sustainability, and that is a key driver for me to kind of do everything that we can to improve the health of our planet and to get people out to enjoy it, but because we protect what we love.
Great.
Oh, I'm just gonna jump in, Elizabeth. I said I was born in LA. I'm from Ventura, and I grew up with Fletcher Chenard. I don't know if you know Fletcher and Jason McCaffrey, and all the guys who work in surf. Like I grew up with them. I was their neighbor. We surfed together growing up. So those are like my high school friends.
Fantastic. I'm more or closer with Claire, but Fletcher is definitely around here.
Yep. Cool.
No, that's great. And that's, I think this is an early nod into sort of like the importance of like networking and the people and it's a small group and we're all connected now and there's also a surf project that will come up in a minute here. So this is awesome. So each spring graduating seniors work on an individual design project for 16 weeks. The IxD virtual grad show, what we're doing now is an opportunity to share their progress with the community and receive feedback from industry experts like we have here today. Because students worked individually, you'll see a variety of different types of projects and presentations, but we've tried to group them. And so this group that you're going to see here today is around the community and public interaction system space. The rules of today, our students are going to present their work between 5 and 7 minutes, and then each one of the guests is going to take the lead. So Ashley, Danielle's going to go first. You'll take the lead. Let's say Danielle presents for 5 minutes. I'll write in the chat 10 minutes for feedback, but that just means you give as much feedback as you want. And then after that, Nate will step in if there's time remaining, and then Elizabeth will step in if there's time remaining. And then we're going to switch sort of the order moving forward so everyone gets a chance to lead. And then we'll use the like, wish, wonder feedback, which I'll put in the chat, but also sent beforehand. So speaking of which, as serendipity sort of likes to present itself, Danielle, with a surf project. And actually, you'll take the lead on this.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Great. All right. Thank you for coming today. This is my project, You'll See Me Again, an AI surfboard designing experience. My name is Danielle Perez. I'm an experienced designer focused on community and culture. And during my experience with LA Commons as their Getty Morrow community engagement intern, We gathered stories about how people connect to land, identity, and food. And for the past 2 years, I've been running the design club here at SMC, a space where students explore how design shapes the world and campus. Both of these experiences have led directly to the development of the surfboard designing experience we'll talk about here today. With the support of those around me, I've been able to learn how to surf. But at the beginning of this project, I began with feeling alone within the surf community. So I started doing research that confirmed that I was not the first or only Latina surfer. And I found very little to almost no historical documentation of others like me. So I started looking more closely at artifacts, including boards, clothing, and artwork. The Latino culture was indirectly influencing the culture, it just wasn't visible in the mainstream narrative. I was seeing it in details within pinstripe detailing, religious motifs, and traditional tattoos. So I took this information and my idea to artist Guillermo Alvarez. Together, we built a personalized surfboard emphasizing Latino representation in surfboard. On this board is represented a Latina surfer with two Aztec symbols, one above and below her. You'll See Me Again is a digital version of this collaboration, so anyone can build their own surfboard. Major brands have already proven that people will engage with customized products and walk away feeling like the result is theirs. Nike by You does this with shoes. Users decide on material, color, and detail, but their choices are restricted. They leave with a personalized shoe within a branded space. You'll See Me Again uses the same format of restricting choices, which allows for cultural specificity. You'll See Me Again is a 4-step surfboard design tool. Think of it like a Mad Lib. The prompt is already written, the finish, artwork, subject, and symbols are blank, and the user fills them in. With each choice, it completes the prompt that is sent to ChatGPT's AI image generator. Their choices draw the artwork, and they don't need to know how to draw. The user first chooses a finish, and then the art style, the subject, and the decorative elements. While the board generates, the historical context of their choices are provided to them. And before they see the board, they are asked to answer a reflection question. And when the board is ready, it is revealed to them and is automatically saved. I was able to test this with 5 different Latinos. The non-surfer Latinos said they wanted to try surfing at least once, but never had the opportunity. The product reconnected them to their hopes and made them think about the barriers they themselves and others face. Most importantly, all 5 wanted to share their board and see what others made. This inspired the community gallery, an area of the website where people can see designs of their community members and read their reflections. This Thursday, I will be showcasing the experience at the IxD Grad Show. Each participant will receive 2 stickers, one to keep and another to add to a wall where they will respond what they love about their design. This will be a fully branded experience displaying the surfboard and my in-depth research. Los Angeles also has one of the largest Latino populations in the country. My long-term goal is to use this to educate and invite more Latinos into the surf community. You'll See Me Again won't just be a product that lives online, but a community engagement experience that is also potentially accessible during competition and fan zone events during the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics. Owning a surfboard is a rite of passage within the surf world, and You'll See Me Again makes this passage possible for American Latinos with little to no experience. And with every board added to the gallery, we encourage each other to take a chance.
All right, nice, Danielle. So we have around 10 minutes for feedback. I'll keep it in the chat. Ashley, do you want to kick us off? And then we'll go to Nate and Elizabeth.
Sounds good. I just in general, first of all, the visual style is beautiful. You did a really nice job kind of capturing a little bit of the kind of classic surf uh vibe, I'll say. And so that's the thing that I like the best about it, is that kind of nod toward classic surfing and kind of old school Hawaiian culture coming out. And then in the I wish I understood a little bit more about the product. I'm saying product because I've worked in product design for so long, but very specifically what the product was doing. Like, am I actually going to get a board shipped to me? Is the board being shaped? Are there already board shapes that are available, but I'm just choosing the designs that are going to be put on it? So that's the part that I'm unclear of, is really what the product is doing for me and what I get at the end. And I just want to add that if this is like a new way to shop for a surfboard, then probably the first thing that I'm going to need to do is choose what kind of board I'm going to get. Like, is it a short board? Is it a long board? What are the waves like where I surf? Because there's like lots of different shapes of boards. Biggest difference is long board versus short board. I'm going to leave it at that and move on. But the board that you choose and the shape of the board is going to dictate the template that's going to give the design to the board. So that probably has to come first. But I'm assuming that I'm designing a surfboard. It could be that you make it a lot simpler and you just go to like stickers or decals that are waterproof and can stick on a board. So you don't have to, board shaping is very challenging. It's very challenging. You have to be very good at what you do. Or, there are mass-produced surfboards, but we're not going to talk about that because of Patagonia, they shape surfboards the old school way, right? But anyway, you might want to simplify. You can still do all of this, but simplify it to like stickers for your board, right? Rather than dealing with the whole board. Now let's go into I wonder. I just want to add, like, yes, LA is where I was born, but I grew up in Ventura, and at least half the surfers I know have some kind of are like Mexican or half Mexican. So the cultural identity of being of like some type of south of the border or Spanish descent, it's all mixed up in the surf culture. Like, it's there in the surf culture. So if you're presenting this, and I know you're talking about barriers to entry, if you're talking about barriers to entry to surfing and what your goal is to get people surfing, I would focus on surf culture, like the stoke of surf culture, and the logistics and physical aspects of actually getting people in the water, versus hinging this on like cultural identity. Because like I said, as soon as you get involved in this Southern California surf culture, you find out that almost everybody's Mexican or like half Mexican or something like that. Like, it's in there, right? So I would shift this more toward, okay, this is surfing. What product really am I getting? And also, what is the goal of the product? And am I looking at people who have never surfed before who want to get into surfing and what really are those barriers and how do I get through. If you just want to make, I mean, just isn't the right word. If you want to make really cool surf stickers, then you don't have to worry about barrier to entry because a lot of people who don't surf and who will never surf love the kind of surf sticker stuff, right? So I'll leave it at that. I think this is wonderful. You've done an incredible job. And my feedback is more like, if you're going to make this real, what direction should you take in order to be able to like make sales and actually make money and be able to pay your rent based on what you're making. So I'll pass it along to our other feedback givers. We're not judges. I don't know what to call us. Guests.
Sharks get in the Nate, go ahead.
Awesome. Danielle, yeah, super cool work. I would say +1 to the visual style being really nice. I love like a good kind of cream and tealish color palette. I think my biggest reaction, see if I can frame this in the kind of feedback template. The thing I wonder most about is like my mind immediately goes to the tension between like the real artists that you are showing the work on the left to like the AI generated art on the board on the right. And I think that that's, I don't know, like I feel like we all kind of have to have some opinion on like where we stand on AI slop stuff and how do we engage with AI art in a way that's, I don't know, that is like authentic and I think to your aspirations, like lowering a barrier to entry and giving people a medium for self-expression while also like not having it kind of fall into the slop category. And I guess I wish that like I don't know, this slide that's still up, as we're sharing feedback, I just feel in the right image that it really feels like an AI generated image to me. And like that kind of feeling it can just be off-putting. And I think that even if it has yeah, even if the elements of it were carefully selected by the person who was kind of filling it out, the end result kind of, I think the visual impact and the expressiveness of it can kind of be lost. So I think that's a risk with this. That said, one of the things I like the most about your structure, about like the product itself, is like the Mad Libs format, like giving those guardrails for people, I think works really, really well. So nice job. I want to give a minute or maybe 90 seconds left for Elizabeth, so I should hop in.
I think this was a beautiful presentation. Thank you for putting so much thought into your work. It's a beautifully curated deck that was easy to follow along to kind of understand your concept and what you want to get out of it. I think personalization is something that has been growing and will continue to grow, especially in the world of AI, that we will all want to individualize a little bit more. And I think handcraft will be becoming a big thing again. So I'm really attracted to your like hand image board. I wish that I would understand a little bit more if I'm getting an actual board out of the process, or if this is purely an image that I could share in my feed. But I wonder like if this is a fantastic gateway to interact with a bigger brand that's already producing the actual like physical product, that this would be like a fantastic collab that you would bring in this kind of how can we bring the Latino community into surfing even more in underrepresented areas. Like this can be a fantastic tool for a big brand to use to like show awareness or help people get into surfing that haven't done it before. So there's massive opportunity here that you have found with this project, and thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
All right, big round of applause for Danielle. Nice work, Danielle. And I love how this has really come along. So nice work. We've got Lai next. Nate, you'll take the lead on the feedback for Lai's presentation, and then Elizabeth, then Ashley.
Hello, give me 1 second. All right, can you guys see everything okay? Cool. All right, hello everybody. My name is Burgess, and today I will be presenting Fro-Mi, a salon in your hands. Just to start off, the reason why I wanted to do this project is because my hair has helped me grow within myself, expressing my gender identity and my queerness. I am somebody who identifies as gender nonconforming or non-binary. And it's my hair has led me feel more feminine when I want to present more feminine, more masculine when I do feel a bit more masculine, and in the in-between when I am giving that. It also has helped me feel really empowered in my race as a Black person. Whenever I step into a room, people see my afro first and they always compliment my afro, which I really do love. And I've also seen the impact that me wearing my hair naturally has had on my friends and family. They ask me questions about how I'm taking care of my hair, how long has it gotten, like things like that. And it's really been really good to me and it inspired me to start this project. So let's talk about some hair textures. So we have different 4 types of hair. We have type 1, which is straight. We have type 2, which is wavy. Type 3, which is more of a curly style, and it's going to be more of a S curl. And type 4, which is more coily, and that's more of a Z curl. And we'll be focusing on type 4 hair today.
Eli, I hate to interrupt. I'm so sorry. I think you
Yes.
might have shared the wrong window. I think it's frozen on the first slide still.
Yes, I was about to say something too, because I was like, I know you have a beautiful slide about hair texture that we need to see.
It switched there for a second, but sorry about the interruption.
No, I appreciate you telling me. How are we doing now?
It's coming. It's giving us a minute. Here we go. You're in. We see the hair texture slide.
Okay. Can you guys see the next slide?
It still says hair texture.
Oh, I don't know why it's doing that. Give me 1 second.
You got this. I pressed pause on the time.
Okay.
Now we see the afro pick.
Cool. Okay.
Texture. Yeah.
All right. So we have 4 different types of hair texture. We have type 1, which is straight. We have type 2, which is wavy. Type 3, which is more of a S curl, and type 4, which is more of a Z curl. And now let's get into some history about the afro and the pick. So the afro pick has roots that go back thousands of years. Archaeological finds show white-tooth combs were made from bone, ivory, and wood were used in ancient Africa as far back as 5,000 years ago, not just for grooming, but as a symbol of status and cultural identity. When African Americans, oh my God, 1 second. When African people were brought to the Americas through the slave trade, that tradition was oppressed along with so much more. Its rebirth came in the 1960s and 70s. Alongside the natural hair movement, the pick became as much as a symbol as a tool, worn visibly in the hair as a badge of Black pride. The first shape picked in particular became tied directly to Black Power movement, representing resistance and solidarity. Carrying a pick was a statement. Today, the Afro pick remains a cultural icon, still practical, still political, and still deeply connected to the community it has always served. So today, I would like to present Fro-Mi. Fro-Mi is a product that puts a salon experience in the palm of your hands, both physically and digitally. Starting off with the onboarding was designed to make planters feel safe and informed. It opens with a brief infographic about the Afro. Then walks planters through their hair texture, length, density, and scalp sensitivity, giving the app a strong foundation to build from. From there, planters set their hair goals, helping the app understand what products and routines will work best for them. Next, the app asks about their current routine, what they're already doing, so it can identify what's working, what isn't, and where to improve. Finally, planters connect their Fro-Mi pick and the experience begins. So every placement inside of the pick was intentional. Starting at the prongs, the pink sensor pads sit at the base of each prong along the spine. These are capacitive sensors that measure the hair's electrical field changes based on water content. Dry hair reads low, moisturized hair reads high. At a different frequency, the same sensors can distinguish oil buildup from moisture. So in a single pass, Fro-Mi captures 2 readings, hydration and oil level. The yellow strip in the spine is a force sensor. It measures resistance as the pick moves through the hair. If that resistance spikes, the app sends an alert before breakage occurs, a direct response to something multiple users said during the research. They never knew they were causing damage until they saw hair coming out. The microcontroller, battery, and Bluetooth antenna all live sealed inside the handle, fully waterproof, USB-C charged. And the AI doesn't live in the pic. The pic collects and transmits. The intelligence lives in the app, keeping the hardware simple, elegant, and future-proof. Once the pic connects to the device, the planter receives a personalized care plan, including their hair profile, recommended routine, and hair goals. The homepage tracks how consistently they follow that plan. From there, the journal and log pages let planner photograph their hair over time so they can see actual progress. The how-to page is a judgment-free space where they learn how to care for their hair. On the recommended products page, a planter will see highlighted products that are based on their specific hair needs. And finally, the styling page helps planters find nearby stylists with rates and reviews for when they want professional support. The next phases of Fro-Mi would be to expand on the combing tool because there's so many different variations of combs. There's wide tooth combs, small tooth combs, there's picks, and the list goes on. So I would love to expand on that. I would also love to get to know my male audience more because my research was more women-led. And then if this does become a real product, I would like to present it at Essence Fest. Thank you guys so much.
All right, Lai. So we got about 9.5 minutes. Go for it, Nate.
Yeah, awesome. Light, this is great. I really like a lot of how you connected the physical product interactions ideas with the app kind of workflow. As you presented sort of the steps of the process, it felt like a very natural, you'll hear this term like flywheel or like, just like overall flow over a longer period, not just a single interaction. And I think that that's one of the things that felt like it worked pretty well, at least in the app screens that we saw. This really felt like it was well positioned as something that it's not just like, I'm swooping in and using this thing once, but I'm able to kind of like see how I would have my relationship with it evolve over time, which is a nice aspect for sure. I wish that I saw more of the screens like bigger. I think that you showed 2 sequences where there was sort of 5 or so screens, just laid out side by side. And I think these like I was gonna say these days, but I really think a prototype is always gonna do a better job of communicating like how you're moving through something than side by side. Side by side screens can have their place if you're like showing, as you showed it, I kind of was questioning myself because I was like, okay, well, maybe since these are different parts of the journey, it makes sense. But honestly, just practically speaking, I was struggling to like make out what I was seeing. It was, you're going through it fast, and I'm like, okay, there's something here, but I think it could land better if it's like a more focused kind of like big front and center kind of thing. The biggest thing I'm left wondering as somebody who, saw you walk through this for 5 minutes, you went into some technical detail for like on that one slide with the pick itself, and you kind of laid out like, here's some of the features and how it would work in the hardware. That to me, I struggle with that, and because I wonder like, okay, how much is um, you know, speculating about what this might be versus how much has been sort of proof of concept and actually prototyped with physical computing. Because it's really easy to make lofty claims about, the next greatest electronic. I think that the demos that are like, or the prototypes or whatever that is, like the products that sell themselves are the ones where it's very clear to me, like, oh, this person is not just telling me this, I can actually see how it's working. So I think that some clarity as to like what you actually were able to prove the concept of versus what's more conceptual, and I think would benefit the audience's understanding. Yeah, that's my feedback in general. Nice job. Really great to see this. Thanks, Lai.
Thank you.
Elizabeth?
Yeah, hi, thank you. Exciting. I really like the kind of recovery you made. It's no easy thing when someone stops you in the middle of a presentation that you've prepared for a long time. So well done. It's really important to be able to be light and nimble on your feet. I love the kind of connection between the digital space and the physical space. I did wonder, like, how do you use this? I would have loved to see like a video, like a short video of someone using it, even if it wasn't a fully complete prototype that worked, just to kind of help me understand how to. I wish as a foreigner that you would have spoken a little bit slower, because that was hard for me to keep up at times. But I understand there's so much information that you want to convey and you lost a little time. So I get it. Like I probably would have done the same. And I wonder if there's like you said that you would connect with like, you would go through the questionnaire and then I'm not sure if you go through the questionnaire and then use the comb, or did you like first use the comb and then answer? Like how did that interaction weave together? And would be exciting to like see the opportunity to partner with, like, would you then come out with your own product line of hair care? Because you said then there would be recommendations, or would that be like a connection with someone in the industry that already makes the product that you would be recommending to use? Well done.
Thank you. All right. Ashley, there
Yeah.
we go.
Yeah, thank you. So I really like the comb itself, like the product. What I'm stating might be incorrect, which will lead us to the I wish. I like that you have a comb with sensors in it, and the comb itself can help people with their hair care. This is what I'm assuming it is. Now, I wish that the star of the show had been the comb itself, because it took us a long time to actually get to that star. And I wish that that had been the very first thing that I saw, and we understood from the beginning what the comb was about. And just want to say, the very first self-made female millionaire in the world, early 1900s, was Sarah Breedlove or Madam C.J. Walker. And so you're tapping into a huge market that is proven to bring in massive amounts of money. Now, in terms of the I wonder, it's going to lead off of the I wish. And the I wonder is, this is something that we all need to learn going into these types of fields. And it's one of those like kind of bitter pills, but then all of a sudden you realize like, no, actually, this is a really great thing and it's freeing. And I'm saying this out of a lot of love. Nobody cares about any of us, right? Like nobody cares about us. People want to know, what's your product? Who's your target market? Can this make money? Right? Like that's what people want to know. So Lai, had you, as a beautiful person, taking yourself out of the beginning and had the beginning be about the product that you designed, I like that kind of Shark Tank style pitching, right? And so we just have to remember that constantly, all the time. Nobody, yes, everybody cares about, hopefully they're not sociopaths and psychopaths, but in this format, I mean, nobody cares about us. And Nicole, you might remember this, but when I taught the portfolio section of the course, like over a decade ago, I always said your portfolio is not your manifesto. It's a money shovel. It's a tool that you build to make money, right? And so this comb for you, like it's a money shovel, whether you ever make the comb or not, this is a way for you, it's a portfolio piece to make money. So remember, when you're making money, it's not about you, it's the other person and what you're creating, so that that person will give you money so that you can pay your rent based on what you create. And then you can spend your money having fun, loving yourself and other people, right? So it's not that you don't matter. I just want to make sure that's clear. Okay, I'm done with my I wish, I wonder. And that the comb's awesome. I think
Thank
it's
you
awesome.
so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Lai, we have a couple minutes. Is there anything that you heard that you want to know more about? Is there anything you want to respond to? Is there anything that resonated with you, or anything you just want to add?
Thank you guys so much for all your feedback. Genuinely appreciate it. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna sit with that. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, big round of applause for Lai. Lai, I'm just waiting for you to drop in the angel investment link that we can add to that, because I think you definitely got something there. All right. Last but not least is Z. Elizabeth, you'll lead us off with the feedback for this one, followed by Ashley, then Nate.
All right. Everyone can see my screen okay? Perfect. Cool. All right, ready to start whenever you are, Luke.
Go for it.
Hi, Elizabeth, Nate, and Ashley. Let's pack right and get outside. This is Gear Smart. It's a data-powered gear advisor. But really, it's my attempt to digitally recreate that one friend who already knows what to pack. My name is Z. I'm a quirky outdoors gearhead who's super stoked, a little bit nervous to show you this project. So welcome to Gear Smart. You tell it where and when you're going. It builds a complete list for that exact trip. Down to the specific gear, it gives a reason behind every pick. But first, let me unpack the journey that brought me to this idea. So my first camping trip was Holcomb Valley in 2024. I showed up unprepared, which led me to an uncomfortable time. This is me in a tent after my first night at Holcomb. I had no idea what to pack or how to use some of the items I brought. I woke up very cold and with a huge headache as my sleeping pad deflated and I didn't bring a warm enough sleeping bag. Thankfully, I had my friend Chris, someone who compiled a detailed list for me, but it still didn't prevent me from not knowing which items to bring. And that became the pattern. Every time I got outside, an experienced friend filled that gap. With Friends and Ladies Climbing Coalition, I had a community that taught me how to belong outdoors. But here's what stuck with me. Not everyone has that friend, and that's the gap. This is a typical picture of the items I bring on my camping trips. This took a couple years to get this pack right, and a newbie me would see this and get discouraged to go outside. I saw it from the other side too. Working at REI, customers would come to me confused and overwhelmed. And it isn't just the REI customers. The internet is full of the same story. Brandon Fox wrote that he's incapable of imagining the weather from one trip to the next and just done with packing. Sheena states that she's overwhelmed with the sheer amount of stuff when walking into any outdoor store. On Reddit, we see beginners asking strangers what to bring because the experienced friends aren't in that same room with them. And Suzanne Downings blogged that everyone has this "I forgot this" story, even seasoned campers. And the data backs it up. More people are going outside more than ever. However, in Rocky Mountain National Park, researchers found day hikers overwhelmingly unprepared. The information exists, whether it's REI, All Trails, the Weather Channel, etc., but it's just scattered. Nobody pulls it into one answer for your trip. We need something that puts it all together and answers the following. How might we digitally recreate the experienced friend who knows what's needed so anyone can confidently pack and enjoy their time in Mother Nature? That something is Gear Smart. It starts the way a friend would by asking about your trip. You pick what kind of trip this is, then tell Gear Smart where and when you're going. It pulls the live forecast for that exact spot, so the list is built on real conditions and not guesses. Then tell how much experience you actually have. Don't worry, this is a follow-up question that keeps your answer honest. Lastly, pick your budget because gear can get really pricey, and that's it. So using AI to pull from different APIs, GearSmart builds your list. The list leads with the forecasted weather and real alerts and tips about your trip's conditions. Everything's organized by category. Checking items off fills your packed bar, and anything you already own, you can just remove it. Every item tells you why it's there for this specific trip. Each item also has a top pick and other options that feel best for you. And when you're ready, it redirects the items you still need to buy straight to the site with the best price. And it doesn't stop there. In another tab lives an AR fit guide that uses pose detection to help fit your gear properly, such as a backpacking pack. GearSmart's goal isn't just to pack the right gear. It's to give confidence for anyone to summit your trips. I tested it with different people of different levels of experience. Whether it's packing the right stuff or fitting them correctly, GearSmart simulates that helpful employee at stores like REI. As a current LCC host, I aim to help beginners feel comfortable taking outdoor trips. I want to take Gear Smart along on this mission so that the barrier to go outside is lowered. Outdoor trips are rarely a solo experience, so in the future, Gear Smart could help friends coordinate gear together, ensuring that everyone arrives prepared and allowing the group to focus more on the adventure than the packing. So what happened to me, the person who started out unprepared on their first camping trip? Well, she gets outside all the time now and is itching to continue going outside. And that's the whole point. Pack right, get outside. I had the friends to help do this. However, most people don't, but everyone deserves one. The goal is to give everyone that friend and the confidence to get outside. So it's still a work in progress, but the app is actually up and running, and I genuinely love for you to try it so that we can talk more. Thank you, guys.
All right, nice work, Z. All right, Elizabeth, take us off on our next adventure.
Sorry for the technical difficulties. I was so excited that I screenshot it and then I did an auto lock on my screen. And of course, because I was nervous, I couldn't type in my password.
Oh, good. I thought that you didn't like it and just ran away.
No, I really like it. I think it's, I think you've hit something that so many go through. I would say everyone that goes through the, like, as soon as you start your journey into the outdoors, no matter age, you always need that friend, and you're always constantly kind of refining and repacking and making notes mentally of like, what did I bring? Was it successful? Did I miss something? Do I need to borrow something? I think this is I really like that you have a slogan. I really like kind of your mission and your enthusiasm. You're very articulate, and it was really easy to follow throughout your entire presentation. A small little love, I made sure to sketch your little carabiner logo with the light bulb. I thought it was so ingenious. I think it's a fantastic visual icon, and it really communicates what you're out after. The one friend that knows how to pack right, I think it's really cool that you're like connecting to things that already exist, like the weather app and other like platforms. You're kind of timing into feedback that is out there in the world. The thing that I wish you had included, and is an opportunity, is I would love to see the weight of all the gear. Like as I'm packing, how heavy is my pack? That will also maybe impact what kind of pack I would want to take. Is it only shoulder carry with a stern strap, or I'm going to take like a full-on hip carrying pack, or like a load lifting pack? I love that, like, you're helping people get faster through that stage of like trial and error. I also would I wonder if there's a possibility to have, like, you'll get this packing list for this trip and then you'll pack. If you could, when you get home after the same trip, like do a notch of like, I used these items to help it keep learning and help you keep learning. I think the budget was really smart, because outdoor gear is really expensive.
Yeah.
I also wondered if there would be an opportunity there to kind of build, like a little bit like Patagonia built their worn wear. Is there a space here to build on the side of it a lending community? Like, I probably wouldn't want to borrow a rope and Venus, but I would borrow just about anything else. And I think in general, like, you're getting people outside, you're helping minimize that threshold and that hurdle that it is. It's a little bit scary the first times. So I really think you're onto something. I haven't seen anything out there that is similar. So I was just really like smiling throughout your entire presentation. And like, I made a bunch of notes that I've been like, this really sparked my interest. I thought it was really good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Elizabeth, I'm like having tears of joy because I love Patagonia. So this is awesome that I get to present to you.
I'm so happy I could be a part of it. And yeah, and good luck. This is a big world you're heading into.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, I'm next, right?
You are.
Okay, so I put into the chat a link to an article from 2018 about the closing of Wet Sand Surf Shop. The Wet Sand family is another Patagonia connected family. I went to high school with Shannon Menzel, whose dad started Wet Sand, and this website, they started out just giving the surf report, and they ended up getting bought out. They gave the surf report, they built up their user list, and they ended up selling surf related gear online. Then they ended up starting a brick and mortar store, and then they got bought out, and like nearly 10 years ago. But I put the link in there just so you can see. I like that you pull the weather and you pull information that's very useful for people, like the pragmatic, practical elements of your app. If you can make them very useful and user friendly, people will use your app for those things, and you can monetize from there. And that model has been proven over and over again. And I like the storytelling aspect of what you pitched. I really understood the problem and why solving the problem is important. I wish that you had been a lot more clear and present about the app itself. The fact that the app already exists and you have QR codes for it, like I would have done that way earlier. Because it's kind of the same thing as my same feedback for you is the same for everybody, which is put what you are doing, like what the thing actually is, make that the star and make it really clear and present so it's not a question about what you've created. Because I have a really clear picture of what the problem is that you're solving, but I still don't have a clear picture of the app, but it exists, right? Like you literally have it up and people can start using it. So that's the thing that I really wish you had done, is like really showcase what you did. And then I wonder, I'm just gonna say again, like over the last 20 years, I have had hammered out of me putting myself into anything that I'm pitching. Like if there is anything about me that I put in there, it's kind of the know, like, trust element that can be done super quickly. And you did that super quickly, like on your first slide. But then again, this is like, I'm saying like going out of university work and now going into like going into the marketplace and selling. Now you make it about your product, your customers, how much money you can make if you're pitching to a company, what you create and what you can do for the company is the right fit for them. So you just keep making everything else about them, whether it's company you're selling to, investors, customers, something like that, and just keep pulling yourself out of your pitch and putting that person that you're trying to move, right? Put them into the pitch. And that I will leave it there and let it go to our next feedback giver. Still don't know what we're called.
Yeah, Ashley.
Awesome. Yeah, Z, really cool stuff. I love the QR code at the end. I think like it's the like using AI tools to create software is really changing everything for us who create software. And so this is great. And this kind of thing is only going to become more and more the expectation, I assume, in programs like this. I think on the flip side of that, then the challenge becomes how do we know what you designed and what Claude or Vercel V0 designed. I think that it's similar feedback I think that I had for Lai earlier, where it's like, okay, this looks cool, but how do I know? Like, I think to Ashley's point, like you're pitching yourself with this work through, you're pitching yourself through the work. So how do I know what is you and what's not. I think that the dynamic has really changed for that, because it used to be that, like, as an individual, you either produce something on your own or you steal somebody else's thing. But now you can produce something that's net new, but it looks really good, but it's not actually like from your own skill and expertise. And no offense to, people who are doing that, but like, for those of us who are designers, we then need to like be clear about, I think, what we're actually crafting ourselves. Visually, just speaking to a few things, this is going to sound critical. This is only because I love everything else, and I know we're about out of time. I think visually there's too much going on in a lot of places. This is just a stupid thing. I have a pet peeve about like periods in headlines like this. I feel like copywriters probably have like, there's probably like factions that want them or don't want them. But for me, the little white periods are like distracting. Like, it reduces the impact of like the words because the period goes there. And that's like hyper specific, but I think that that's like a microcosm of a theme that I feel like I see visually through a lot of the different artifacts that you showed. And I pulled up the app, and I think that there's just like a lot of different font styles and colors and things going on that, for me, as like a visual, interaction software designer, make it hard to like get a sense for like the visual patterns and motifs and structures that you're actually trying to communicate. I think that you would be able to do like reduce a lot of stuff that you have, like reduce words, reduce colors, reduce card styles, and then that would help to get your sort of points across. Yeah, I know we're out of time, so this
Yeah,
is
we're
great.
right at so big round of applause for Z. Nice work, Z.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so the next group is coming in at 3 o'clock, I was hoping that each of you guests might be able to give some quick advice to those who are graduating and transitioning from academia and going into the real world, but it's got to be quick given the time. So, who wants to go first? Sorry to put you on the spot.
I'll go
Go for it,
first.
Ashley. Yep.
And I just want to reiterate kind of the feedback that I gave to everybody, which is taking yourself out of your work and making your work about the people who will use your work in some way, right? It doesn't, and to me, also with your professional life, like you being you over here, and this is what you do, this is what you make, and this is your professional life, it just makes everything so much easier and so much healthier than like, this is who I am versus this is what I do. Like who you are is this precious gift to the world, and what you do is something else over here. And I've just found that it has enabled me to become so much better at what I do because it's not about me, it's about how I'm serving other people. And so the last thing, and I know I'm not as quick as I should be, all of you have work that is just as good, if not better, as professionals that I've worked with for the last 20 years. So there's nothing about what you've presented today that says these people aren't ready to compete in the marketplace, right? Like you all are ready. And it's just that shift from make it about the work, make it about the impact, make it about the people who are going to buy it, right? And you guys have done an amazing job, and your teachers have done an amazing job to also help you guys get here. And thank you for sharing all of this with me.
I think all of you did a fantastic job. I just want to remind you that learning is forever. This is not an endpoint. We will continue to learn, especially in the age of AI. We will all have to keep learning, probably for our entire lives. Positivity is a magnet. Bring positivity into each and every space, and you will fare well. And keep reaching out, keeping knocking on doors. If your resume isn't found when you send it in, show up with it in the lobby. Go to the trade shows. Go to the people, because it's always about network in the end. It's always about human interaction. So just keep going. Don't give up. I got 1,000 no's before I got a yes. It just takes time. Collect the no's. The yes is coming.
For sure. I assume that there's something to like the theme of this section being about community, but there's so many through lines in y'all's work about like I know that Ashley's given feedback about like the work itself and sort of how you're presenting yourself. And I think that there's a really interesting tension with that where it's like I don't know, there's this like old famous TED Talk, like this Simon Sinek guy. You guys maybe heard this, like, don't sell what you're doing, sell why you're doing it. And I think that that isn't a different like advice than what Ashley was giving, but I do think that you guys did a really good job of like indexing on the why, um, and like finding that community and pitching to that community and hustling in that space. And that is like it's so inspiring to see students have this in spades. You see it less in the jaded industry people, and so it's it's just fun to be here with you all. Keep up the great work. I think that the thing that I like from a presentation standpoint, from like a portfolio work standpoint, I think the thing that was already touched on briefly, but let the work sit there and speak for itself a little bit, like, and then like less is more. I mean, that's similar feedback to what I gave, I think, to Z at the end, but like let the like put up the thing, take a beat, peel back the layers of that thing, and don't try to just like show all of the things that led up to that thing. Like we're seeing this for the first time. I know that you've stared at this, this app you made or this, pic you designed or whatever that might be for weeks and hours and late nights, but we're seeing it for the first time, and that's the same the way your portfolio is going to be. So try to constantly like let the work speak for itself, peel back the layers, look closer at like what are the things that I know are unique and like I put thought into. We don't know you put thought into that. So that's kind of similar to what I was saying earlier too. But great work, everyone.
Yeah, great. And a big round of applause for our industry guests for showing up, giving some great feedback and spending part of their day with us. And another big round of applause for the three of you. Really well done. Really nice work and congratulations. These students will be translating their work from presentations to physical exhibitions on Thursday. So you guys are doing it all in interaction design. Our next group is coming in. They're in the waiting room. So I'm gonna have to say goodbye to all of you.
Goodbye, everybody.
But thank you so much.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth. Hey.
Hey.
How's it going?
Hey.
Hi.
How are you guys?
We're great. We're great. We've been doing these back to back and our group ran just a little bit late, so we're just shooting right in. So and we're gonna keep the train moving. So it's great to see everyone. I'm gonna just do a quick introduction, and Nicole will say something and then get us over to our guests. So all right. So for those of you who are online following us on YouTube, welcome to the 2026 IDXD Virtual Grad Show. My name is Luke Johnson, and the projects you'll see here today are part of the senior studio class. But before we get started, I'm going to hand it over to Nicole Chan, who is our IXD program lead, who will give a brief history of the program and welcome our guests.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Nicole Chan. As Luke mentioned, I'm the IXD program lead. So the SMC IxD program is very unique. It's the only interaction design bachelor's program at a community college in the United States. And for those watching on YouTube, the IXD program welcomed its first cohort of students back in the fall of 2016, one of just 15 baccalaureate degree programs launched at California community colleges. However, this coming fall, the SMC IxD program will welcome its 11th cohort, a big milestone for us. And next Tuesday, 20 more IXD students will graduate, and this will bring our total number of graduates to 178. So I'm really excited today to introduce our guests. So these are the industry experts who are here with us to provide feedback and insights. So we have Davina and we have David. So David, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. First off, thanks a lot for inviting me to come to this. I'm really excited to see your work. And I'll just do a real brief background about myself. So David Delgado, My background essentially is design and immersive installation. I've spent the past 20 years at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory for NASA, working across a variety of different missions. But the whole goal was to work with scientists and engineers, listen to what they're talking about, and then do one of two different things. We'd sort of pick a lane. One was help them think through their thinking, which would lead toward the development of new missions. And the other one was helping them sort of sneak up on learning, we called it. And that was really kind of trying to take the main concept of a mission and create something that would, allow the public to become curious about it. And so that took a lot of forms and shapes, but it was mainly conceptually driven. And what I really loved to do was to help to create curiosity, but really centered around like a central story so that whatever those types of questions that emerge in people's minds, they lead towards the story that we're actually hoping them to get to. So, yeah, that's a bit background on me. I left JPL in October. I now have my own practice, and I work in the field of art and science. Sorry, that took too long.
No, you did great.
great.
Davina, that was amazing.
Hey, everybody. Lovely to see you. Thank you for having me as well. I'm really excited to see your projects. So, Davina Walter, my pronouns are she, her. I work at USC's Iovine and Young Academy, but before that, I was your in-house museum gal. So I've worked in many studios, setting up studios for Getty Villa Center, Natural History Museums, La Brea Tar Pits, which are about to undergo. And I started my private practice back in 2018 of Create Crisp, working with museums still while I continue to teach and do administrative work for USC. So lots of fun and can't wait to see what you've made.
Cool.
Great. So a little bit of background and context. So each spring graduating seniors, and that's who we have here today, work on an individual design project for 16 weeks. The IxD Virtual Grad Show is an opportunity to share their progress with the community and receive feedback from our esteemed industry experts like we have here today. Because students work individually, you're going to see a wide variety of different types of projects and presentations, but we've tried to group them around a theme. So the theme for this group is identity and narrative design. So the rules of today, students are going to present anywhere between 5 and 7 minutes. The rest of the time is for feedback. So it's 15-minute bucket, but they'll present the presentations will be about 5 to 7 minutes, and the rest will be time for feedback. David, you're going to take the lead first. And then Davina, there's always time for someone else. Davina will fill in if there's extra space. I will keep a time count in the chat just so you know where you're at. And we like to follow the like, wish, wonder methodology, but feel free to do whatever you want to give feedback. But we're going to start off with John.
All right. Am I good? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys see my screen?
Look great.
Perfect. All right. Thank you guys for being here. My name is John, and today I am here to talk to you guys about Forma. So we've been sold this idea that our work is polished with clean workflows and perfect case studies. But every project has hundreds of layers of embodied experience and context that gets compressed throughout the project journey. My capstone, for example, was far from linear. I started with the plan to do a residency at Impresos Mexico, a woman-led Rizzle printing press in Mexico City. I put together an itinerary and a thesis proposal called Slowing Down Design that aimed at studying slow design practices and traditional design methods. However, my plans to travel abroad failed, and this forced me into a hard pivot where I had to embrace friction and make endless compromises. A residency that was meant to happen in person turned into a virtual collaboration across the border. Today, our tools are not built to hold the complicated layers that go behind messy journeys. They're made to prioritize efficiency, compressing valuable pivots and emotions to make space for more information. To resist this compression, I documented a lot of my context and embodied experience in handwritten journal entries. Other pieces of knowledge lived in voice recordings, like my venting sessions at Newport Beach. And before I knew it, my context became fragmented across multiple programs and screenshots where it lost its depth and meaning as the project kept moving forward. So to combat this problem, I built Forma. Forma is a desktop tool that helps people maximize their context through intentional friction. It provides a space for reflection and the infrastructure to collect several forms of knowledge and embodied experience in one place. Forma runs on 4 key principles. Each one is thesis-driven and studied. First, Forma prioritizes context ownership and saves knowledge as plain files on your machine. The Note feature, for example, gives you the option to save knowledge into a specific project you've created. On the back end, Forma does the organizing, building the folder path, naming the files, and writing them onto your disk as Markdown that you personally own. Second, friction is a feature. For example, capturing artifacts is instant, like grabbing a screenshot or a voice recording, but Forma slows you down, queuing up your artifacts in a place called sort, where you add additional layers of context to each entry before deliberately placing them in their corresponding project. Third, Forma resists compression. When you record a voice note, Forma keeps the original audio, not just the transcript. It preserves tone and the hesitations that a transcript flattens. And in the built-in terminal feature, every conversation with your AI can be saved as a summary before the conversation compacts, feeding the intact context back into your projects in Forma. And finally, the fourth principle is privacy. Both of Forma's AI tools run entirely on your machine. Your voice is transcribed by Whisper locally, and your conversations in the terminal run on Qwen, which is a local model that never extracts your data. No account or cloud is never needed to operate Forma, and the AI only sees what you choose to hand it. Forma is a design prototype available for download and shaped by several years of practices that I personally created to keep my story and identity alive. Its software teaches a way of working, like many other methods have taught practices, but Forma offers people the software infrastructure to be strict and overprotected of their knowledge in the age where technology moves thousands of times faster than we do while making decisions for us. For the future, the goal for Forma is to become a single hub for your context. Instead of each AI tool keeping your context through compressed memory, your layers of knowledge live in one place, and any model you work with could read from it. Your work is preserved as you move between tools and protects itself from being stripped away. Thank you.
All right, David, we're going to go first. We have around 10 minutes, and I'll keep the time in the chat, and then when you're done, Davina will hop in.
Okay, great. John, I just think it's well, first of all, it's really interesting. And I feel like it solves a really interesting problem is, our data is just everywhere, right? And you don't know how to bring it together. And right before I got on this call, I was dealing with some of those same issues. And so it just feels like it's going to become more and more extreme and more confusing. And so this idea of being able to regain or have access and, as you mentioned, create a context of your own knowledge base, I think that's what I really like about it. So I feel like it's a very valuable contribution, what you're offering. And I feel like it's very needed. And I also feel like at the speed of the way that AI is progressing, that there are people who know that they need that already, and there's likely probably a bunch of people who are just figuring out what AI is. But it's great to have that as an option. So I guess that is really good. I think that's something that I really like, is sort of a response to a really valuable problem. Let's see here. The one thing you said, which was kind of interesting, is that you said, I want to slow design down. Can you explain just briefly what you mean by that and why?
Yeah, I think the main reason why is to be able to collect context and get to a place where you're adding additional layers. You must slow down. When you're moving so quickly, you're just going from one step to the next. It doesn't allow for that personal reflection that is needed to add on to that story. And so that's where that comes from. And initially, why I wanted to travel abroad is to see what kind of conversations were being had in Mexico in this Rizzle printing press, alongside traditional forms of design, because along those moments, I could imagine there's levels of context and conversation that add value that are not being documented.
Yeah, that's great. So like that example, I think it's really great. I think you're on like a really, it seems really strong. But if I were to say anything for I wish, is that I would wish to learn more about the stories like that you're pointing out, of how it makes slowing down design like shows like a real benefit. Same with the idea of intentional friction. I found that to be really compelling. And I love the sort of juxtaposition between like friction, which you may think is bad, but the benefit, which ends up being good, and like being able to understand that a little bit deeper, I think could be really helpful, because it may not be obvious to everybody. It's not 100% obvious to me, but I get what you're saying, and now it is. You know, I feel like it is, but a little bit more in that area, I think, because it feels like that is the real heart of what you're doing, or at least a part of the central core, is like responding to how humans are, you know? So yeah, I don't want to hog up all the time, but I really feel like you're responding to something that's really valuable and necessary, and it's great to see that work in conjunction with something that could sort of regain a little bit of control as an individual in a world that's kind of spinning out, and everything just seems to end up at a large corporation without our knowledge. So thank you. That was great.
Yep, thank you.
Awesome. Hi, John.
Hi.
Beautiful deck. I really enjoyed your visuals. Really strong aesthetic to Forma and the way that you're presenting it as solution. And I really like that there were the illustrative components as well. The fish got me, the hand sketch at the beginning, really sending through the vibe of what Forma could do in terms of creating that repository. With that, I think I would wish for an example where I could see the sorting process that you mentioned in the repository of Forma. So I was all hooked on the idea of the pieces going in. And then I got really curious about how much work is it going to be on me to sort and curate the material that Forma has collected. I think you said it was a deliberately selection process or moment for you as user to put those things into the right buckets. So I'd be really curious, how much of a lift is it going to be for me, and how much is Forma giving me from that sorting process or that initial retention process? Yeah?
Yeah. I definitely, I've gotten references from artists saying that they'd like to see their compiled work as a dinner plate with different ingredients at the end, so that they could see from a bigger picture. Or like I've also had examples of like a spiral, how a journey is more than just linear, and how I could maybe visualize that. Is that kind of what you were pointing at?
Yeah, well, I mean, if I was working on three different things in one day, right, and Forma's collecting material for each of, or source material or assets from each of those three projects, I would love for Forma to do the work of just putting those into folder structures for the three projects, right? And then maybe I'm able to come back at it and say, all right, did Forma do the job correctly for me? Or where would I move things around? Or would I perhaps uh, re structure the hierarchy of the metadata associated with that asset so that it was much more about an inspiration folder, or much more about the construction and build of a project that I'm working on, for example. So in terms of your pitch, I wonder if it would be really helpful for us to see an example of that use in action and that sorting process, and what we're kind of left with at the end of the day, and how it's a win for Forma and for us.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
John, we have 4 minutes. Is there anything that you want to follow up with, address, or something that like surprised you from the feedback or comments?
Yeah, I think the question that I have is for a project like it's very narrative and self-identity driven. How do you see something so narrative driven being turned into a product? That was like one of the things that kept coming up to me throughout this journey.
I think for me, I'd love to see what the associations are. So kind of like if I'm understanding correctly, I would think of Forma as a huge mind map of assets. So I'd really love to know where the connection points are that could bring that material together in a way that was supportive of my creative process, but also not lock me in to associations that, I'm not as keen on.
Yeah, and I do have another question too, as if you guys were using Forma as designers, what do you see yourself offloading into Forma based on your experience, maybe as a designer, as an artist?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, maybe this comes in the form of feedback too, is that I don't understand that question. So when it comes to offloading into Forma, I guess I was thinking about it as a tool where I could, map my interactions with various AIs. But did I get that wrong?
Yeah, I more so like when you look at your own creative process, what do you see yourself wanting to document so that you keep track of it? That way, when you're maybe pitching your piece of art or your design in the future to someone, you could reference those points. Like, what are some important points that you'd like to keep track of?
Yeah. Well, that's great. Well, I definitely my image collections are really important to me for each project I start on. So those are really, really important. And then I guess just insights that I have along the way that I keep in the form of notes as I go. So those two things are really great. Yeah, and I mean, I just recently opened up a box with just stacks of my processed work from, multiple years. And it's nice to have a place where those things can be stored that's not physical, and that, I don't even think anybody does that anymore anyway. But yeah, so yeah, I would say it's like a memory tool and a way to improve projects, but also a way to go back and look at things that were left that didn't work for a project, and to kind of bring those back into the fold and try to be more efficient, or not leave great ideas behind that might work for something else.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, those are the two questions that I have for you guys.
Cool project though.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Big round of applause for John. Okay. Princess, you are up next. Davina, you will take the lead for the feedback.
John, are you still sharing? I think you're still sharing your screen. There you go.
One second. Why is it? Mm. You guys see this?
Not yet.
Not yet. It's thinking about it. There we go.
Okay. Well, it's trying to present your view. I hope that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So this is compiled.
second. Okay, we'll just do this. This is compiled. It is a zine exploring identity and digital fashion through AR. One of my goals for this project was that I wanted to highlight my skills and my experience as a new media artist and get myself back into that art space. And I decided to do this. How it works is that you would scan a QR code on the cover of the zine and you would find the AR pages that's marked with this little symbol here. And then from there, you would see the AR content on each page that is marked with the symbol, and you will be able to see some of my fashion designs that I created. Pixie appears in the zine as a representation of my practice and identity as a new media artist. I worked with 2 other artists to bring her to life, and one of my things that I wanted to do was have a representation of who I am as an artist. Everything from her piercings to her pink hair is kind of like my version of being rebellious against standard design practices, and she kind of embodies that as well. Here's the process of Pixie. It started off with a 2D character reference. I paid a 2D artist to give me a character reference sheet, and we went back and forth with a lot of mood boards. And then there was the 3D character production where I hired a 3D artist and he took it into Maya and started modeling it for me. And I got to learn Maya, so that was like really cool. And then from there, I took it into the Clo 3D integration where I got to design her clothes and just kind of start rendering it and bringing it to life. Through fashion editorials, Pixie models clothing I designed in Clo 3D, and AR reviews a 3D view of each piece. One of my goals for the fashion editorials when I first started this zine was that I wanted the zine to, at first it was going to be about things that I found an issue with the current design trends where craftsmanship is kind of like taking a backseat because everything's done through like speed and process. I wanted to kind of slow that process down and show like, well, when you see your clothes, there's like all these little sewing parts and there's these patterns that make up the pieces. So for the fashion editorials, I wanted it to feel like my collection and I was debuting my collection. So this is the testing and iteration phase for the zine. One of the issues that I found in the very early trend was that, or the first page, or the first zine that I designed was that it did not really pick up the tracking as well. And I think a big part of that reason why is because it was just a big black space with nothing else kind of like high contrast with it. So once I tested this out, I realized that I had to change this entire zine, and that's when I went more fashion editorial with it, and it was instantly picking up what it is that I wanted it to pick up. And then from there, I decided that I'm just going to put everything together as one zine where I compile all my fashion designs into this one thing, and I will show off how I'm a new media artist through character design, digital fashion, graphic design, and AR. And that's it. If you want to stay connected, here is a QR code to my LinkedIn.
Okay, so Davina, we have 11 minutes for feedback.
Awesome. Princess, this is so much fun, and thank you for giving us the QR code at the end. Really enjoy that. Pixie, I love the idea of the rebellious alter ego or perhaps parallel of you in the world. And really appreciate the work in Clo 3D. I would love to see more of the fashion that you were speaking of, so more of the pieces that you've generated in Clo. This idea of the project being rebellious in nature and really addressing issues within the fashion industry, I think is incredibly provocative. So I'd be curious to learn more about how Compiled is working in that area and what would be your intended impact for the viewers of the zine. Is it that you want to have a call to action for people to go out and perhaps address certain areas of the fashion industry? Is it that you'd like to change consumption behaviors, right? To learn a little bit more about perhaps themselves through Pixie and through the material that you're sharing with them? Or is it that we are meant to focus in on the beautiful fashion elements that you're sharing with us through this incredibly fun new interaction?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a bit. It was more about rebelling against like product design standards because a lot of throughout the past 2 years I've been studying this, I realized that a lot of technology is moving towards it has to be done quickly, or else it's like in order for it to be validated. And I didn't like that because I really like to take my time and I not because I'm a procrastinator, just a little bit, but because I really like to just sit down and like try different things and see what works, what doesn't work. And I know that with product design, it's you kind of have to like quickly prototype, and that kind of like makes me a little anxious. So for me, I wanted something that I wanted to take technology and use it in creative ways rather than just kind of like building solutions from it.
Got it. So the zine is the slower outlet for that, or it's the interaction between the AR and the zine that's really giving you that satisfying like longevity that you're looking for.
It's both. So the zine kind of started off as it was so funny because it started off as like this is compiled and here are all the issues that I have compiled together talking about the tech industry. But it kind of went into a direction of me like ranting, and that's not what I wanted. And it was kind of like a play on words where it was like, oh, issue 00 will discover the topics about what's missing in the tech industry. And once I started playing around in Clo 3D, I had so much fun. It was like Barbies for me. I was like, oh, I'm gonna do a bunch of fashion editorials. Like a lot of like the rendering I enhanced with Adobe Firefly, which was really cool. I was like, oh, this feels like a legit like clothing, I guess clothing release or like a clothing design fashion collection. So it started off as like me I guess like renting, but then I was like, I don't want that. It's kind of negative. So I just kind of like stuck to it being more of a compilation of fashion editorials I designed with my alter ego.
Awesome. So where do you imagine that this zine would be shared or distributed?
I'm actually printing today. I'm gonna have some on Wednesday that you guys can come by and just pick up. I thinking about doing a digital format as well, just so that people can look at because I think it works digitally as well. I kind of tested it. So even though I like the printed part of it.
Got it. And for us, as the people who are picking up the zine, we're just meant to enjoy the interaction in this immersive technology as it stands. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted it to be I guess I wanted people to, because printing is kind of dying out. I wanted people to be like, usually when people pick up something printed, they kind of look at it and then they just kind of toss it aside. I also looked at some latest fashion magazines and a lot of it was like filled with ads. So my goal for the zine was to have people look at it and kind of like, oh, I kind of want to keep this because there's this really cool effect with it where you can see more about Pixie or more about the clothing that I designed. Because she's wearing it, but I also wanted people to look at the construction of the the clothing that I designed, like the pattern pieces and how it comes together or how it's compiled.
Very cool. I wonder if there's an opportunity to get a little more information on the clothes, and maybe that's just because I don't have the zine in front of me, but I'd love to learn a bit more about the garment construction like you're sharing with us now.
Oh, okay. I do have Clo 3D open if you would like to see that. I don't know if we have time, but I do have Clo 3D open if you guys would like to see how that looks. But it's really fun. If you know how to use like Illustrator and like the pen tool, I'm having so much fun with it. I can see myself like doing that for the rest of my life, just like making clothes for like my virtual Barbie.
I love it. And I'm curious for me as the user of that magazine, if I could understand that on the magazine and the AR end, right? So that I
Mhm.
can get the real purpose to what it is that you're creating there. Very cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I have time to jump in?
Absolutely. We got little right around 5 minutes, so
Okay.
jump on in. 2 feet.
Princess, it was awesome. I compiled this really, really cool. And thanks a lot for the backstory too about, you're first starting out kind of thinking one way and then you saw an opportunity to pivot, and you kind of took it in another. I love that. Um, and like for me, one of the things that like whenever I think of like zines or um, well, it just feels like it's like the opposite of a corporate approach, right? So you can have like, Zara might have their whole advertising campaign, but then on the whole other side, this is like this DIY kind of approach of, which really kind of fits what you're doing right now, right? So it's like you're into fashion, you're into these things, so it kind of makes like perfect sense that a zine would be a great way for you to get your fashion ideas out there. Um, and it feels like that almost could work for a whole bunch of other people that are trying to do the same thing, you know? And I love the fact that because the nature of the format itself kind of helps to tell that story. It's like it's the zine, and and then it's about like, well, how are people, what's the story about, and what are they wearing, and that story and what they're wearing says a lot about the maker too, right? And like you said, you want people to look at like the stitching on how you do this and that. So it just feels like a really amazing opportunity for people who are artistic, who are trying to get their fashions out there, who want to, in a way, I kind of see a parallel to John's. It's sort of like take control back, have a new sense of agency. And that's what it feels like you're giving to people. This is this new sense of agency to explore, showing your designs to people in a variety of different ways, but also as a creator to create these stories themselves with your fashions inside them. And that feels like a really provocative way to get people to understand the brand of what those clothes are about, you know? And so I really like it. But it definitely feels like it fits into that category of an alternative approach to corporate marketing or communication, do you know? Which sort of like feels like the nature of zine to
Yeah.
me. And in like I wonder if those were like aligned more with like additional iterations where I could see this being like not just for you only too, but other people like you, which there are a lot of who are, want to kind of put their things out into the world and let people know about them. If this feels like a great platform for that. So I thought that was really nice.
Oh, awesome. This is so cool. Thank you. I was really inspired by I was playing Cyberpunk a while ago and I was like, oh yeah, I'm so inspired by this. Like this whole thing was like inspired by Cyberpunk. But I'm also into like heavy metal and punk. So when I was younger, that's how you found out about artists and bands. You would hand out zines and do DIY posters. So for me, this project was kind of getting back into that space. And
Yeah.
of course, I wanted to like integrate graffiti art. So I created the graffiti art bodysuit, which I really like.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
was so cool. Just one little quick note. I remember after I graduated from college, I went to teach English down South America, and I moved in with this family, and they had this punk rock girl in Chile, right? And it was so cool. And she used to make all of her own clothes. And it was so me coming from the United States, and I just didn't, I'm like, you're making all your own clothes? She's like, yeah. And it was the coolest thing ever. And so that whole idea of it feels like now that time is right too, because everybody is kind of like pulling back towards themselves and saying, no, I want to keep my own identity. I want to be able to make things and be an individual in this world and be creative. That's what I feel like it really your project talks about in like a really strong way. I think it's cool.
Thank you.
Princess, we have another minute. Is there anything that you want to ask about? Are you good? Or like we've
Um,
got
I think I'm good. I apologize for the presenter view.
it's all right. We got a sneak peek behind the curtain. So
Yeah, but I'm actually like really excited. Thank you so much for the feedback, and I'm gonna continue working on this and branching out because I do have like other clothing pieces that I want to design.
very cool.
I'm gonna be playing Barbies, grown Barbies.
That's great. All right, big round of applause for Princess. Nice work, Princess.
Thank you.
We've got one more in this group, and David, I appreciate you trying to make the threads between the groups because this is identity and narrative design, and I think you both have been doing a good job of like seeing that thread. And I think Yeah, and you're up next, and it both of our guests have backgrounds in museum and exhibition design, so I think will be a nice compliment to what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I was really excited to find that out too. So hi David, hi Davina. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm just gonna get started. Can you see my screen and hear me okay? Okay, so hi, I'm Wing, and I packed up my life to move across the world from Vietnam to the US when I was 24. And in 6 years of living abroad, I grappled with the concept of home and where I belong. With a collection of very random things I brought from Vietnam, like my mom's medicated oil or the beat up stuffed dog I had since I was a kid, I built a little home for myself in this unfamiliar world. After talking to everyone I know who are living abroad and doing some desktop research, I know that I'm not alone in feeling this way. 281 million people live outside of their country of birth, and 45% of international students report feeling lonely. And they are 4 times more likely to have better mental health if there is a strong sense of community belonging. So my project, In Between a Museum of Temporary Belonging, aims to shed light on this emotional space. It is an exhibition and a visual archive of the objects that carry memories and cultural identities, documenting how people build a sense of belonging when they live in between cultures and home is somewhere else. I asked 14 participants what objects they have that remind them of their home country and creates a sense of belonging for them. And I illustrated these objects. This is Metha. When I asked her, she told me about the pressure cooker that she brought from India to the US and how important it is for her.
Many memories of like just listening to those whistles every day when my mom would cook. And I think in a way that also reminds me of home.
I then illustrated it and shared it with her. And this interaction, this conversation right here is exactly what I want to create with this project. The first component of the design is the physical exhibition where all the object illustrations will be displayed. There also will be a participatory doodle station where people can draw the objects that bring them the feeling of home. And the second part is a microsite acting as a digital archive of the illustrations. This microsite has all the information of the project as well as the submission page for people to submit their objects to be turned into art. I have been in communication with the participants all throughout the design process, and here are what I learned. Objects inspire stories. They act as entry points to deeper memories and emotions. They unlock stories faster than direct questions. Art, craft, and handmade visuals show attention and understanding, communicate care and intentionality. And the experience creates inspiration, structure, and space for people to share stories about belonging, which are emotional but often hidden and ultimately create emotional validation. The act of sharing stories create connection between people with similar experiences and create empathy. So I looked at 4 inspirational projects. The first one, the Barter Archive, it illustrates the fish market in London and exchanges drawing for the real object, but it's not about in-between cultures experience. The second project, the Inside Out project, a large-scale portrait installations where communities display themselves in public spaces. It is about representation and community, but not object and not immigration. The third one, the Museum of Broken Relationships, a physical and virtual museum where people donate objects and from ended relationships to build a collective archive of heartbreak. It centers objects and collective experience, and it is museum format, but it's not about immigration and not art. And lastly, The Boat, a visual essay about a Vietnamese refugee journey. It is about immigration experience and visual storytelling, but it's only one story and not collective. So, In Between is at the center of all 4. It is illustrated like the Barter Archive, collective like the Inside Out project, object-based, like the Museum of Broken Relationships, and rooted in the immigrant experience, like the boat. These objects are too important to be left unseen, and here they are treated as what they always were, priceless. And therefore, the experiences and stories they carry are declared worth knowing. I strongly believe that seeing yourself reflected in someone else's story creates emotional validation, and that recognition builds understanding, empathy, and genuine connection between people. And in doing so, strengthens community in a world that is increasingly global but increasingly lonely. So next step is for the exhibition to happen at CMD for the graduation show, and then the website will be launched, and I intend to collect more objects and more stories and do more pop-up exhibitions. And lastly, I have one question for you. What would be the objects that bring you the feeling of home? Thank you very much.
All right, nice job. We have around 9 minutes for feedback. David, you'll start, and you may want to start by answering that question if you
Okay.
want.
Sure, I'll start. Do you want to stop sharing screen, or do you want me to just talk here? What object would make you feel like home? Yeah, so that's a really great question. What object would make me feel like home? There was an ice cream scooper that our family had that was just, I don't know, it's just one of those things, it was really kind of, so that definitely would make me feel like home. I don't have anything like that anymore. If I saw it, then I would immediately buy it, and covet it. So I love your project. All right. So it's really, really great. I think it's responding to one of the greatest challenges of our time, which is disconnection and loneliness and sort of I don't know what to call it, the sort of potential unraveling of societies and communities. And what I really like about it too is what you said is that it's like an invitation for empathy, right? It's like this invitation because there's sometimes, I'm not sure why, but it's harder to talk about oneself than it is to talk about home, do you know? But if you talk about home, it tells you so much about yourself. So you're really giving everyone an opportunity to relate to each other in a much more comfortable way that leads to I think genuine connection, and I think that's wonderful. Um, what do I like about it? I like that it's object based, for that reason. It's like one step removed from you as your inner world, but it's an object that belongs to your inner world. So I think that that's really wonderful. You know, I could easily see this catching on like wildfire, because in this kind of thread that I see coming through everybody's projects is that there's sort of a resistance toward it just sort of feels like there's this general tendency that we're sort of losing our identity in some ways. We're giving it up, and this is a reclaiming, you know, and a reclaiming with the intent to share. And I could see that a lot of people would want to have their objects in that museum. I would love to be able to pick something very special and put it in there. But then I would love to be able to have that chance to be able to share those things with other people and then experience the connection and empathy that comes along with that. So I maybe now just missing it because I think you might have said this, but I don't know. And if you probably did, but like this in coordination and cooperation or in sort of parallel with like live events that could allow people to get that real sense of closure or experience that comes along with the ability to talk about the things that you love, but then also receive the feedback from other people and how they relate to that object is really kind of nice. So I just think it's wonderful. Yeah. So if you don't have that component in there already of just having a place where people can have that moment to share and experience that interaction of how that object brings worlds together, then that might be something that you could consider because I certainly would love to be able to contribute something to that museum And I really would love to be part of the community of sharing that also exists alongside that. So I think it's really good.
Thank you so much. I would say something, but Luke is
oh my goodness. Let's go for Davina. Like,
yeah.
Davina's feedback, and then we should have some time to respond. So.
Okay, I'll jump straight in. Beautiful project. Really like the idea of picking up on the mundane of the objects in order to create really relevant connections and associations, as you're saying, not only between the people that are selecting the object to share as part of their memory in their home, but also that we can see ourselves in those. Right? So the cooker, the ice cream scoop that David was mentioning, these are all really relatable objects and really super tangible, immediate connection points for that creation of empathy and connection. I'm with David. I would love to better understand if that drawing station that you mentioned or the microsite somehow, after looking at these beautiful illustrations, where are the conversations happening that further the connection points? Part of your presentation that was so beautifully strong was your friend Meta smiling when she got the illustration from you, and the response to the text message with all the hearts and the bashful faces, just saying how much they really enjoyed seeing that reinterpretation of the thing that was so precious to them. So I'm curious how we could make those connection points, right? Is it maybe that there's a paired up drawing night where I can draw your object and you can draw mine, or that there's a further get together where we bring in a whole new collection? Another question I was curious about, because you mentioned that the microsite would create the full repository of all of these objects, would be, is that gallery meant to turn over periodically, right? So the actual drawings that you have up, is it cyclical in nature? Does it change out every 3 months and I need to come back with a new object and draw something to put up? Is that something that I can participate in? Really beautiful idea. And know many, many people who have contributed to the Broken Relationships Gallery. So love seeing this at the next level of connection. Great idea.
Thank you so much. Thank you these are really great thoughts on how to like develop the project even further, because I have so many thoughts about the microsite itself being if I collect enough objects and enough stories from a lot of places in the world, I was thinking of sorting them into like countries or region, or somehow people can see themselves in there and search and things like that. And about the live exhibition, yeah, I was still thinking about how to make it more interactive, because this conversation that I have when I was interviewing people to get the object is actually the most important part of the design itself, because this interaction right there creates the most understanding and empathy. But I was turning it into the exhibition because there's also another element that I want to explore, which is when I ask people, they usually say, "Oh, it's just a tea towel. It doesn't mean anything," because they like, but it is. And I want to emphasize the fact that who decides what belong in museum and who and what doesn't. So I want to emphasize that these are very, very important to be displayed, to be looked at, and to be discussed as a piece of art. So I went with the decide where I emphasize that instead of the interaction button, but I can see I can keep thinking about it to create like this interaction where people actually get to submit the object and get to it turned into art. And your idea about like the drawing night is a great idea. Thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah, I'd be curious what you're thinking of as associated labels for these illustrations. So like the broken relationships, when you submit, it might be, one sneaker, but it's the story that goes along with the single sneaker that's so powerful. So it's like, how do we understand the back of house conversation on those illustrations?
Yeah, I have the story next to the object, but I will I'm curious, what do you think how to like enhance it to for the story to be more like interactive and more like of a conversation starter? Yeah, it's just for now, it's just telling where the object came from and how the object is important to the person who owns it. Like right here, I was saying that this medicated oil that my mom uses every day when before she goes to sleep, and it smells like her. And I brought it from Vietnam to here, and every time I smell it, it's just home for me because it smells like my mom. And that's a story that is printed on the card next to the object.
So I hate to jump in because this is such a nice conversation, but I'm also being mindful of time and we've got one more group coming in. But it sounds like we've all made a few new friends in Davina and David today in terms of being able to network and to keep the conversation going. And so, Davina and David, as we start to transition out of here, and speaking of transitioning from one phase of life to the next, our students will be graduating in a week's time. Do you have any advice as they start to make that move from the academic world to the professional world, even though many of them are currently in the professional world to begin with, but more full-time and as designers and artists?
I'll keep it short. Talk to as many as people as you can. Make as many connections as you can. And honestly, I would say sometimes take the wrong job in order to figure out what the right job is, because you'll learn about yourself in that process, especially as you're starting out in this world.
Yeah, totally. I 100% agree with Davina. Yeah, that's really important to keep on talking to people. The other thing I would say is that, creativity is a funny thing, and it's easy to get thrown off your game. Just I would say no matter what happens, don't lose your sense of hope. Always be making something, especially the things that matter to you, because those are the things that are going to propel you in those conversations when you meet up with people. People are going to, what are you working on? Just keep on making, and you're going to be great. You're going to be fine. And based on the way that what I've seen today, you guys are all so talented, and you're trying to solve these really big, crazy problems that we are all facing. Um, I would just say my best thing is just don't give up, no matter what. Keep pushing and don't forfeit your creativity to feeling bad about this thing or that. Just always keep going.
That is awesome. So before we end today, I just want to thank three groups of people. And we're going to start with a big thank you to our guests today. A big round of applause for thanking both of you for taking time out of your day to share your experience and expertise with these students. It was a really great, great combination. I'd also like to thank the three students, right? So you guys, big round of applause for completing the virtual presentation. There was a lot of references to the physical exhibition, and that's no small feat, right? So they're like, "Oh, we're doing a virtual presentation, we're doing all this stuff on the digital back end, but then they have to quickly turn around within 48 hours. They've been working on it, but they will be presenting their work physically, and that experience in all three projects is going to be pretty cool to see. So for anyone who's joining us Thursday from 5 to 9 at the Center for Media Design, you'll see these physical exhibitions and manifestations of what you saw here today. And finally, for those of you who are watching out there, these projects don't get made alone. There's a lot of partners, friends, family, probably even pets who have supported everyone through this, really challenging experience for the past 2 years. I just wanted to nod to thank you for all your support for the students and the program. So that's it for today. We've got one more group. It will be our platform strategy and service and infrastructure group that's starting at 4 o'clock. So thank you everyone for a nice session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It was really fun.
Real pleasure. Congratulations, y'all.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations. That was fun. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Good job, guys.
Okay. It's Ollie and Austin.
Hi, guys.
Hello, hello.
Good afternoon, guys.
Yeah, they are last but not least. And
Yeah. Where did it go?
excited for y'all to come in. We're gonna get started here in a couple minutes. Adam and Matthew will be joining us. Which is interesting just for those who are following on YouTube. We all went to Art Center, so we will be surrounding you.
Also, Davina and Matthew work together.
Oh, there we go.
They both work at IOV and Young.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Incredible.
Small world.
Yeah. And that's, I think, one of the things we're finding out. There's been some like really fun, loose and very direct connections between some of our guests and now you. So the network continues to grow. So just give us 1 second as we're waiting for folks to come in. We've just been humming along since 10 o'clock. So normally we would have a break in between, but we just decided to power on. I can't feel my legs anymore.
What are you guys going to do after this?
Pick up some children and take them swimming lessons.
There's no break.
There is no break for the weary. But we're so excited for you guys, and we've been sort of like marveling that, like, you know, in addition to presenting here today, that you guys then got to turn around to make an exhibition. And I know that you've been working on that for a while.
It's true. Matthew!
Hey, how's it going?
So good. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
Thank you for coming. Fun fact, Matthew gave our commencement speech and the one time we did graduation. That was during
COVID.
the pandemic. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was a pandemic thing. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was awesome though.
That was you did such a great job. We appreciated you so much. Did you know we just had Davina in the group before?
Oh, no way.
Yeah,
Oh my God, that's cool.
I know.
Nice.
All the
God,
world
I work with
collided.
her all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great.
That's awesome. Yeah, well, I'm excited to see all the stuff today.
We're excited for you to see it.
And we will give Adam another minute or so before we start. Adam and I were at school together as well. So
awesome.
Yeah.
It's all the cohort support continues years later.
Yeah, you guys had a good semester though?
Yeah, it's been great. Crazy it's wrapping up.
Man, yeah, it always goes by way faster than you think. And everyone always says that, and then I used to not believe them, and it's just like, it's true.
Yeah, it's like anything that's good work in life. It feels like the days are really long, but you look back and you're like, that went really quickly.
Yeah,
Can we go back to it? Hi, Adam.
Hey, Adam.
Hello.
Hello.
Good to see y'all.
Good to see you.
As well. This is great. Very cool. All right, we will get started. This is our last group of the day. So we saved the last for best, as some might say. For those of you who are watching online, this is the 2026 IxD Virtual Grad Show. My name is Luke Johnson, and the projects you'll see today are part of the senior studio class. But before we get started, I wanted to welcome our program lead, Nicole Chan, who's going to talk a little bit about the program and then introduce our guests.
Yes. Hold on. Sorry. I'm
We've been
running
doing
too
this
many.
all day, Nicole.
I know, but I know. Anyway, sorry. Yes, I am, I think, currently still the faculty lead, I'm joking, of the IxD program. And the IxD program is very unique. It's the only interaction design bachelor's program at a community college in the United States. And for those watching on YouTube, the IxD program welcomed its first cohort of students back in the fall of 2016. So, as one of just 15 baccalaureate degree programs launched at the time in the state of California. This coming fall, we are going to welcome our 11th cohort, which is a big milestone for us. And next Tuesday, we've got this group of 20 IxD students that are going to be graduating. And this will bring our program's total number of graduates to 178. So I'm really excited to introduce our guests today. These are the industry experts who are here with us to provide feedback and insights for our last group of the afternoon. So Matthew and Adam, thank you for coming. Matthew, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, sure. It's nice to be here with everybody. My name's Matthew. I'm a designer and a strategist here in Los Angeles. Work with all kinds of different clients, but especially nonprofit organizations. And then I also teach at USC. I teach design strategy in the Iovine and Young Academy. So yeah, excited to see everything.
Adam.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thanks, Luke. Thanks, Nicole, for having me. Great to be back. I'm currently a designer on Airbnb's design team. Prior to that, I was on Apple's design team, and then I was a veteran at Nike, one of the founding members of their digital design studio. Also went to Art Center previously, where I studied with Nicole and Luke. So yeah, thanks for having me, and excited to see the work.
That's great. So each spring, graduating seniors work on an individual design project for 16 weeks. The IxD Virtual Grad Show is an opportunity to share their progress with the community and receive feedback from industry experts like we have here today. Because students worked individually, you'll see a variety of different types of projects and presentations, but we've tried to group them around a theme. And so the theme for this group is platform strategy and service infrastructure. So the rules of the game are this. Students have 15 minutes total. 5 to 7 of those minutes will be them presenting, and the rest of the time will be for feedback. But usually there's enough time for both of our guests to give feedback. And Adam, you're going to be leading the feedback for Austin. I just want to say on a small note, Austin, correct me if I'm wrong, I think when you were requesting industry guests and we were thinking big, you're like, can I have someone that worked at like Nike, Apple, Airbnb? So it was like, so we found
That's funny.
Yeah. So this is great. All right, Austin, I'll take it away.
All right, let's get into it. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Cool. A lot of the best parts of my life came from saying yes to something unfamiliar. When I was 18, I moved from Chicago to LA. I knew no one here, had almost no money, but I had this feeling that it was something I needed to go for. I ended up in Venice, living in a creative house, and from there my life started opening up in ways I never could have imagined. What really stayed with me is how often one unfamiliar choice led somewhere much bigger than I expected. Saying yes to something new led to some of the most memorable and unexpected parts of my life, from winning The Price is Right, to getting involved in running some of the top nightlife events and celebrity parties in LA, to traveling the world and ending up in experiences that would have sounded unbelievable to me a few years earlier. That is what led me to this project. Not the highlights themselves, but the fact that they all came from trying something new, following curiosity, and stepping outside my comfort zone. Over time, those choices compound into memories, confidence, opportunities, and a clear sense of who you are. That project is Lived. Lived is a mobile app concept designed to help people turn vague intentions for their life into real experiences they actually follow through on. It helps users discover personalized experiences commit to one, reduce the planning friction around it, and reflect afterward. The goal is not just to help someone find something to do, it is to help them build momentum toward a life that feels more intentional, memorable, and fully lived. Our time is limited. If someone lives to around 80, that is about 4,000 weeks. At the same time, a lot of free time does not get spent in ways that feel especially meaningful. In 2024, Americans aged 15 and over spent an average of 5 hours a day on leisure activities, and 2.6 of those hours alone went to watching TV. There is also strong research behind why experiences matter. Studies from Thomas Gilvolch's lab found that experiential purchases tend to create more lasting happiness than material purchases. So the opportunity here is not just helping people do more, it is helping them spend more of their time in ways that actually feel meaningful and memorable. The real problem is not just time, it's follow through. In my research and testing, people were not lacking desire. What they struggled with was turning something specific, realistic, and easy enough to actually do. That is especially true for younger adults who feel stuck between ambition and routine. They want more out of life, but often default to convenience, fatigue, and the same patterns. So Lived is designed for that exact gap, helping people move from intention into action. The core idea behind Lived is simple: discover, commit, do, and reflect. That loop matters because if you reflect on an experience and connect it back to the life you want, it becomes part of your memory, confidence, and identity. That is what makes Lived different from a typical event or recommendation app. It is not just helping people find something to do, it is helping them build a more meaningful life over time through actual lived experiences. The experience starts with onboarding. Instead of giving generic recommendations right away, Live first gets a sense of who the user is through things like interests, budget, comfort zone, energy, and social preferences. That gives the app a more personal starting point and helps shape what kinds of experiences it shows. From there, the user moves into discovery. They get a curated set of experiences that are meant to fit them or push them outside their comfort zone a bit, and they can filter by things like budget, time, effort, mood, and social setting. Once they find something they want to do, the app gives them the logistics, planning information, and clear next steps to actually make it happen. Once they can commit to an experience, then they can commit to the experience so it becomes a real plan instead of just another idea. After the experience, the user captures what happened in a life receipt. They can upload photos or videos, reflect on how it felt and why it mattered. That then becomes part of the app's archive, building a record of what they've actually lived. Over time, the app creates a life wrapped, which pulls from those experiences more broadly, showing patterns, trends, and other meaningful insights so the user can see the bigger story of their life taking shape over time. Live was developed through 3 rounds of testing: an early concept test, an interview-based research test, and a final high-fidelity prototype test. Across all 3 rounds, the concept was validated quickly, people understood the problem and saw the value in the product. The early concept test showed that the idea made sense, but the recommendations needed to feel more personal. The interviews showed that people were not lacking desire, they just needed clarity, prioritization, and more follow-through. And in the high-fidelity prototype test, the clearest issue came after experience selection. Users liked the inspiration, but wanted more help actually making the experience happen. So testing did not just confirm the concept, it showed where the product needed to become more useful. That directly shaped the final prototype. The biggest change was in the planning layer. Each experience now includes cost, time, location, what to bring, effort level, best time to go, and clear next steps. The goal was to reduce the friction between this sounds cool and I can actually do this. Discovery also became more specific. I added filters for budget, time, effort, mood, social setting, and experience type, plus a search bar where users can describe what they're in the mood for. The archive also became more useful. Instead of just storing what the user did, it now shows completed experiences, patterns, stats, reflection data, and the life-wrapped insights. By the end, Live became less of an inspiration tool and more of a system for discovering, committing, doing, remembering meaningful experiences. The current prototype is available at this link if you'd like to try it for yourself. For me, Lived is about one core idea. The life people want is built through small choices, new experiences, and the moments that they actually follow through on. This project is my attempt to help people stop waiting for someday and start building a life they will truly remember. Thank you.
All right, Austin. So, Adam, you're going to take the lead on this. I'm going to write the times down for feedback. So we have about 8.5 minutes to start, and then you don't have to use that whole time. And then when you're done, Matthew can fill in.
All right, awesome. Yeah, thanks, Austin. Thanks for the presentation. Um, Overall, yeah, really strong. I like what you started off with, saying yes is always good advice, and that sort of pushes you out of your comfort zone, and you never know who's going to be looking, who's going to be watching or seeing the things that you post. So I think in general, just that approach to life, like high level, you're already doing it, it seems like. So yeah, keep going in that direction and just focusing on the craft. I also like the point that you had in the beginning about wasting time or like the time spent on TV. So like you have a good understanding of your customer and like that setup is really strong. That this is really about follow through, not the desire. People just I think need that nudge. So yeah, once you got into the design of the app, I really like the onboarding approach. Like you had these questions and it's a little more in depth, but it didn't feel like too heavy. It still felt lightweight. Like these are easy selections to make and we can get to know you better and then give you content that is more relevant. Um, and then you had a great understanding of developing an app. Like you had this early testing where you just get a quick read on something, then you go into more in depth with the qualitative research, and then you have like the high fidelity prototype to get detailed feedback on your designs. I think for the wish part, I think I wish I could have seen a study on look and feel. Maybe you did this already and it's just not in this presentation, but the color, the UI, photography, like the style, what's the art direction there? All these things have like an emotional resonance. So, even dark mode versus light mode, these things, like if you had that and then you're able to test and get feedback on those, it might make your app look different. So I would be curious to see that and how you continue to develop it. I think it's a strong idea. I would continue to push on it. Um, so I wonder what the community aspect of this could look like. One thing I think about is like, how do you get like a long-term follow through? You might get people initially, but then you're competing against a lot of things for their attention. So how do you get them to develop these habits and stick with it? I mean, Duolingo is an example. Like they do a good job of keeping you accountable and they put you on a journey and you have streaks and rewards and all these things. Like what could be your mechanism? I think the approach to the app and like this desire to just wanting to live life to the fullest it's a novel idea, and I'd want to like further explore what those mechanisms are and like what the look and the feel of the app and even like the brand of the app could be. But I think it's a strong idea. So yeah, excited to see it and thanks for sharing it.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Adam.
Yep.
Matthew, we have like around 5.5 minutes.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, no, I really enjoyed this. I echo a lot of what Adam said around the whole setup that you had. I think you could have gone a direction of maybe just sort of making a lot of assumptions around people wanting to find really interesting experiences near them, and so here's a solution. But you took it a slightly different angle, especially around informing us how much time do people actually spend on leisure. I think you said it was like 5 hours a day, right? And then anchoring that in television, I think is really sobering for a lot of people, right? Like there's other things that you could do to highlight, how much time do people spend on social media, for example, throughout the day would be another really staggering number. That could really be replaced by some of these experiences and make folks' life better. I think my favorite part is the whole framing of the life receipt. And it makes me think of just a couple of ideas. I think, for me, the wishes and wonders are maybe more additive for future versions that you might explore. So, one is you might end up finding that some of the people that use this are also really interested in that aspect of kind of cataloging their life in some kind of way outside of the traditional social media. And so could this almost evolve into becoming a memoir tool of some sort, right? Where you can actually use some of these stories to help people, inform some kind of narrative that they might share with family or friends, or, just kind of keep for themselves in the long term. It has definitely a journaling type of component to it as well. And so it could be kind of interesting to position the brand of this as an experience finding tool, but also a journaling or a reflection tool in general. And then I think my biggest wish, and this might be part of the concept, and perhaps I just didn't pick up on it, but I think there's a lot of other quote unquote experiences people can have that don't look like the typical experiences we sign up for online. So things like, for example, the ceramics class you highlight, or going out on a hike or a road trip or those kinds of things. It might be that the app can also help people take better advantage of the things that they already have at home as well. So, imagine like a prompt that says, "Hey, like go get that puzzle out of your closet and do the puzzle," right? Or take a half hour to draw something, right? Like these kind of creativity prompts or meditative prompts of some form, could be kind of interesting to integrate and might make it more kind of a broader audience that maybe potentially couldn't afford taking these extra classes, or kind of paying the fees associated with these experiences as well. So I think that could be a really interesting thing to include, if it's not kind of already part of that. And then I would say, maybe the last thing to consider is what are the ways that you might get this into people's hands? So seeing a little bit around, how you see kind of the business model operating. I could imagine that this uses affiliate marketing pretty well, kind of like how TripAdvisor does, where they suggest, some kind of experience, and then I imagine the way it works is they get some kind of cut of the fee that, people use to sign up for that. But, maybe what are some other unique models for this, or other ways to sort of, like Adam said, just encourage the repeat use of this as well. There was something that I used, I think it was during COVID too, where it was, man, I wish I could remember the name of the app, but it would challenge you to go on these different walks that the steps, or kind of like the foot count, was the same as, let's say, like a famous hiking trail of some sort, but you do it in your neighborhood, and if you complete it, because it's measuring your steps, they actually send you in the mail like a little medal, that you can have. And so kind of thinking about unique things like that, if people complete like 100 of these explorations on this, do they get something physical from you to kind of, bring that physical aspect to this to life? Could be also interesting to think about.
Thank you.
Really good stuff.
Yeah. I have one more comment, Austin. I just looked at the link. I think one thing, so right now it's like you're built around like these experiences that you can do. I'd think about what are small moments that you can have in the app, like wisdom, or just like tips or things that you can give people where they have things they can do, integrate into their daily life, so they can have these like small wins throughout the day that like changes their behavior over time. So like these little nudges, I think, could help them achieve that goal of living better. And I think that's one way to enter personality into the product, and think about like what the brand could be. So yeah, last thought there.
Yeah. No, thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, Austin, congratulations. Nice job. Ollie, we're gonna switch to you. We'll switch the feedback order as well. So Matthew, if you don't mind taking the lead for this one.
Thank you everybody so much. Let's see. Okay. Can everybody see my screen okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Picture this. You're running the Native Garden Restoration Project in the park in the center of town. Volunteers are showing up from Eventbrite. You give them their gear and you get them trained. Everybody know how to plant? Great. You go to your corner of the park, you do your work, and you come back. When you return, you find the native plants trampled, others waterlogged, and the seedlings are planted in new, creative ways, different each time, some with the plastic pot still on. You're going to have to redo almost everything, just like last week and the week before. And you're not alone. America spends $70 billion yearly redoing jobs flubbed the first time for human error. You've brought these 6 people together. You tried to train, you tried to supervise, and yet, just like always, it all falls down to you. So you ask yourself a $1 billion question. How do you inspire quality assurance during the work? Well, next time you hand out walkie-talkies. On those walkies is Amos, AI buddy, the mindfulness buddy on their lapel. Amos helps with guidance, listening, and prompts pauses when you can't. Your day starts like it always does, with training. This is where you meet and bond with your volunteers. Here, the 4-woman Marissa shows us how to backfill the hole on either side and compact in the way she'd like us to emulate. She knows this goes in one ear, out the other. So she hands out paper SOPs. With an SOP, a volunteer glances, knows what they have to do for the step they're on, and knows what comes next. But these SOPs end up on the ground. So let's see Amos. Let's say it's my 3rd day on the job, and I've shown up late. I get started with Amos. Chapter 1, Amos greets the user.
I am an AI assistant, not a human. This radio channel is monitored by Amos.
Hello, this is Oliver. Over.
Today, Jack, we've weeding the kale and watering in the seedling tray. What do you want to start with?
I'm gonna weed for a little while. Over. Within minutes, I've got my task. I'm starting.
You want to begin the weeding SOP. Over.
Yeah, weeding SOP.
Weeding SOP. Step 1. Identify the target weed before pulling.
Can you send a reference photo of cheeseweed, please?
I'll send you a reference photo of common boundary. Step 2. Check whether the plant might be a native or desired plant. Leave it. Over.
That's done.
Logged. Step 3. Pull from the base. Take the root, not just the leaves. Gently but firmly, straight up. Over.
Straight up. Amos, I can't get a good grip on it. Over.
Dad, try loosening the soil around the base with your fingers.
These 2 Cal Poly horticulture majors probe Amos's problems and ask the question, can I leave the weeds? They reach an aha moment when he gives them a great answer, and they say, that's exactly what we would have said on a commercial operation. It really fills the knowledge gap, helping this novice tester weed for an entire session. But it's not just about knowledge. Can you just listen? Over.
Listen, hold on. I will acknowledge as you go. Say Amos, talk again when you want me back. Over.
Amos logged that I weeded a plant. It took me a very long time. I'm kind of giving up on it.
Log that. Over.
I am identifying this big patch of cheeseweed right here.
Logged. Over. I'm losing you. Talk me through what you're seeing.
I am now reaching in to grab and pull. Amos, I'm having some difficulty. It's a good one, and I'm just watching my back. Over.
Looks like you might have skipped checking whether the plant is native.
What you just saw me doing, verbalizing, is adapting the Japanese Railways protocol around verbalization. If you say what you're doing as you're doing it, you force your brain to engage, and you'll see a 58% reduction in errors. But it's hard to keep this up when you're alone, and I can prove it. I'm volunteering with these planter beds, and I know that this part should go on the bottom. Yet I'm trying to verbalize, and I can't keep it up. And as I do, I start making more mistakes. This is why Amos is a buddy system. Like co-pilots, we talk to one another, and the feedback keeps me verbalizing for longer, reducing my errors. Experts, though, seem to want to mind their own minds. The expert on the left recounts an SOP he just learned to Amos, cognitively locking it, but still says it's useless at the end. And on the right, Amos offers to listen to this novice, and he says, Amos, I have another question. Users are used to querying AI, not reporting to it. I think the problem might be motivation. With this Honeywell product, your voice logs count towards your KPIs. So version 2 of Amos will collect your data as a dashboard and a diary to help you feel successful. Now, 10 minutes into my shift, suddenly, checking on my posture.
Tiny insect moving on a leaf nearby. Watch its journey for a moment. Over.
That's a real moment you just saw. The theory here is that work quality assurance requires rest. You need to build up your cognitive faculties, and people don't take rests. That's why Amos offers jokes, riddles, icebreakers to make you smile and make you take that rest, even if it's just 1 minute. So picture this. I'm volunteering with this card around my neck that I meant to flip to switch myself into break mode, and I don't adhere whatsoever. Similarly, everyone forgets to set a timer. Nobody responds to the megaphone broadcast. Amos helps people smile, and that helps them take breaks. The modality is working in other ways. It's hands-free, unlike an Apple Watch, which requires you to take your gloves off. Your field of vision stays open, unlike AR glasses. And it costs $10. No one who doesn't have AirPods is excluded. And the team can use walkies also for what they're for, team-based distance communication. Now, if it's not impossible for you guys, Matthew and Adam, to come to the SMC IxD grad show, you can come and learn to wire up a motor with Amos, because Amos helps with all kinds of manual labor complex tasks. And I would love to connect with you and get your guidance before I head to Carnegie Mellon for the Master of Human-Computer Interaction. Thank you so much. Over and out.
Amazing. Nice work, Oliver. We've got 8 minutes for feedback. Go.
Yeah, wow, so cool. I mean, actually, both of you guys just should underscore the storytelling that you use is so effective. And I think you both did a really good job setting up the problem and walking us through this, but also bringing something that could be pretty abstract to life. And, I think Oliver, this project does such a good job taking us through literally that sort of POV perspective of this and what it could look and feel like. I find the use of the walkie-talkie, that's something I really like about this project. To me, it's, really fresh when it comes to thinking about just ideas that are out there that are pretty abundant around, voice assistants or wearables. And I think you land on something that has a lot of really practical aspects to it, both in terms of, maybe connectivity, but also you mentioned issues of the field of vision or wearing gloves, and that you make a really good case for that as well. And it did immediately make me think of these wonders of, oh, how else could this be used, or where else can this be used? And later in the presentation, you mentioned the Arduino, for example. And I think there might be some other stories that you've probably already thought of that could be told here around things like construction, for example, I think could be a really good fit, or anything in that sort of physical environment type of space. It could be really interesting, maybe to take a bit of a turn with this, but think of this, tied up to like police officers or border patrol officers, thinking about that type of field work as well. And I'm curious, I think something that I really like, and then it turns into maybe a wonder or a wish, is around the kind of theory of constantly verbalizing what you're working on can really help with the quality control, which I think is really insightful. And I wonder, what else can be done in the interaction design to almost force that upon people, because that's something that I could see becomes maybe a little bit of a drop off as people start to use this more. They might, kind of go back to their old ways of just thinking to themselves. And are there ways, like maybe through sound or a music tone that comes on after a while if they haven't talked to them, or anything like that that kind of really indicates, oh yeah, shoot, I got to start verbalizing again, especially if they're out there by themselves. I think there could be even more opportunity for that as well. And then, I think also just kind of curious on the wonder side of things, is there a world where maybe for more complex projects, or, things that require quite a lot of manual content, let's say like instruction manual, that this actually could pair with some kind of AR, component to it? Or, if you see that sort of always living outside of that, maybe there's some kind of onboarding experience that's attached to this before they even get to the site that this product could support with as well. And really kind of get that whole 360 view of it also. Um, and then, yeah, if I could change one thing about this, I mean, one thing I could say that, I'm not really in this space, but I could imagine some folks that are in the space, maybe they already own a walkie-talkie and, they could be like stubborn about it where they really like it, for example. And, this requires them, it's an ask of get a new walkie-talkie in some ways, but maybe there's some version of this in the future that can integrate with any walkie-talkie or, can somehow be compatible that might increase some of the chance of adoption there as well. But yeah, really cool. Love it.
Thank you so much, Matthew, and I look forward to your feedback, Adam.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Oliver. Great presentation overall. Awesome confidence and conviction, like right from the jump. So that's always good. Uh, I really liked your whole approach to the project. It being like hands-on, like you're showing video, it's like you're showing a live demo as you're talking through each one of your points. The Japanese railway protocol was an awesome reference. I really like that. And that sort of insight can lead to a design solution that you need to have a buddy system. And then, that's your whole approach to the product of what you're making. So I think that's easy to follow, easy to understand, and like you're taking something and making something better because of it. And then that rest moment, I thought that was excellent in the demo because we're hearing you breathing, and it's like a moment of rest for the audience too. But like we're following right with it, so it's good storytelling, but it's also a good demonstration of a feature. So I thought that was nice. I think maybe I missed it, but I wish I got a clear breakdown of what's powering it. Like I got the walkie-talkie part, but maybe I missed how it's seeing what you're seeing or how it knows. Maybe it's just conceptual, but I think that could be a little more clear. It could be me. And then the I wonder part. So I wonder, like what this idea, same thing like what Matthew was saying, like what it could look like in other use cases. My mind went straight to education, studying, or somebody going through a master's program or college or getting ready for college, what this could look like, if it's a walkie-talkie or something else. And then I went to like health and wellness, like somebody in the health profession or somebody who's personal trainer is a big thing, like for people wanting to get fit, like they don't know how to start and it's expensive, and there's like a barrier there for a lot of people. So I could see something like this really helping in that space as well. Um, to answer the question, like I think one thing I would change about it, maybe I would like to see how this works in group settings. Like I live next to a park and I always see people like volunteers working with somebody who's like leading a cleanup effort and they're like teaching them about native plants and things like that. But often like they're spread out over the mountain or the hill. So like they might get a few one-on-one moments with the leader. But I think this would be really successful in that use case. So I would maybe see what that feels like and how do you synchronize things, or are they talking to each other? And then there's, this assistant there to help the whole group and educate, if they have a question, one person has a question, everybody learns the answer, that kind of thing. Yeah, I don't think for the first question, there's nothing really stopping it. I think you did a great job and it's good insight with the real problem that you're solving. So yeah, kudos.
All right, Ollie, nice work. So we just have two in this group, but very powerful, good stuff. Matthew, Adam, what we've been asking our guests to do as we sort of close out a session is, is there any advice that you have for both Austin and Ollie in terms of like making that transition from the academic world to the professional world, or in Ollie's case, the academic world to the graduate school world? And if there's any parallels either that's a question on its own, or if you see any parallels between their work that you think, you can make a connection that maybe we can't. So
Yeah, I did have, I guess before that, I had a question for Ollie since it's recent. It was like off of I wonder, like I'm curious like what you're interested in studying for your master's. Um, within human interaction design.
Thank you for asking. I'm very curious about how this could be made more socio and technically aligned. So Carnegie Mellon has all kinds of behavioral science classes.
Yep.
And you were talking earlier about behavior change, and Duolingo also happens to be based out of Pittsburgh. So I think that going there to learn all about the strategy, I'm taking a class called Persuasive Design.
Yep.
And that'll be my most highly anticipated class.
Nice. Yeah, one of my managers while I was at Apple went to that same program that you're going to, and he was awesome. So I'm sure you'll get a lot of good experience there. And yeah, I would say advice like going into that program, just be open and like willing to whatever technology comes along during your time there to like look into it. Like everybody that he was hiring on our team, they had this like insatiable curiosity about things that people were making, how you can use them, what you can make off of that, getting into the source code of something and modifying it, like all these things, just figuring out like what makes sense for you and how you want to use it to answer the questions that you have in your own head. That kind of translates to anything. So if you have that, you have time dedicated to it in school to focus on it. I think coming out of that program, you'll just be, really suited to apply that to any job.
Thank you. That's so kind of you to say.
Yeah, I would say, so I think like in terms of parallels between the two projects, so I think one interesting thing is both of you tackle very different things, but they're actually both about kind of getting you outside, and they're both about kind of getting you into community or, having some kind of hands-on tangible experience. And that speaks volumes because a lot of solutions or very interesting things that you could imagine in this kind of space of interaction design is meant to keep you on the screen, right? And so I think you both do a really good job navigating just, I don't know, the downsides of that, right? And kind of getting people integrated into the world and having them, do things of benefit to them and their community and, society as a whole. So I really appreciate that about both projects. And I would say, maybe two bits of advice if you were to move these forward, or if you're just thinking about any kind of digital product, in the future is, a lot of people say this, but fall in love with the problem and not the solution, right? And so I think, and Adam brought this up of be ready for any kind of new technology that comes your way, right? I think especially now it's really important not to be too married to one particular kind of tech or interface or whatever it might be, and more so, I'm trying to get people to add experiences to their life, or I'm trying to get people to stop screwing up gardens, right? So, just kind of really having that be your flagpole and see all the things that you can make around that. And then I think the other one that could be really interesting for both of you guys that is definitely in line with the kind of testing you've done is doing some testing of this in the market as well. So, one thing I've seen, we have a faculty member at our school that does this, named Thomas, and I really love it, is he says to make basically a one-page website about your project and then track how many people are signing up for the pre-release of this, right? So you both have what you need to do that, but it could be really interesting. Just put it out there on social and give you maybe the confidence to keep building it, or to see, hey, there's actually 100 people that want this app or this walkie-talkie, right? And, that could be really validating beyond just kind of testing the interface itself, but it as maybe a product in the market that people might want to purchase as well. So I think that could be really interesting for both of you guys. But yeah, again, just kind of underscoring, you get people on the screen to get them off the screen, and that's a really nice aspect of both of your projects.
That's awesome. Well, before we wrap up things today, I do want to thank three groups of people, and we're going to start with Matthew and Adam.
Yeah.
So first of all, a big round of applause. Thank you so much for coming and for being repeat feedback givers, because it's always great. It's great to see you both, and you give such great feedback. So thank you for spending your time here today. And then I want to also thank Oliver and Austin. Congratulations, you two. Both of them alluded to this. Ollie with a more direct invitation, but they will be, for those of you who are watching online, they're taking these sort of virtual pitches and presentations and turning them into physical exhibitions. And so that's sort of a feat unto itself and befitting of an interaction designer. So congratulations on today and good luck on Thursday. And then the last group I want to thank is the people behind Ollie and Austin who may be watching online. I know these projects don't get done in a vacuum. There's often friends, family, loved ones, partners who have supported you through your journey. So thank you. And if there was one person besides Nicole and myself who stayed through this entire day of watching these presentations or are going to watch them since 10 a.m., bless you. It's been a great day of presentations, lots of different types of ideas, really befitting of an interaction design program. And so, Nicole, as our lead, is there any last words you want to say to wrap things up?
No, I just appreciate the intention and specificity that each individual person of this cohort brought to the people watching today, and just that it's just really, I think, exciting to see the thinking that's going on and the contemplation about where design is moving, that you guys are really thinking about, and I think it's important that we do this all together. So thank you, everyone. Yeah, it was
Adam,
wonderful.
you had a note for Austin?
Yeah, I jotted a thought down based off that advice question.
Do it.
Just wanted to make sure I can give it to Austin. Yeah, I mean, you're looking at things the right way, like designing to help people. Like every place I've been at, it's always what is best for the user, like human-centered design. You've probably heard that before. But yeah, to achieve that, I think like great design really takes empathy and like understanding different points of view. So it's kind of, my advice is kind of aligned to your app idea. I think like the simplest path to get that empathy is to develop a practice of reading. If you don't already have it, like read all the classics, read white papers on technology, read design history, theory, fiction, nonfiction, things that are your interest, all that. Like that just feeds into anything that you'll produce. And it's something that I've maintained all through like since school. And I feel like it's really helped make my design work stronger and working with others stronger as well. So that would be my advice.
Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Well,
Same.
yes, I was gonna say I love that a sort of tech-centered program is really, like about relationships, talking to humans, reading books, like they both support each other. So good stuff.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you all. That will be it for today. Take care and well done and congratulations, cohort 9.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
Great work.
Good job, Ollie and Austin.
Thank you.